Hello, everybody. This is Paul Pona. I have Ali here, our project manager for ClickSites. So we're super excited to go live here. Now, the main thing with ClickSites, right? This was probably the most requested application in our Facebook group, in our community, and all that kind of good stuff. And I've been wanting to create one for a long time. But the thing is, to have an application like this built, you got to have a ground up infrastructure, right? So this application actually has been in the making for almost 2 years now, in the sense that we've iterated it, we've had a beta testers, we've tested it with a bunch of users, and then we've taken feedback, added it in, and all that kind of good stuff to get it to where it is today, right? And that is important because you want integrations, you want, for example, team collaboration. Some of the things I'm going to be talking about, you need all that. You need an application that is ready to go from the ground up. It's not something you're beta testing, but it's something that, hey, look, I want to integrate it with my autoresponder application. Can I do that? All that kind of stuff. So Ali and I and Sid and our team have been working on it for many months now, in fact, to actually get the infrastructure that we initially got built to actually get it to where it is today. And it's only going to get better and better with the roadmap we have planned and everything. Okay. So let's, in a nutshell, go and kind of let me share my screen a little bit. And I'll also go through the application with you folks. And Ali is going to go as well because he's worked with our developers personally. He's still working with it right now, all that kind of good stuff. So we'll do that too right now. All right. So let's talk a little bit about ClickSites AI. What is it? So it's an AI website builder where in just about 60 seconds, you can build a full-fledged website by chatting with AI, and more importantly, customize everything within that. Okay, we'll talk about it, it'll blow you away. But the key thing is when you talk about speed, we also want to talk about simplicity as well, right? So we'll talk about both of them today in a nutshell. Okay, now the goal here is every single person who's attending, I'll allow you to test drive this application for free, where because of the fact that we have some really cool things to really get results with this application, right? Okay, my camera is off a little bit here, because you can get results with the application while you're test driving it. That's the goal, okay? All right, so let's do this right now. So what are some features? Let's talk about that right now. So first of all, one of the things as we've introduced, as you know, with ChatGPT and other things that are released, right? And I'll be answering all your questions, by the way. I see your questions. Well, ChatGPT can generate text. We've also looked at images. What if ChatGPT could generate full websites for us? Well, that's what ClickSites is in a nutshell. What if you give the power of ChatGPT to design websites for us? We say, hey, look, I don't like this. I want this. I want this, not this, right? That is what ClickSites can do, right? You can chat with AI to build your website, and it can be any market, any industry, any niche, and then you can customize it to your heart's desire. Okay, and I'll talk about that in just in a bit. We'll go into the application. We'll talk about some campaigns you can do and all that kind of good stuff. But I just want to walk you through what was the vision behind the application, what we thought about, and all that, right? Because chatting with ChatGPT, you all enjoy creating text and having context where, like, oh, okay, you remembered this, give me this other next answer, right? Say, for example, hey, I forgot to write an email headline for an email of mine. And then I want to write it for my cookie company, let's say, right? Cookies, where I'm selling cookies. Well, in this particular case, it'll understand that it's a cookie company, right? And then give changes based on that same thing for the website here, okay? And we also have multilingual support. A lot of our users, like you see this right here, I from Indonesia, right? We have people from different countries around the world. So we want to do multilingual support. So that's what we did here as well, right? So if you're from Canada, hey Russ, if you're in Canada, hey, you want to do French, right? So you can do that. You can build websites in native French. So we've added that support in as well. And on top of that, you can redesign and rewrite complete sections of your site with AI assist. Okay, what this effectively means is if you don't like a theme, you can just say, hey, change the theme. It changes the entire theme. If, let's say, for example, you want to change an entire element of a page, right? Say, for example, I have pricing tables, right? Like, I don't like the style of the pricing tables. I want you to just give me 3 bullets instead of two, write 5 bullets instead of three. It'll not only generate the text, it'll also generate the entire layout of it. Okay, it'll blow you away when we show this to you. Okay, this alone, it'll save you a heck of a lot of time, right? Especially when you're trying to build websites for clients and stuff, and they're like, change that thing. And you're like, I don't know HTML, I don't know CSS, I don't know coding. How do I do it, right? You know what I mean? So that's the really big game changer here, if you think about it. And also, you have AI content and images. This is I mean, I don't even have to tell you this, but the cool thing that we've done here, right, is that you can generate AI text. Let's say, for example, headlines, topics, even the paragraphs or whatever you want on a website. You can generate the images as well, right? Meaning with AI. And let's say you don't like an image, you can change that image. Okay, here's the thing: change that image, and it'll automatically resize. Let's say you're an image that was vertical in shape, or it had like this weird dimensions. It'll resize that image and make it compatible across multiple devices. That's critical because on a website, you just don't want like an image. You want that image to be resized perfectly, regardless of what device people are using. Shrink and stretch responsiveness, right? That's the cool thing here. I'll show you that. It'll blow you away. And of course, drag and drop website editor. Okay, so having AI build a website is one thing. You want to be able to drag and drop things, edit things and stuff, right? Well, we've done that as well here. Okay, so meaning, let's say you build the initial website, how do you change elements, right? How do you drag and drop images into the timeline? All that kind of good stuff. Changing the fonts, changing layout elements, and changing the blocks within the page, right? So all these kind of elements you can do with drag and drop simplicity, because that's flexibility. Because AI can do 99% of the work. Let's say the last 1% could be, hey, you have to copy paste an opt-in form, right, to generate leads. Well, that's, you got to copy and paste it from somewhere, right? Or let's say, for example, you want to add a custom image that a client or your own website you want to add. Well, that requires drag and drop simplicity. You have that too, okay? And on top of that, you have ready-made templates, layouts, and elements. Probably the most critical thing, right? See, in the early days, a lot of people like to keep telling my story. My biggest success factor was I figured out how to rank on Google, right? And when Google was new and made killer amount of sales revenue and all that kind of stuff, because of the fact that I realized, okay, I don't need any upfront costs in order to get rankings on Google for any keyword I wanted. One of the key problems I used to have back then, and I used to spend a lot of money to coders and all these people to design sites, was this stuff: headers, sliders, pricing tables, and all these other elements within a website, right? You have a website, you have a header, you have maybe a video below the header, you have maybe pricing tables, you have, for example, other elements, right? Like, for example, the text area, image area, an add to cart button, let's say, all the stuff. Well, we've integrated ready to go layouts and elements and blocks that you can literally drag and drop, okay? That basically also allows you to edit them, change the theme, layout, colors, all that kind of good stuff. You see what I'm saying? You can do all that kind of stuff right out of the gate. So then here's the thing. All that is great, right? I get it. That's great, Paul. I've seen this as well in some AI builders. Although they're recurring subscriptions, they limit you number of sites. Like, they say one website, they force you to buy a domain with them. They force you to buy an SSL certificate with them and all that kind of stuff. How do you actually scale up a business? If you're an agency, you're a freelancer, you want to not only build websites for yourself, but for clients, you need custom workspaces and folders, right? So that's what we did. So how it works is from the ground up, right? Whether you get the free test drive account today, whether you want to get, we'll give you another option as well that you can try out. It's super cheap. Regardless, with no monthly fees, yearly fees, all that mumbo jumbo stuff, you can actually treat every single website you build for a client. Let's say there's a dentist client, then there's a chiropractor, then there's a lawyer, then there is an accountant. These folks can all be in one workspace that is separate to each other, right? That means, in other words, you can actually modify them, customize them, and deal with them as a separate business altogether, right? Very important when you're managing client websites. And here, you can then do that with this. So that's from the ground up, meaning every single account, including your account, will get this. Okay, it's pretty crazy if you think about it, right? Because of the fact that flexibility will offer to be able to manage multiple accounts, multiple clients, multiple sub accounts, if you will, right? As an agency, if you want to do that, you can do that. So imagine a workspace like a sub account, right? Meaning, in other words, I have ABC Dentist. That's ABC Dentist account. Everything is related to that. The images, the text, the elements, and templates. And you can have unlimited pages within that as well, right? So that is what we did here, okay? Critical feature. If you don't have this feature, it's almost like you're doing website creation for fun, not actually to grow your brand or business down the line, right? Because every business needs a website right now, right? So that's the other part. And we also done something else, team accounts from the ground up, meaning this included, right? Meaning you don't have to pay any extra for you folks who are live here, because I want to, if I'm doing it from the beginning, you do it right, right? You don't say, oh, it's coming soon. It's already there. So the team accounts, how it works is you can collaborate with users. So let's say you have a spouse you want to work with. They can both have two different accounts. You can have, your spouse can have. And then both can log in at the same time and collaborate with each other. Meaning you made some changes, they can come and they can change from their end, okay, in their own account. Similarly, let's say you have a freelancer or you have an outsourcer or an employee or whatever, you can bring them in into your projects. They can collaborate with each other, okay? And the cool thing with this, and it's already existing now, you don't have to wait for it for months or whatever, it's already existing right now as well. So basically the beauty with this feature, okay, very important, is that you can actually be able to, right on the get-go, this is the key part, be able to collaborate with multiple people, not one or two or whatever, okay? So very, very powerful because eventually, right, you need some outsourcer or let's say a freelancer to design sites for you, whatever, and you still want to make some changes yourself. This is critical to be able to do that, right, obviously. So that's the other thing that we've added in. And we've also done this. This is probably my biggest pet peeve or frustration, right? And which is basically the ability to not only include hosting, if you're building websites, hosting is included for this stuff, but the ability for you to export or download the HTML files so that you can move it somewhere else or you can host it yourself. Or, you know, in some cases, I've dealt with it myself. Some platforms or some businesses like healthcare, education, government, and these kind of folks, they'll be like, look, I don't want to host websites in your thing. We have our own secure stuff. Bring the files, right, and host it with us, right? How are you going to do that if you're stuck to some of these platforms, let's say, where like ClickFunnels or like, say, Go High Level or all these other platforms out there, we're kind of stuck to it. You can export out, right, and host it wherever you want. And the other thing also is because in real life business, right, some websites may need to be hosted in a secure cloud. Some websites might need to be hosted in, let's say, a platform, a CRM system, right? Say, for example, somebody's using HubSpot or somebody's using Salesforce or some of these enterprise platforms. They don't want to move away from that platform to you. They'll say, look, I would love to get you to design websites for me, but do it within my own ecosystem. You can do that. This also allows you to, say, for example, you like building websites, landing pages and stuff, and immediately put it up out there for your customers, right? Or your users and stuff. You can immediately get this out there, right? And this is a deal breaker for me personally, and I'm sure for a lot of people when they don't allow you to export stuff, right? Like you have this old website builder and then you're kind of stuck to that platform forever. And then you cancel their subscription, they delete all your websites, right? And I didn't want to have that because it's frustrating for me. Because what if that platform is old school now? It doesn't work anymore. It's not updated much, right? Here, you can go edit it wherever you want, right? You can put it up in any other website builder. You can give it to a freelancer to go change stuff for you. You can do whatever, right? That's the key thing. And because of the fact that you can download any amount of these, you could manage them, do whatever you want, right? Super, super powerful. And of course, everything is mobile responsive, iPad responsive, whatever device. Remember, like they have a mobile device like so, and they're scrolling, it'll automatically resize itself. I'll show you that in just a sec, how that works. I just want to walk you through the key features here because you understand how the vision behind it went through. Because this is important. All the stuff I'm telling you right now, if you're trying to grow a brand or business and scale, like meaning manage hundreds of accounts or hundreds of clients or whatever it might be, or even for yourself, right? You want this stuff. If you're not, it's kind of pointless, right? And then custom domains. So how this works is like this. You have two choices, as I mentioned. You can download every single website you build. You can host it wherever you want, which gives you unlimited flexibility if you want to. If you're using our own web hosting that's included, you can just simply point your domain name to us. You don't have to buy a domain. You don't have to be stuck with us as a domain provider. You can use any existing domains you already have. You don't have to buy a new domain. I've seen this where some of these AI website builders will tell you, okay, this is a cool website builder, AI website builder, but buy the hosting from us. Or they will even say it's free web hosting, but buy the domain. Or they'll say domain is included, but buy our subscription, because the idea is that they lock you in with that domain purchase, right? Here, I mean, imagine like you're going to, a client of yours or whatever. They already have a domain name probably branded to them, like Dr. Adam whatever.com or something, right? And if that is the case, why would they have you buy another domain? You just point it to our web hosting and you're done. We have a scalable infrastructure anyway; it can handle any amount of traffic, right? So this is very easy, straightforward. You can do it in just in a flash, right? And also comes with analytics and insights and stuff like that. And you can pretty much go out of the blocks right out of the gate. And I'm seeing some questions as well. I'll talk about all these questions as I go along, right? And no worries, don't worry about it. But the key point is, right? I want you to understand that everything that you've thought about, everything that I've thought about, everything I wanted in there is already in this platform. Because when we go in there, you're like, whoa, this thing has so much stuff. All I'm trying to do is kind of summarize all the key things that are in there right now, meaning on day one. You don't have to wait for like ever or not being there, right? And on top of that, right, we've integrated advanced webhooks and app integration. So with Zapier, Pabbly, and stuff like that, where let's say like even you or your client has some other applications that they're using, like a Salesforce, HubSpot, or some medical healthcare related kind of application, you can integrate that automatically and have the application speak with any other platform that's out there, right? Super powerful if you can imagine, right? And what it will do is it will allow you to literally right out of the gate be able to integrate with anything with no excuses, no confusion, right? This is one of the biggest reasons people get like, oh, I lost this client because there's no integration with their whatever platform. You can do that. It's already built in. And here's the thing. Okay, this is probably something that we thought about a lot. How do we get you this stuff? White label is also included. Okay, so what that means is you can brand the application to your branding, you can customize it as your own, and manage and sell to users, right, with your branding effectively. Okay, and that's included today. It's not included for anybody else. Normally, what we are going to be charging other people is about $29 a month to manage the white label account and stuff, because it's kind of competing against what we are doing, right? So like, so for you folks as our loyal customers, as an early bird deal that we're doing, and this, by the way, is also included in the free test drive account access you're gonna get. Meaning you can manage accounts, you can sell it, generate some revenue before even that test drive is done, right? Meaning you can generate some money out of it before you even pay for it down the line, right? So this basically allows you to customize things, manage user accounts with your branding, meaning ClickSites or any of this branding will not be available anywhere else. Powerful, right? So super, super. And of course, you get a 30-day, no question asked money back guarantee and all that kind of good stuff as usual. That comes with us, right? Now, what I'm going to do is for those who already understood it, right? And those of you folks who are super excited, you already seen stuff like this down the line, and you've seen stuff that I built in the past, I've updated for the last 15 years, right? One of the things is AI website builder. It's the future, whether we like it or not. You have to be using AI to build websites, right? So what I thought about, right, and I'll kind of explain this to you right now in more in-depth detail, is basically understand, right? If you think about it, every time a new wave of technology comes in, when you use it before everybody else and you're not stuck with limitations and you're not stuck with big expensive pricing and stuff, then it allows you to really scale to the next level, right? And so this is just the start. We have a roadmap and everything else that we are working with and stuff like that. So what I kind of want to do is I'm gonna give you the link for those who are excited right away to test drive it and stuff, and then we'll go through the application and show you everything that I explained, okay, step by step. Because then we'll answer your questions. You folks were asking some specific questions. We'll go through it and we'll go through the application and show you and all that kind of good stuff. Okay. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me, right? And we have some special bonuses as well today and all that kind of good stuff. So you don't hesitate to ask me if you have any questions and that sort of thing as well. But let's, for those of you who are wondering, right? Is web hosting included? Yes. We have the cloud infrastructure set up already to handle your websites, handle the traffic and all that kind of good stuff. And I'll get to that bonus in just a bit, but why not? Because I'm excited, I might as well tell you. So as a special deal, as an early bird deal, whether you get the test drive free access account or whether you save some money and pay in today, regardless, just for today as a bonus, I'll cover that in detail. Unlimited traffic is included. Okay, what does that mean exactly? You can throw any amount of traffic, can handle any amount, because I've seen, and you've probably seen as well, where every website builder will lock you in with subscriptions, and on top of that, charge money on traffic. Like they'll say first 10,000 visitors is included, then after that upgrade your plan. First 50,000 visitors per month is included, then after that upgrade your plan. You see what I'm saying, right? You don't have to do that. It's all included, by the way, right? And you have and the servers and stuff infrastructure to handle it anyways, right? Because as you know, with video creation, we have video hosting. We actually handle video hosting. Website hosting is a piece of cake compared to video, right? So for those who are excited, want to get in, how much does this thing cost? You can go to this link, clickSites.ai/go, right away. We'll walk you through all the application steps and all that stuff, how it works and all that in just a second. But those who want to get in, skip all the launch hype, hoopla, and all that, and get it right now, you can get it in that link. How much does it cost? Well, normally there's two ways people charge stuff, right? They'll charge you per website, or they'll charge you like a whole upsells, downsells, blah blah blah, right? You don't have to do any of that stuff. So I mean, you're not going to charge you $707 plus some other high ticket webinar where white label is sold and then all that confusion, mumbo jumbo stuff. No, everything that I mentioned is included today. Okay, and I'll walk you through all that stuff that's included as well in just a second. But here's what you're gonna get. Okay, but let's before we do that though, let's just talk about like some applications that do what I'm talking about real quick, and then why this is even better than that, obviously. But just to get an idea of like what the pricing is and stuff, just to get an understanding, right? Because a lot of times people, don't get it, and then they get because the idea is that a lot of these businesses, right? Like we have the pricing that just showed up, but let me just show you quickly here, okay? Before I get to that part. But check this out, right? So actually, let me pull this out of here. Okay, cool. Check this out, right? So this is a platform which is an AI website builder, durable.co. You can check it out right now. If you do monthly billing here, right, for example, I'm just trying to show you, get an understanding why what we're offering is the greatest deal ever, I believe, for an AI website builder. It'll ever be, because it's only early bird special only for you folks. Check this out. So it says custom domain name, which is only one domain name. They will say unlimited pages, unlimited everything. That's only one website, one domain, okay? And if you want, see five users is team account, so it's $25 per month. And then 5 websites and businesses is $95 a month. Okay, this is the AI website builder. I'd say our platform is better than this, but even assuming it's equal, let's say, right? So that means 5 websites and businesses means 5 workspaces. Does that make sense? Meaning you want to deal with one dentist, one chiropractor, one lawyer, one accountant, and your website, and you're done, right? And you got to update more and more with it. They will say stuff like this. See, this free domain name up to $30 value, but the problem is, right? You're stuck. Tomorrow you want to cancel this thing and move. You can't download your website. Tomorrow you want to basically get your domain name. It won't be easy to get that access to that, and the migration and all that will eat your head up. I've dealt with it, right? That's one of the reasons why we wanted to build an AI website builder like 2 years ago. We waited until all this time because all this stuff we want to have it included, right? So here's the link. You can get it. You can get ClickSites.ai. There's 2 options. You can save $11 and you get $167 one-time payment, all inclusive as an early bird special only for you folks who are loyal customers, right? Or, right, you can do the test drive access, which is 7-day free trial, slightly more expensive in the end, and we'll keep raising the price of this down the line as well to make it even more higher end, because this is like super cheap if you think about it, right? 7-day free trial. Okay, so meaning you can test try it for 7 days, as I mentioned. No hard feelings. You can cancel at any time, and it comes with a 30-day money back guarantee, anyways. Too, for no reason at all, you leave, and it's $89 after that 7 days, and then another $89 after 30 days. So meaning about 47 days from today, right? And that's $178 total, which is slightly more expensive. You can go at clicksites.ai/go. Now, understand this, right? And I'm trying to explain this to you folks because I want you to understand every single feature you would imagine is already in there, and the stuff that we have planned out is it's only going to get better and better with time, right? Now, that $167, just to compare and contrast, right? Because a lot of people they ask me this question, like, why is it so cheap? And some people are like, well, is it really cheap? Because I've seen something that is $29 a month, and I can use it. Well, the problem is, even if you got it for $29 a month, there's limitations and stuff, and I'll show you what's included for this. Even then, right? Even then, the problem is you can't download websites from them. Secondly, you're stuck. If you want to create multiple workspaces, you can't, right? And all that kind of mumbo jumbo stuff, no flexibility and stuff, right? If you just compare and contrast, like for example, this one right here, as I mentioned to you before, right? Just 5 websites and businesses, you see? And that means only 5 of them. And after that, we're kind of kind of stuck, right? Thereafter, pretty much nothing, no flexibility. You want to buy 5 more, pay $95 a month more, right? And this is the problem. And the reason why is because to build this infrastructure takes a lot of time. And also the other problem is they have to spend a lot of money in advertising to get customers and stuff. You folks, you didn't have to pay anything to get, we didn't have to pay anything to get you as a customer, which we appreciate. So all the savings will be passed on to you, right? Now, for some of you, when you see a price like this, you get like, well, what's the catch? There must be some catch. Well, let me be very transparent so that you can see what all you're getting for what you're getting. Okay, so if you go into, here's how you order, right? ClickSites.ai, and I'm gonna show you every single feature in the application, don't worry. So, okay, this is our live stream. Go to ClickSites.ai/go, ClickSites.ai/go, go to this page, there we go. You come in, right? You can read this later if you want. This one-time payment, no monthly fees, no yearly fees and stuff. I have some bonuses as well. I'll talk to sweeten the deal a little bit more for you folks. But either way, right? I mean, the application should be worth more than some bonuses or whatever, right? Click on here, and then you come down to this pricing table, like we like to call it. And by the way, this is the type of pricing table you can build with ClickSites internally, okay? So regardless, whether you buy the 7-day free trial, which is slightly more expensive at $11 in the end, or you get the full pay, you're gonna get 500 custom domains, right? 500 workspaces. So let me explain a little bit the difference between both, okay? Custom domains means that you can point a domain name to, our web hosting, right? In other words. And workspaces means that you could have, let's say, a dentist client. You can have all their websites and pages in that one workspace. But you want to add that dentist had two websites, you can then do two custom domains, for example, right? Or alternatively, you could have unlimited, right? You see this, create unlimited AI websites. What that means, in other words, is unlimited pages, about us, contact us, whatever. And you can even create unlimited, in this particular case, right? In unlimited subdomain based pages, right? That you want to do, you want to like to say different pages within the application and stuff. So the reason why we've given you 500 workspaces is because I know for a fact, once you understand how to use AI to build a website in like 60 seconds or so, you'd want to build websites for clients, manage websites for them, and charge them money because it's so straightforward, right? Right now, website creation, $500 to $800 for one page is what the actual pricing is on the internet. So that's the minimum, by the way. So you want to manage 500 clients. And of course, you can always buy more from us. We will allow you to do that at a discounted price, obviously. And you get 10 team collab accounts. So that means you can manage 10 employees, 10 friends, family, whatever. And it'll give you the ability to manage 50 white label accounts. What that means, in other words, is you can brand the application as your own and manage 50 user accounts underneath it, sell it, and generate a profit. And that also is included in that 7-day, free trial or free test drive access account, right? And on top of that, it comes with the AI chatbot, all the features basically, right, that I mentioned. Once you go inside, there's nothing extra to buy. There is no upsell, there is no cross sell, there is no additional stuff to buy. Meaning it's not gonna be like you go inside and like buy this domain name, I'm forcing you. No. It's all included, right? So you see all this, right? Webhooks, website hosting, autoresponder integrations, downloading ability, right? White label client management, free SSL for your domain. So meaning, imagine this, right? You create a URL, right? So let's say this is the URL, right? You want to point ClickSites.ai to our hosting, right? Every website of yours will have an SSL certificate for free. You don't have to pay any extra money for that SSL certificate. Does that make sense? So in other words, let's say you build 500 custom accounts for users. It's pretty straightforward, ready to grow, ready to rock, right? Meaning, in other words, they don't have to pay any extra for SSL certificates and stuff, right? And just so you know, folks, right? SSL certificates ain't cheap, okay? I'll go to, because I buy them all the time. We had to use a unique system to make this whole thing possible. But I'll show you here, actually. This is the platform we use to buy our SSL certificates, right? If you do 1 year, right now, positive SSL, right? This SSL thing costs about, let's say, US dollars. $5.99 and renews at $6.99. That's if you buy 5 years. If you do one a year, $11 a year just for one SSL certificate. You're doing 500 workspaces here. Forget about custom domains and other things, right? So that means every time you had to buy an SSL certificate before. Here you don't, it's all included, okay? Just as a reference point so you folks understand the value of an SSL certificate that is included, free SSL, right? And you can rebrand with your own logo and stuff. The application will show you that in just a second. And then you got commercial usage, meaning, you can sell the websites, to your heart's desire. You can build as many of them as you wish. And then you can click get instant access, folks, here. And basically here, as I mentioned here, you can just We have PayPal, we have Visa, we have Coinbase, crypto if you want to do Google Pay. If you're using an Apple device, you'll have Apple Pay option come in, and then that's it, right? You can get started for $167 or that 7-day free test drive access that you can do. The 7-day free test drive access also, it's the same thing. You'll get everything. It's just going to be slightly more, like 178, and it's only going to go up in price as well down the line, as you can see here, right? Now, what I wanted to kind of explain here, see, I'm seeing a lot of questions. We'll go through each of your questions in just a bit. But I also want to talk about a couple of our bonuses that I have that's worth it. And then we'll walk you through every step of the application, okay? Because we have the application open here. You see this? This is the ClickSites application. You see all that stuff is right here. We have white label here. We have, bonuses, AI settings and all that stuff, pages, all this stuff right here. You see? You have all this stuff right here. I'll walk you through the application in just a second as well. But let's talk about a few things here, okay? That I've done for you to kind of make it as easy as possible, okay? And you post your trend, you post you've gotten in, and what I'll do is I'll also include one additional bonus that I didn't even think about that I'll add in for you folks, okay? So, so let me actually show you here, okay, real quick. So some bonuses, simple, ClickSites 4-week success training. So basically, in other words, you can basically, me and Ali, we're going to be training you for 4 weeks. Even if it takes a little bit longer, we'll do that. Exactly how to set up and sell websites and do it for other, like you want to build an affiliate website to basically sell affiliate products, we'll show you how to do that. You want to sell, create a product page so you can sell, let's say, clothing, or you want to sell like some, e-commerce related product or stuff. We'll show you how to integrate with Stripe and PayPal and stuff, and add an add to cart button. We'll show you that, right? If you want to create websites to sell to local businesses, offline businesses and stuff, specifically show you how to do that, right? Specifically going in step by step on each of these elements. And here's the thing, on a technical front, if any questions are there, we have a roadmap as well. You'll get access to vote for features and stuff. Because this is a really, really ready to go full-fledged application, but there's always room for improvement, right? So we're going to help you with that as well. You're also going to get social media bio page creator. It's a unique application where one of the problems, right, when it comes to social media, is that every time you're trying to get traffic to a page, sending them to a website sometimes is not relevant. You want to send to a simple page like this, right? So this application will allow you to do a simple page like this, is one page thing, where you can send them to your website, then created with ClickSites, then you can send them to your opt-in form to build leads, again, generated with ClickSites and stuff. But it's a simple page that loads in 1 second, right? Or milliseconds even. Very powerful to generate with traffic. We'll show you how to use this application as well in our bonus training, right? And of course, this is the one I showed you, right? Unlimited traffic for your ClickSites. This is important. Normally, if you see different platforms out there, they'll say first 50,000 visitors are free. Then after that, you're on your own. Even if you got web hosting with HostGator or some of these platforms, they'll put you into these servers where they cannot handle a lot of traffic. We have a scaled system, so it can handle any amount of traffic. Yeah, so that's the special bonus. I just did it this morning because somebody was asking me this, Paul, you should, take care of me. What if I get a lot of traffic? I don't want to be stuck with you, right? Where, for example, I get the server to crash, or you tell me something. Well, here you don't have to worry about it. You can scale up, because sometimes even for some clients' websites you're managing, you need to handle that, right? So that's the other bonus. And also you're gonna get an application built by the team behind ClickSites, where it's an email marketing and lead generation, lead capture application. That's a full-fledged application. All you need to do to make it work is you can add your Amazon SCS or some SMTP service, which has like 30,000 emails per month or whatever, and handle email marketing, capture forms and all that kind of stuff. The idea with this one is that if you don't have an email autoresponder service, you can use this bonus application, which has been in the marketplace for over 5 years now. So it's pretty well supported in that sense. And of course, you're gonna get our niche dashboard application. This is built by myself and my team, actually. The beauty of this bonus basically is that it allows you to go into low-hanging fruit niche markets, okay? So let me actually show you real quick, actually, this thing, so that you can kind of see it. So it works like this. It'll show you, go to assets in this application. It'll show you, see this? A lot of people have like trouble finding markets like AC installation, accident attorney, acupuncture, air duct cleaning, you see, allergist. These are low-hanging fruit markets you can build websites for. So we'll give you the entire assets for them. This is basically what are the key pain points customers are facing, right? Just click on it, you download, you see this? We'll give you the script. We'll give you some voiceovers that you can use, but more importantly, the script. Like if you click on this, You see this allergist doctor, and it'll show the main pain points. You can use this with our AI content generation system in ClickSites, which we'll talk about in just a second. We'll show you, and build upon the whole website with this. Because one of the biggest problems is niche selection, right? Like where do I get clients? What markets? Even if we teach you, which we will, where do you go for low hanging fruit, right? Because everybody's like dentist, too saturated. Everybody's like, oh, go to a plastic surgeon, kind of saturated, right? Lawyers. Who is actually going to an allergist, right? Building websites for them. Who's actually going for an appliance repair company, right? Very few. Asbestos removal, right? These are industries that are brick and mortar every day, right? People are dealing with this stuff, right? For example, carpet flooring, right? Carpet installation. Not many people. Childcare, right? So these are the things that you'll give you low hanging fruit. These are proven to get great results with very low competition, meaning nobody is actually approaching these clients to actually get results with it, right? So that's the idea with this application, okay? You're gonna get access to this as well. Now, so what I'll do is me and Ali now, we're gonna walk you through some steps on how to build a website from scratch. And then I will check your questions and we'll be answering because there's so many questions, right? So Ali, you wanna share your screen and let's build a website from scratch together. And I'll pass on some points as well to you that we're seeing in the chat box. But folks, just again, I'll go back, okay? Like see here, okay? That's it, really, 167 bucks. Like imagine you have 500 workspaces, right? That's less than what, 20 cents or 15 cents per workspace. I'm not even like a website. Like that means you can handle unlimited amount of clients, no recurring subscriptions, no monthly fees, no yearly fees or per domain fees or whatever. You do as many as you desire, right? So what we will do now is walk you through like a step-by-step process of how to build a website from scratch. And I'll also show you the team collaboration feature where Ali and I will build it together as well, okay? And I see your questions, we'll be answering them as well live right now, okay? But if you want to skip all the hype hoopla and all that stuff, just go get it right now. Try out the 7-day test drive access account for free regardless because it's ready to go. The app, you log in now, you'll get access to everything we're showing you right now, okay? And the 167 bucks will save you 11 bucks, and we're going to be increasing this price substantially. And I want to mention one last point. The white label account access will be moved into a subscription plan, $29 a month, from about a few days from now, a week. So you as an early bird customer will get that included in for this, meaning there's nothing extra to buy, and it will always allow you to scale up, right? All right, so let me add your screen here, Ali. Okay, so one of the questions is, right, like something like this, right, Ali? Like, is the theme or a website? Does it replace the theme? How do you build a website? So can you show us like from the beginning, like, okay, let's say I want to create a restaurant website or I want to do like a cookie company, whatever it might be, right? Fish and chips down in the UK, right? Like, what? How
Yeah.
do I go from scratch and do it in 60 seconds?
Okay, so welcome everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying this so far. So the link, Paul, can you just put the link up again? Just repeat the link, just to let the people know,
Oh
because
yeah, yeah. Let me
the
put the
comments
link up.
are going
Okay, yeah.
crazy, and everybody, well, people have purchased without even seeing, which is fantastic. So I'm excited to go into this as well, and show you
And
how
I'm
quickly
checking
you
all
can
your
do this.
comments too, folks. Okay, so don't worry. Keep
Yeah,
posting your questions. No question will be left unanswered. But we want to show you so you get
sure.
some idea, and it'll probably answer all your questions too when we go through the application right now.
Okay, so before we go in there, first of all, you're going to see a nice interface, nice and clean. When you do have sites, as you would expect, you're going to have all of the data that's necessary to see, your pages, how they're optimized, where the traffic's coming from, and you can really see how, your website's going to be on a global scale. But however, let's get straight to let's cut straight to the chase and show you how quickly I can build this out. If you want, you can time this, not a problem. But let's create site with AI. Straight away it's going to ask me to choose a particular workspace. So depending on the projects and things like that, you can actually dictate where you want it to be. One of the questions I saw, can you actually create pages from scratch if you want to create maybe a landing page, booking pages, anything like that? Yes, you can, opposed to using the AI. So you've got a choice of to create from scratch, or you can create using the AI. So the AI is going to be the best option, because if you're like me, I don't want to do any coding. I've seen a lot of people in the comments saying this is really going to help me because I'm currently working on a project and I'm getting stuck. So let's go straight away. I've created this workspace. I've selected the workspace. I want this particular website to be inside. Straight away, I've got this AI chatbot now that's going to follow. It's going to guide me through just a couple of series of prompts and make this so easy for me to do. So straight away, it's going to ask me select your business type. Now, imagine you don't have a clue what business you want to do for whatever reason. Let's just say it's got a nice complete drop down, a variety of different business types you can choose from, whether it's acupuncture, accounting, audio editing, audio production, bakery, barbershop, beauty. And as I go through this list, I just want you to imagine these are probably businesses you never even thought of. So whether you're creating this for yourself or maybe you want to look for a particular client, you probably have that idea. Hey, I didn't even realize that there are these types of businesses out there. Maybe I can reach out to. Okay, so barbershop, beauty, bike mechanic, bookkeeping, business consulting, cafe, and the list is exhaustive. So really make sure we went and done that research for you and actually put those kind of presets in there for you. So if you don't want to select from the drop down, you do not have to. You can actually manually type in any kind of business type you want to do and just put something custom in there. Now, for the purposes of this, let's go for something. I think something popped up. Was it estate agents or something? Somebody said that they wanted to. They were in the estate agency market. So let's just type in property, right? And there we go. We've got property management. Now the next thing it will do, now I've given that information, the AI, you can see how quickly it responds to me. It's not going to take about an hour and come back, right? It's very, very quick. Okay, business name, let's just put in something simple. Let's go for property management LLC. So whatever business name you have, or maybe your clients or whoever it may be. And straight away, as I enter that, it will ask me next, what do I want this particular topic to be about when it comes to this website that it's going to generate? Now I can let's just say property management services. So I want you to kind of see how very responsive and rapid it is in terms of how quickly I can get through this. So obviously I'm going to try to go and explain the process, but if you were just doing this, you could do this really, really quickly. Now, next, one of the key things, because it's got a multilingual engine built in, you're no longer restricted to native English speaking countries. Now you can create these sites and you can actually, target people from all around the world. So in order to do that, I can now go to the language sections and you're going to see a variety of different languages, whether it's English, Spanish, Mandarin, Hindi, Arabic, French, Russian, Portuguese, German, Japanese, and the list goes on. Now, the key thing here, either you can now reach a new demographic of people from all around the world, or imagine getting now clients from different parts of the world and being able to create those websites for those clients. You're no longer restricted. So I want to see in the chat box that you really understand, hey, look, now things get more interesting. Okay, so if you want to create an additional revenue stream, build more websites for clients and build your business, you can now do that, especially when we talked about those 3 sub accounts. So if you have a company, your contractor, freelancer, you can have your team now target different parts of the world. Okay. Next, what do? Let's just keep it as simple as English. Now that's it. Now what ClickSites AI, the chatbot, will do is now going to create that outline, and straight away you can see it's creating this very nice outline. So what this outline means, essentially, it's going to incorporate all the sections in the header. Okay, so as you would expect with a website, you've got a header, about us page, and it's got a variety of different subjects, comprehensive property management services tailored to your needs, maximize your investment, hassle-free property management solutions, services, gallery, testimonials, call to action. Now, just imagine all of this stuff generally we don't even think of when it comes to building a website. Well, we shouldn't, because we want it to be a nice, easy process, but the chatbot has done it for us. However, in a case that you may be someone that, I want to add something else into the outline, maybe my client wants something more specific, I have the ability to go into this outline. I can actually delete, or I can add, say for example, let's say contact us. Maybe I want, a booking page, a meeting page, get in touch, whatever I want, I can actually put that into the outline, and that's it. So next I would go to next. And now this outline is going to be put into ClickSites AI, and it will take probably not too long, probably, let's say 30 seconds, maybe less than a minute. Enough time for you to probably get out your phone and just check and engage on a Facebook post. But before you know it, you'll come back. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on behind the scenes right now that you're seeing. And at this point, when you are coming through this, make sure you don't obviously close or refresh the page, but you'll see how quickly it will be. But in the meantime, let me just quickly see some of the comments that are coming through. Somebody says, will this work with selling digital products with downloads and call to action buttons? Yes, you can actually. There's an element where you'll have specific pro design blocks when it comes to the e-commerce section. Okay, and alongside that, you can incorporate those same blocks and have those links to your digital products, and then you can have your own, checkout or deliverable download link, whatever it may be. So you're not just restricted Okay, just to
Yeah, so
websites.
so to answer this question too, guys, is where's the site hosted? As I mentioned earlier, we host it for you. So we manage the web hosting just like Wix.com would do, or let's say whatever platform you're familiar with. Or we also give you the ability to export the entire website, right? So it'll be the images, all the fonts, the text, all that elements, and you can host it yourself as well if you desire. Again, as I mentioned, you have two choices. The biggest element of exporting, the advantage is that you can go build on top of it yourself. Let's say tomorrow you want to do it in another ecosystem, or your client wants to host in their own secure platform because they don't want to move away from what they use, like Zoho. And for example, some of these platforms out there, they lock them in with web hosting and stuff. This gives you that choice as well. Okay. And yeah, there you go, 100% done. Go ahead, Ali. Yeah.
Okay, so another key thing is that generally when you're creating a website, those that know that I can see some of the messages, this stuff can sometimes take days, if not weeks, to build a website. Right? I need you to. I'm sure you understand that point. Now, this has taken probably less than a couple of minutes. Okay. So the next process now, let's go ahead and select a theme. So there's pre-designed styles of different themes that you can choose from. So you don't need to worry about, having that creative ability or how do I create, where do I start from, anything like that. So there's a beautiful number of different themes you can choose from for your websites. Okay. Now, straight away, let's have a look because it's property management. Let's have something nice and. Do we want something vibrant? Let's go for this one right here. Okay, this theme. So all you would simply do is select continue. And right now, I want everybody to hold on to their chair because I'm going to show you how it's going to be built in front of your very eyes without me lifting a single finger. Okay, straight away, let's go ahead and select continue. And just like that, that's it. I don't need to lift a finger. I want you to understand one key thing. I don't need a copywriter. I have an expert, AI copywriter doing the content for me. Number two, you have to remember we have a AI content image generator. So these images, I don't need to sift and scour the internet and find particular images that are congruent to my website and then pay those extortionate licensing fees for those images. Everything is royalty free when it comes to the images. And bearing in mind, these images will be specifically created to match the topic of your website. Now, if that doesn't blow your socks off, I don't know what will. Okay, it's a huge time saver and it will save money and time. And remember, especially not only your own websites, if you're creating this for client websites, saving you a lot of money. Look how quickly it will do the creation for you. Something someone mentioned, what about plagiarism? No, this will be unique content because you have the AI content generator creating it. So it'll be unique specifically to your content. And plus, bearing in mind, when I show you the inside, you do also have an artificial intelligent rewrite. So the content, you don't need to just have it. If you're unhappy with it, you can always get it to rewrite it for you. And just imagine it's just unlimited variations of that content. So straight away, you can see a nice website that's built, and you'll see the animations have been also added onto the website. And that's it. The website is done. Now, next, if I want to go and I want to customize, can I do that? Of course you can. So all I would simply do is select edit. And now it's going to open the fully functional editor, okay? Drag and drop editor for me to go in and change things around and add anything that I want. So is everybody with me so far? Did you enjoy that very quick demonstration of it being built before I just let me know in the chat box so you're not falling asleep right now, because that's the last thing I want you to do. So unbelievable. Time is the most precious commodity. Imagine dealing with a new client and doing it really that quick. Okay, so fantastic. Let's see some of the comments. Fantastic. Okay, so great. Now,
Yeah, so
I'm pretty.
one key point I wanted to mention here that was quite common. One question was, is there any additional upsells or additional things to buy? No. So once you get in, everything you see on the page is included. You don't have to buy anything extra. You'll immediately get access to the application. There's no additional OTOs, one-time offers, upsells, or any of that stuff. It's all inclusive, okay? Nothing additional to buy. The second part was, so folks to understand, this is what we call a website, right? So now, if you want to link a domain name with this and all the other pages, so Ali's going to show you how to build additional pages and stuff as well, just a second, that could be under one website. Now, when we say workspace, right, we have 500 websites you can build, 500 workspaces you can build. In no workspace, you could have any amount of pages, websites, whatever. But if you want one domain name, that's how we connect it, right? Because a dentist might have one domain name, but they might have a subdomain. They might have pages and all that kind of stuff, whoever the client is, right? Let's say even if you're selling a physical product, a digital product or whatever, you might need to have multiple products, right? You have a landing page for one product, another landing page, another one and stuff. So you can build any amount of pages as well, right? When it comes to workspace, that means one e-commerce website that you want to build with a landing page where you're selling digital product. Let's say your ebooks or your software or whatever. You want to have like a link to Stripe, or we'll show you how to add buttons and call to actions and stuff. But that those can all be under a workspace, right? But you want to host all of them into one domain you want to link to. That is where we say custom domains, right? So a workspace, think of a workspace like a business, right? Like a business. In that you can have multiple pages, sites, all that kind of stuff. And then custom domains, you can treat as one domain name. And under that, you can have subdomains, whatever, right? You get the point. Pages and folders, and you get the point. Yeah, Ali, go ahead.
And just to add something very, very important, Paul, just to confirm that the price is a one-off, okay? And what that means is it's not going to be. This is just during the launch week, because you've got to remember, when it comes to unlimited traffic and the visitors and the clicks that you're getting, generally other business will charge you a fee depending how much traffic, because the load comes to us. It causes us expenses. However, right now for this launch period, that's all inclusive. You're not going to be paying for additional traffic. Once you get in, then you've got to buy X, Y, and Z even more, and then that cost mounts up. Is that correct, Paul?
Yes, that's correct. So just to understand for folks who, like, if I open up the screen here, this is the one-time payment option. When you're going ClickSites AI/go, that's 167 is a one-time payment option. No need for you to pay any monthly fees, yearly fees, per website fees, or all that other mumbo jumbo stuff. Right now, same thing. Even on the case of that 7-day free trial or our free test drive access account, we say you want to drive a car, you want to test drive it, right? You want to do that. You can do it slightly more expensive in the end by $11. But if you want to do that, same thing. All of that stuff which you mentioned is included, where you do two payments, meaning 7 days later there's one $89 payment, and then 30 days later, meaning 37 days later from now, is going to be another payment of $89 for a total of 178. After that, there's no more payments at all. Okay, and here's the thing. How can we sustain it? That's the number one question you should be asking anybody, not just us, anybody. So just so you know, right, website hosting, right, just as a general term, right, it's very, very actually cost effective, because technologies that moved in and stuff from Amazon, Google, and some other platforms as well that are out there. Because what's happening now is everything is moving into AI with these NVIDIA servers and all this other stuff right now, that website hosting actually has become cheaper. And we are passing all these savings on to you, actually. Why this is the case? Think of it this way, right? When you open up a YouTube video, right, let's say a 15-20 minute video, that video could be something like 500 megabytes of data. So like half a gigabyte, let's say, right? A website, we shrunk it down to make the speed load super quickly. It might be like 1/1000th of that. So imagine, you folks who have been using our video creation applications, we've been masters of it for the last 10 years. A video and a website, you compare the hosting of both. A video is like 1,000 times more cost intensive, right, than a website page, if you think about it, right? And it's just a fact, right? So we have special deals with all these providers and hosting companies and infrastructure providers, would say data centers, where we can pass on the savings that we got from our video hosting services and video creation services, and we're passing on that infrastructure savings to you effectively. Because at the end of the day, the data center doesn't care, oh, you're hosting a website, a video, or what, right? Or image or whatever, it doesn't matter. The point they care is like, okay, this is the infrastructure cluster we're giving you. You do what you have to do with it, right? So that's how we can price it this much, because at the end of the day, we have so many other cool technologies we are using behind the scenes. And website is actually the lowest of all. Like imagine it lower than audio, lower than video in terms of hosting a data. And we've used some new compression technologies. We'll talk about it in just a second, where even that we've shrunk it down to load fast, because for website, speed is very important for loading, right? Yeah, so that's the reason why we can pass on the savings. Other people later on will end up buying, well, they will not get this kind of pricing for sure, because we have to spend money on advertising and all that and compare and contrast. And the other thing as well is, here, all the updates are included. So when we say ClickSites 2.0, we've done that, right? With Artistly, HumanPal, with our recent, for example, Video Express will have version 2.0 coming up soon. Talking Photos, which are recent applications, coming up with 2.0 soon as well. So the version 2.0 will also be free. Okay, that's very important you understand. So when we make updates, the reason why is that we have a community of you folks, right? We're not spending any money on advertising. So at the end of the day, this will help us pay for the development costs. And later on, when we sell it to other customers, we'll price it a lot higher. We'll put upsells, we'll put add-ons and stuff, and we'll make our money through that, and we'll know we'll do that. And you're helping us with the development costs here effectively, right? That's the goal here. Not trying to make a big profit out of you here, not the big goal here. Okay, so yeah, all right, Ali, go ahead. Yeah,
Great.
sure.
Okay, so coming back to this, with in terms of this interface, straight away, as you would expect, if you want to see and review your website on different devices, you've got the desktop, laptop, iPad in different horizontal, vertical, and even iPhone. Just simply select, and it'll rearrange it just to show you how it's going to appear on different devices. So remember, it's mobile responsive. Okay, mobile responsive. Alongside that, if you ever wanted to, instead of, you do have the option, if you wanted to preview your website on an additional tab, you can do so, or you have a live preview that will show you as you're building, if you want, as you're going along, just to see how your website looks without you actually leaving the page. You can make
Yeah,
those
and
dynamic
just wanted
changes.
to add something here, Ali. So
Mhm.
all the content that was created so far, folks, was AI generated, so they're copyright free. So we are
Mm.
not copying some other element, or even, when you're creating a website, no one website will be the same. You understand what I'm saying? So every website that generated will have its own unique content and unique elements, because the AI is generating all this stuff, right? And if any point you see any similarity, you can change those elements with our AI image
Mm.
designer and stuff, which will create even more unique. So that's one cool thing with this. So by natively, right, AI hallucinates, right? What that means is every time you generate a text, every time you generate an image, it generates a unique image, right? Same thing applies here. You create a website in asbestos removal or DJ services or acupuncture specialist, another customer does it at the same time, no two websites will be alike, because AI is generating unique content that is copyright free for every single website that's generated. Yeah, so it's very important you understand that. That's the advantage of AI in this particular case. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Someone did mention, is there a chance of a plagiarism? And Paul just answered that. So no, it's not the case that you imagine you create one website for one client, and then is it going to build the same kind of content from another? No, you won't have that issue whatsoever. So coming back to the interface here, some of the key things. I mean, there's so much to look at, but we'll focus on some of the core stuff. So imagine here's your website, and maybe you want to add a header. So straight away, it's got a call to action here: get in touch. If I wanted to add a brand new header section, you can see there's a tab here called section. And now you can see here some basic tabs: header, slider, article, photos. If I select all categories, you can see it's going to expand that, and it's going to show me more elements. So if I want to add a video in there, something custom, a landing, something to do, with a landing page, article, photos. For those that were talking about e-commerce, another great question that I noticed: hey, what about if you got digital products? Can you add that? So these are pre-designed blocks or sections that you can add. We also have blocks which are coming, but if I select shop, let's have a look how some of them look. So can you see that? So there's no headache of going in there and trying to do arrangements and designs and styles. We can just select different styles, whether it's a header, different styles of headers. And remember, everything that you're seeing there, you can customize. Whether you customize yourself, add your own images. We have the AI image generator. It'll create the image from scratch, and even the text. Or you can use as is. We've got different sliders, for articles, photos. I mean, the list is endless. But coming back, let's just have a quick look at the shop. So, say for example, for a section, if I wanted to add a component, especially those that say maybe affiliate products, maybe e-commerce style products, all you just simply do is come in here and select click. It's one click insert, and that's it. Can you see that, everybody? It was basically that simple. Now, all I would then do if I wanted to come in, I would look at the image, and I've got a choice. Here you can see there's the image as the asset. I've got a choice. I can use the editing tool here to the right column, or I can simply come here and you can see I can change the image. I can add a link to the image, or I can select it, or I can edit it, right? So selecting from your own hard drive is fine. Or if you want to go to edit and you want to change the dimensions of it to make sure it fits the theme and the style of your website, you can. But I think one of the key juicy parts of this is obviously the AI content generator. Okay, so let's just come back here. So you've got an option. You can actually upload your own content direct from your hard drive. But I guess the juicy part, or the main important part, is you can actually search media. So royalty-free images you can search. Let's just type in house. Let's just go for house. Let's go for a search, what it comes up with. And then we've got some houses there. And I will simply select the news. That's it. Okay, so for this example, let's go ahead. Let's just select that. And straight away, can you see? That's it. So it's if you have your own products, you can actually upload that. But let's just say, for the sake of just doing it for demonstration purposes, let's go and do it like that. Now, the other part is when it comes to the AI image generator, it's twofold. So what that means is you've got the simple way of using the basic generator, where you enter your prompt. The more specific you are, the better response of the tailor-made image that you're going to get the graphic. That's part one. Number two, you can actually change the dimensions of the graphic with this: a square, horizontal, vertical, and wide. So you're not restricted in that sense. Let's just say, let's just type in house, okay? And let's go create. This is part one of the content image generator. So straight away, we have a house there. And the reason you'll probably see the dimension there, because I've created like a horizontal image. If I went back, let's just type in vertical. This will give me a slightly larger graphic there. And if I want to kind of crop it, I can do later. And there you got a nice graphic created. Remember, it's an AI image.
Yeah, and,
That's
and
been
and
created
just a
for me.
quick point, folks. Okay, this is record-breaking speed of image generation. Okay, I work with our machine learning engineers personally on this, where image training, create a website, you don't have time to wait for 15, 20 seconds to generate an image, right? This one will be done in about a couple of seconds or so, while maintaining the quality, while maintaining the vertical and the horizontal image generation. Because for a website, that elements are important, right? Because if the image that you're trying to replace is a vertical or like a different dimension image, you see that right there, white, put like there, and basically it allows you to create in different dimensions in just 3 seconds. Okay, and this was very critical because you need quick, right? For demonstrating to clients too, you're doing a demo of this thing, you want to show, hey, look at how quickly I'm doing these high quality images for you, right? They'll not wait for 15 seconds to see it, right? This took us a long time to figure out because we had to develop this internally and build it. It took a long time. Okay, all right, so yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Ali.
So I'm just kind of showing you, look, I'm just using a doctor, there's a dentist, a mansion house. So you can be more specific as you want. So I just kind of see, different, whatever industry that you're in, that it will cater for your needs for that. Now, secondly, what we can also do, if we want to go a little bit more advanced, let's see. If you select basic, so you can see that image is being nice made. So if we go to the advanced section, so I don't know if you've seen, there's actually a tab here. Now, this is where things can get even more interesting. If you want to be more specific, we've got different styles: photo, cartoon, 3D, vector, vintage, digital art, sketch, mock-up. And the list goes on. You've got different colors: pastel, split, electric, black and white, sepia, pastel pink. So you get the gist of it. And you've got the different style of framings. You want it close-up, cinematic, high angle, panoramic, first person. And then we've got the different styles of light in studio, dramatic, golden hour, hard light, indoor. So you can see that you can really tailor make and be precise on this particular type of image you want the AI to.
All right. So Ali, I couldn't hear you. You're muted. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're having some tech there. But
Oh no,
anyway,
there we
folks.
go.
Yeah, you're muted now. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. So one question came in, right? Can we use the same prompt as Midjourney? Yes, Bernard. Yeah. So the idea is that this technology is, I would say, on par with Midjourney, right? So the prompt styling is the same. What's cool here, though, is you don't have to say dentist, comma, 50 megapixel camera, comma, bokeh background, comma. You can just say instructed. Like, I want a dentist who's wearing a blue shirt and is basically, let's say, for example, having a teeth or whatever. What do you call those, dentures in their hands, right? And they will hold that in their hand, and the hands are perfect. That's the key thing. The fingers, right? One of the biggest problems with AI images was fingers, right? This one is almost 99.99% perfect fingers, right? Do these websites support videos? 100% will show you. You can embed YouTube videos, you embed Vimeo, embed any kind of video, no problems. But yeah, so this right here, what Ali is showing you now, is my favorite feature. One of the favorite features among others is you can add to cart buttons and link it to any payment pages or whatever you desire, right? You can use Stripe, PayPal, any kind of payment, Razor Pay, and all these other platforms as well. And the other thing is, you see how he's changing the images there? You can do that and it'll automatically resize for that particular block or that area. And Ali, I think this is the perfect time to show them the pricing tables, how you can change the designs, right? With the layouts by the AI assist, right? Remember? So I think this is the perfect time to show them that. Let's say I want to change this pricing table. I want to structure it slightly differently. How do I do that with AI? Oh, I think you're muted again. So yeah.
Okay, so we've got the AI. We've got something called the AI assistant. So once I select this tab here to the column on the left, you'll see the AI assistant will pop up. So this is this makes things even easier, especially if you literally don't want to type anything. The reason I say that, you can actually dictate your command. So you can ask a general prompt. You can ask a particular question. So you can actually, say for example, if you had a particular question, you can use the AI. Hey, create 5 different. Give me information about the solar system, or give me information about property. What are the 3 main things, etc., etc. And you can even get that information or create an article and then create tweets building on that. However, say for example, for this particular example, let's just say general. Let's say, can you update to make it property related? Remember, you have to be generally you have to be specific on what you want. However, if you get slightly confused and you're like, what commands can I put in? There's something called command example. So this will give you that inspiration if you need it. So you've got different commands. General. Okay, you can ask questions or request information. You can edit selected box if you really want to be specific on the box that you're doing. Selections and layout if you want to change the headline, move things around, columns. You can add a background image, add in sliders, videos, the different typography, the content, the element. All you're doing is simply select and it'll input it into this section here. So let's just go ahead and let's just go here. And what we're hoping is that it's going to make it more property related, essentially. So you have to bear with us because obviously we've got about 100 different windows opened as well.
Yeah, while this is doing that real quick, I just want to mention, folks, for you, what it's doing behind the scenes is that AI suggestions that he gave you already have like, I think 50 or 70 different suggestions, like move the bullet points. It'll have instructions that it's giving the AI basically, right? So in some cases, let's say you created a layout, you see those layout suggestions there, it will do all those layout suggestions basically on those ways that you structured it, right? And so that means you don't have to be a typing specialist. You know what I mean? You don't have to know how to type it. You just go to the suggestions. It already said put 3 bullet points and two images, right? Put 10 different, for example, elements, and then that'll have bullet points and 5 images. You see those, right? It will rearrange them based upon the instructions that we have there. You see this? Pretty powerful. You see that one? That's game changer, because that means you don't have to be like some specialist to kind of do, and you can edit those instructions off the bat, right? Pretty powerful, as you can imagine. So that basically, remember where that comes in. I want to show you here. That basically comes in into the if you go in, I remember I showed you, right? So the ready-made layout can also be transferred. So if you see my screen right now, there, those ready-made layouts, right? Like testimonials, pricing tables and stuff, you can structure it and you can change those accordingly. Does that make sense? So that is the basic idea there, if you think about it, right? And that's the basic idea of how that whole structure of the layouts can be changed, updated, and play around with it effectively, right? So actually, let me go back, Ali, to your screen there.
Bear in mind, obviously, we're on a stream as well, so I've got 100 windows open. But say, for example, what I've gone to the command prompt and I've said, create a section containing a feature list. And what I would do is create this for me. So what I'll do now, if I go to this complete section, and let's just say update to make it property related. So there will be a lag. But typically, when you're using this yourself on your own screen without, streaming and things like that, it will be very, very rapid. So with the command prompts, you can actually have those sections added, and then what you would ideally do, you can come back into the assistant. What you'll do, you come back to the assistant and you can just say, hey, look, just update to make it properly related. So now you can see like prime relocation, modern amenities, outdoor space. So it's done it for me. So I haven't had to manually go add things. And with that, say, for example, if I go to, let's just go to this. If I go to this particular one, let's clear that. Let's say, let's look at the layout, or maybe I want to change text formatting. So let's make it increase the font size. Can you see that? It's just doing it for me as much as I want. And I can type back and say change the style of the font, add a background image, and so on and so forth. So let's go back now. Let's go to another prompt. Let's get something maybe with image.
Yeah, while this is loading for a sec, I want to show you also my side, guys. Okay, one sec. I'll mute you for a sec, Ali. For some reason,
Sure.
one of us has to be muted or it's echoing. Anyways, so this is my site I just got built, right, folks? So while he's showing his thing, one of the questions that came in was, can I do gradient changes or color changes? So if you go in here, like let's say this was the fish and chips thing we built with AI, you see how it says here gradient color changes? So you can change the gradients, you see? Of every element. So in this particular case, this is just the text here. If you want to do it in the whole element, you select that, and then you can change the gradients for that element, right? So let's say, for example, you want to change those elements, you can do. And similarly, like at any point, let's say you don't like anything, right? You can select the whole thing and have AI rewrite it like so. Clicking that little icon, that pen icon on there. Similarly, you see the background color option, you can change that. You see there's the black background color option, you can change that now. So let's say you want to make it white, it'll make that white now. You want to change the gradient to something else. You see, it changed the color tone here to that blue thing. Similarly, every element can be customizable like that. So you can do like a whole color theme, if you will, for different sections. Okay. And for the advanced users, and this is for people who want to do some stuff, advanced stuff, these icons are a little small, I get it, but you see this little selection called HTML. At any point, you can check and you can make changes to HTML. Like here, I don't like this chips thing, I can change it if you're good with HTML coding. Probably the most powerful feature out there, because I've seen other page builders and stuff, they obfuscate the code so much that you can't change it because there's so many, what we like to call, if you will, integrations that they have with all kinds of crap that when you try to edit the code, it's jumbled up mess, right? Here, like you want to copy paste it, do whatever you want in any element, you can do that in the code level itself, which is really powerful for like advanced users who are good with coding stuff, if that's what you desire. It's not required, but because what happens, right, guys and gals? So if you're trying to edit this in another platform in the future, or you want to make some changes where you don't have to even use our own system in the future, you have that flexibility because it's all clean. You see how clean it is? I can see every element or every image and stuff like that. Okay. That's the other really, really powerful thing. And again, same thing with like all these other elements. Like if I move away from these elements, you can customize them, you can do whatever. Let me just cancel this. Same thing with like typography, right? You can do either apply the font for the whole page or just a section. Meaning a section is just this little fish and chip section I have, or I want to apply the font to the whole page, right? And you have these selection points here, right? I'll try to zoom in if you guys can see it, hopefully. A little bit bigger. Yeah, I see this typography. And then you have all these selection points. You see this? These typography stuff that you can see across the board like this. So if you do this, it'll change it for the entire page, right? That was the question, right? Can I change the font for the entire page? Can I change the gradient for the entire page? Can I change the background color for the entire page or just the section? Well, you can do that. And of course, that gives you more flexibility to change the branding to on point stuff that you want to do, right? Same thing as well, like with these editors, timeline editors and stuff. We'll talk about all these features, but you get the point, right? You got the customization with the HTML stuff that you can do if you want. And also you have the customization for every element. So like I want to change this image, I just click on this little icon there, and then you go to AI images and I can generate it, right? Or you can do stock images if I want to, but AI images too, right? And then I can generate one and I can replace it, right? So let's say this is the fish I wanted to for fish and chips, kind of funny, but I don't like this fish. I'll just undo this, right? You can go in, undo it in the code level, or you can even just undo it otherwise as well. You have two choices. You see this, right? And you can play around with it as you desire, right? Now, the same thing is with text as well, right? So let's say this one right here, find your perfect fish and chips. I want to add in this webinar, right? Or whatever. You can add that, right? In this site, whatever. You get my point, right? You can make all these changes as you feel fit. Very, very easy. Like just type in whatever you like, edit it as you desire, and you're good to go. Pretty cool, right? So yeah, you can play around with these different elements. And the other thing, like Ali was mentioning, I don't know if you guys could see it, but you go to settings, right, folks? You can actually, I mean, it's zoomed in a little bit too much, but let's just zoom out here a little bit. This settings tab, when there are some animations, we'll show you in just a second how to do those. But you see this enable animation, this live preview button here. Oh, well, actually, you guys couldn't see that, I think, because my way I'm structured here in this live stream. But one sec, yeah, you see this live preview. It will show the live preview of the page, including animations, parallax effects, like animations and stuff, right on the fly here, right? And you can toggle it as well, mobile friendly. This is a mobile friendly page, you know how it will appear and stuff like that. Okay. That's the other thing with the live preview. Probably one of the coolest features because you don't have to go save this, publish it, go back to the preview. You can just see a live preview right here in the toggle option, right? So yeah, so Ali, I'm gonna give you the page. What you can show is like some of the other stuff, like the all the layout templates we have, and all this other stuff as well. Because there's so much stuff, guys. We can keep going all day long. So we'll answer some questions as well in the meantime.
Another quick point about the HTML. So those, because I know there's a lot of questions on it. So say, for example, if I went to a particular section, you can see you'll have an option whether it's, especially if you're selling products as well or whatever, building your list, you'll have an option. You'll see a little plus here. You can add here, or you can do a new section, and it'll give you the option here where you can add your own piece of HTML, JS, and CSS. So, right, and that's the code block. You would then come to the settings. Instead of going into the main HTML editor, you can put a specific block there. So you can, if you want to go get a HTML code, a booking page, your meeting page, maybe autoresponder code, tracking code, whatever it may be, you can actually do those specific blocks. Okay. So just remember, if you ever come to this section, see a little plus, you can see you can add different styles of H1 headings, H2, H3, because I know that popped up as well, buttons, maps, video, icons. So you've got a whole, as you would expect. And here we got another type of block there. Okay. And then I guess, like Paul mentioned, if you did ever want to come and edit it, you can just come to the HTML, just do a search, Control F if you want, and then specifically where you're going with that particular block's going to be that you want to edit, especially if you've got pixels tracking, Facebook, Instagram, and you want to do ads and things like that. Really, really important. So I thought I'll just mention that because I saw that did pop up. So when it comes to, if you've got product inventory, maybe you want to put those images there or those blocks, payment buttons, you can do that specifically below the image when it comes to e-commerce. So just come back to this example. You can see I added this with the AI assistant here. I added that. And then I just go in and I say, can you make this properly related? And you can see it'll just churn it like so. Another really important point that popped up when it comes to sections, let's go to the header. Can you see you can actually go through? Let's go to basic. Can you see the navigation bar? Select navigation. Straight away, you've got a nice transparent navigation bar. You come into module settings. You can add your own logo, the business name, change the container, change the background color. Let's just make this purple. Come back. You can change the style of it. Do you want it to have dark text? Fixed? Is it transparent? Is it static? Is it going to be moving? So on and so forth. So let's just go and check this one. Okay, you can see how nice that looks. Now, it's got your name, portfolio, and about. Can you change them? Yes, you can. Just simply come to the module settings. You come to the menu builder, and everything you see here is actually drag and drop. You can actually rearrange. You can delete. You can actually add more. So not only if you don't want text, you can have icons there, but I'd simply select this little plus button here. You can put a text there. It can be a clickable link, or you can actually code it. It will be in tutorial as well, where once somebody clicks that particular icon, whether it goes to a new page, you can do, or if you want it to scroll down internally to a section on the page specific to the element, you can actually code it to do that. And it's a simple add to do. Okay. Or you can have an icon there instead of the text. Let's come here. So let's just actually let me show you an example. So come back here, menu builder. Let's just say let's say booking link. Okay, let's just say booking link. So maybe you got clients, prospects. You have a booking link that you want to go to an external page or contact us. and let's just say add. Okay, for the purposes of this, I take this link, I could just rearrange this, put it straight at the top just before portfolio, and you've got social media links as well that you can add. Once I've done that, can you see that it's got a booking link? Now if I don't want to have it written as a booking link, simply come back, let's go to select icon, and let's find something that might be a little bit relevant. You could scroll down, find a telephone. Let's just put this. Oh, there's a telephone there. If I'm not mistaken, clear that. Come back to select icon. Put the telephone there and update. Okay, and there you have the little telephone. So maybe you got WhatsApp or some kind of other external third party link you want to send them. You can do that, especially social media. So you also have the ability to actually have a drop down as well. So just the way this menu was like this, like so, you can actually build it like so. If you want to expand a menu, and then you could go back to the menu or the start and create something from scratch. So another key thing, can you create individual pages? Yes, you can. So if you wanted to create individual pages for your website, you can do so, and that will be obviously unlimited. So scrolling down, let's have a look. Other sections, just to kind of show you the gist of it. Header, sliders, photos, all categories, video. Maybe you want to have a video style background. Can you do that? Let's have a look. So you can see that's a nice animated video. So you'd simply come in here if you wanted to. You can see settings. You've got the little cog or the editor. You can actually change the video if you want to have your own one. You can customize it with the opacity, whatever you want. Would you want it to show controls? Don't show controls, autoplay, so on and so forth. And another key thing is, I think, is really great. If you come to the section settings, if you see there's an image, you can actually change. Let's just come back. If I come back to the settings for this particular image, you can actually change the animations of the image itself. And if I come here to this particular image, these are really cool quick effects. Now, what I would suggest, and this is in the tutorial, if you go to the live preview, because you can see it happening as it happens, because some of them are very subtle, but they work very well. So the Ken Burn effect, it actually slowly is zooming into the image, and you'll probably see that as you're focused there. Okay, or you got parallax scale and parallax and scale. Okay, especially when it's moving. You've got zoom on hover. Okay.
Yeah, and,
So
and just
these
a
are
quick point here, folks. The one quick point. So there was a question basically is how do I build multiple pages? Because you're saying unlimited pages, Paul, right? And you remember he said about us page and stuff. You can go to home. I'll do that. I'll show that right now, folks. Okay. You can build any amount of pages and you can link it. So yeah, like what Ali's showing right now as well. You go to that pages tab. So in my case, like this is my page right here. You see this is the pages tab. So you can just go in and any page, like you see this e-commerce, mobile, accounting, construction, you can create about us page. You can create like a contact us page, and then you just link these pages. Because what's happening is in the workspace, right? A workspace, think of it like its own organization, right? Every page is linked to that. So you see how here I have secret dot, right? So under that secret, it becomes a folder. So when you actually change it into your custom domain, right? Then what happens in that custom domain scenario is that it'll be, let's say, yourdomain.com/about us, right? Yourdomain.com/contact. Okay. So this was the question Jason was asking, and it's a fair question. He's an advanced user. I respect that. Hey, I get some things important. I tell folks that it doesn't do multiple site pages. It does. This is how you do it, right? So every page, because we're doing AI to build all the pages, right? And you can link those pages together, okay? And that's the best way to do it too, because what happens, let's say, right? You want to analyze each page, right? You don't want to do website level. You want to know how many pages your booking link got, right? You want to know, for example, let's say tomorrow you want to, you want to clone only this one page, right? You can do that. So that means, for example, you already built a contact us page or a booking link and you want to recreate it where for some clients you have a special link, for another clients you have that, you can clone that in as well. And the other thing is, think of all of this under one organization, and you can build 5 organizations or workspaces, 500, sorry, organizational pages like this. So it's more than enough. If you want to build more, we'll give you a very discounted price if you want to. I mean, 500, that's more than enough. Like you could, like even if you sold each website for like $1, I mean, you'll still end up making a lot more profit off of this than what you're paying for it, right? So that's the basic thing. It's a good question. I appreciate that because you gotta know, right? And similarly as well, you can integrate, like, so for example, that was another question is like what AI tools do we use behind the scenes? So we give you the flexibility to add in, right? If you can go into AI settings, you can add in your own OpenAI key or even Google Gemini key. Okay. So at this moment right now, Google also has a free tier, and OpenAI also has a free tier. You can use it more than enough to build a lot of pages, but Google allows you, so you can go to Google Gemini and build a key for free. We have training on it, obviously. And that's also integrated in. So that's how you can use it to build any amount of websites, and you have full control over it. Like you don't have to deal with limits or anything like that. So that is the other one as well. Okay, so you can, like, this is the page. Look, we give you the page as well, and right now they have a free tier which doesn't have like, you can build as many as you want basically with this one. It's pretty powerful. So like, this is how it works. It's a brand new thing that they actually introduced. We integrated this in as well. So you see this right here, right? You just get the API with their Google Gemini thing here, and then they have a free tier right now. You can use that as well, basically. And that free tier is like a big one. Like, I mean, you can build like thousands of pages with it. So that's the other one. That gives you more flexibility because you don't have to be like, oh, only 10,000 credits or 5,000 credits or whatever. You can do as many as you want, basically, because you have the full flexibility here to play around with it, right? So that's the other thing I want to mention, because there was another question here as well. So you have flexibility. You can just do whatever you want. And in many situations, like when you're managing 500 websites and stuff, you don't want to be beholden to somebody's system like ours or anybody's, right? Because who knows what happens right in the future. Here you have full control over it, considering you're downloading the websites and stuff as well, that flexibility you have, right? So we integrate with Google Gemini, which is a very, very generous free tier, which allows you to build thousands of pages, no problems. I mean, in terms of text content, right? Images that are unlimited because we use our own system for that. Anyway, right? So yeah, you go ahead. One other thing I want to show, you to show is the animations. You remember the animated sections?
Yes. Okay, so just a quick question did pop up about pricing. Can you have pricing tables? So here's some pricing tables that you could add simply like so. So next, if you wanted to do levels of animations, say for example, here's some text. If you simply come over here, we've got animations. We've got some simple animations, whether they're fading in. You can have them set as a once, or they can be unlimited depending on the user, how they're scrolling up and down the page. So you can have it fading in, sliding, and zooming. Okay, so let's have a look. So you can see how that animates like so. Also, there are advanced level of animations if you want to kind of be more specific on the element, the column, the row, the box, the section. How the user is going to see it. Is it on view when they come across it? What about when it scrolls? Timeline. So you've got full flexibility to customize the website as you want, or maybe how your client, they may want it a particular way. So whether it's zooming in, flipping. Let's have a look at some of them. You can see vertical, zooming in and out, pulse, bounce. You can delay the animation, and so on and so forth. So you can not only can you do that with the text, you can also have those subtle animations as well with the images. Okay, and some of them, if you come to the sections, you will see there will be a section here called animated. So these are animated sections that are already pre-designed and built for you with animations already set up. So say, for example, if I select this gentleman here, you can see as I scroll, can you see how that's animated? And you can obviously go ahead and customize that. Okay, let's have another look at another one. Let's see this one with the two mugs. Can you see that? And all you would simply do, come inside and you can actually update that. Okay, let's say coffee. Coffee, can't spell coffee, but anyway, there's coffee. I could then go in there, and if I want, don't want to change the background color. Right now, there's an image. I could remove that if I want. Maybe I want to put a particular color, so on and so forth, or maybe update the image, or maybe I want it to be a gradient. Can I do that? Let's have a look. Yes, and you could come here and put the image there. So, there's a lot you can do with it, but it's designed to be simple. That you're not messing around with time, isn't it? I think that's most people want to don't want to do is just waste time. So here's another little section here. You can see the nice animations. Look at that. So as I'm scrolling, it's scrolling down there. And imagine this could be your products as well, digital products or e-commerce style products, and you could have a link there that scrolls down. So another key thing that I completely forgot to mention, I know Paul was on there and I was muted, but when it comes to creating these unlimited pages, because you got to remember, I think it's a big thing, because you're going to get 500. You got the option of having 500 custom domain names that you can point. And then within those websites of 500, you can create unlimited pages. And another key thing is, especially with different clients, imagine You want to create variations of it for different clients without doing the headache again. But imagine split testing. Those that are a bit more advanced when they want to do split testing, you don't have to recreate the same page. You can create multiple pages and you can get those links and then put in your split A/B split testing, or maybe for your ads, and then you can check analytics on that. And I think another key thing I'll just mention. So right now, you can change how it looks, especially when it comes to all your pages. If you want to be a little bit more organized, and you're thinking, how do I differentiate what workspace is what workspace? Simply come to this little menu here, and I can specify what workspace. So imagine you've got different clients, different projects you're running. Instead of me having to trawl through all of them, let's just go to this special one that I've created, and it'll only show up those specific ones that I've created for that particular work space. So it's very organized. And then think about if you've got a team in place, they can solely be specializing or being focusing on that particular project or workspace that you've got for that particular client. So you're not messing around and messing around with different pages. Integrations, there's a number of different integrations you can do with autoresponders, some of the main autoresponders, but bearing in mind that you do have the ability with the HTML code, so you can add any autoresponder in there that you desire. Alongside that, let me actually show you what that's going to look like. So once you're in here, once you've put in your autoresponder, there is actually a tutorial as well how you can get your key and link it. You'll simply come to this section here called forms. So you've got the ability, there is an in-house ability to collect that data for you. So if you want to collect leads, for example, ClickSites will take that information and it will give you a downloadable CSV file. So then you can use that, you could upload it, whatever you may want to do. But we've got the inbuilt one here. Oh, another key thing. If you're thinking, you know what, I don't have an autoresponder. Hey, one of the bonuses, we're giving you that. Is that right, Paul? Just give a show of hands, right?
Yep, absolutely. Now, I just wanted to kind of also, because a lot of people are asking quite a bit of questions, Ali. So what I'm gonna kind of do real quick is go one by one, okay? So what question was about like OpenAI. If I don't want to use OpenAI, what can I use? Well, we give you full flexibility to use your own OpenAI key and also Google Gemini. So at this point in time, you go to Google Gemini, we give you full training for it. Right now, I see Gemini Flash right now. So they have like a free tier, which is very, very generous. And it's available in like most countries out there right now. And as you can see here, right, it's a free tier that you can utilize, or you can use OpenAI if you want. We have two choices. Both are the same in terms of the quality of generation. Both are the same speed. I mean, not much of a difference. It's your preference, right? We give you the choice. The reason is, because of the ability we give you to download the websites, we have to understand, right? We give you flexibility to host these websites elsewhere. You don't have to be stuck with our own system. Similarly, we don't want you to be stuck with our own AI credit system or something. We want to give you complete flexibility, right? And this is something that kind of is a frustrating thing that I've seen with the clients I work with, right? So what happens is when I'm selling websites or building websites for clients, and I've been doing that for a while now in our agency, one of the things is that when you're building websites, they're like, look, don't tell me to use only 5,000 credits or some limit or whatever. Let me just have my own control over it. Tomorrow, let's say you're out of business, your agency in this case, the client will say, what do I do then? I don't want to be logged into your thing, right? And that's the biggest concern people have. Privacy is one, and then also the flexibility, right? So that's the other reason why we put Google Gemini as well and OpenAI. You can use any of these. You can just go in, it's free. You don't even have to even put your credit card details here. You're good to go. If you want to do it, but you should be good. And if you scale up and you get a lot of revenue, I mean, it only costs like a few bucks anyways if you want to. Now, the other question that came in was about the DNS setting. It's a good question. So all you do, right? So actually, let me open it up if I can here, one sec. So in here, let me actually show you. So if you go into the settings, right, for every page, every workspace, this is the thing, right? When you build a workspace, this is a special workspace thing right here. It can, you see it says secret.clicksite, whatever, the generic domain name. You can now just point to this from your own domain name, your own, like if you use GoDaddy, Namecheap, whatever domain, you already have a domain name, you can just point to any pages, right? And the beauty is that any sub pages within it, right, in that workspace will also be automatically linked as well. SSL certificates, all that stuff is automated as well. You don't have to do anything beyond that. Now, similarly, right, which is the other point here, is that you have the flexibility of AI, yes, but also the editability later on, right? So for example, if I have this pages, which is what we were discussing earlier, right? So let's say you had a page that you like, this accounting page or whatever, right? You can clone it and basically rebuild off of the entire structure and stuff like that. You can go back and edit it at any point, like so. You see, you can go back and edit this page at any point in time that you desire, and you can click on edit, and all the functionalities that I mentioned earlier will come up across, and we were showing you, right? The other thing is, right, so the main thing you see these animations, this text animations and stuff, you can do all that, that's all cool. But when we come to building a website, one of the key things is loading speed. So these are optimized to load faster. We're only going to keep optimizing once we know how you're going to use this application going forward. Similarly, you see this content blocks that you see about us and all that stuff, you could literally update them to your heart's desire and then later on use them as you wish. So for example, so let's say this is the about us content block, right? And you want to use this about us somewhere here, and you built an about us page. You can save that page and then clone it for future. Like you like some elements you built, you want to use it for future, you can clone those. Similarly, right? Like let's say for example, you spend some time and you built a really good website, you build the images that you wanted or whatever, and you want to use that to reuse the components again and again, you can do that too. Does that make sense? So for example, let's say I built an accounting website, I can prepare the same to an auditor, a CPA, tax person, right? I can do the same thing to a finance person, right? I can reuse the same components because industries are similar. Same thing if I'm going to a dentist or a chiropractor or a plastic surgeon or anything, massage therapy or physiotherapy, similar industries, you know what I mean? They provide services, there's a booking page, then there's a call list page, you know what I'm saying? So you can reuse the same components across the board. So there, it's almost like a template, but not a template, you know what I mean? A better version of a template, more future-proof version of a template if you think about it, right? And as I mentioned before, this right here, this assistant at any point, I'm gonna just zoom in because, you know, sometimes, actually, let me change the layout here real quick. Yeah, you see this right here, so you gals can see the full screen element of this here. See this part right here, let me actually highlight this, right? The magic happens here, right? This little toggle here. So you click on this, and you can also speak to the AI anything, but you see this, right? I know it's a little bit grayed out, but it says here, add a section that highlights our AI powered web solution, blah, blah, blah. You can change this to your heart's desire, right? This gives you selection. Create a section containing an article on ideas for outdoor activities, include minimum 300 words, right? Add a section and on and on and on, right? Summarize this. So we automatically put all these elements in there, right? So let's say, for example, you want to reuse this, right? So let's say this. Add a section that highlights our AI-powered website. No, our accounting and tax services, right? And then include a compelling headline, a paragraph, and 2 buttons named Our Works and Get in Touch. Add a background image, right? And then you can select any component and add it, or it'll also do it on a specific layout, or even you can do a new layout as well with that. You know what I'm saying? You click send, and then it'll do the whole thing for you behind the scenes. Okay, that is the beauty here. It's doing basically where you see this. It created the entire component here for me. Expert tax services, blah, 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 Our Works, and Get in Touch. You see? And then if I want to change any element to this, I want to reuse this, I like this, I can do that stuff as well, as you can see here. Pretty cool, right? So you can see that more. You can duplicate this element. Let's say I like this, I can duplicate this element. I like this Our Works thing, I can duplicate this. You see this? That was another question people were asking. Can I duplicate elements? Yes. And you can move up slightly, right? Like that. Do whatever you want, right? You know what I'm saying, right? You can check the code of this things a little bit. It'll show you the exact code if that's what you want to do. A lot of flexible elements here. What I kind of wanted to explain here is that, folks, is when we talk about AI, right? Let's talk about it. Very critical. You got to understand the difference here, right? Where there's 2 types of AI, right? One is, oh, this is really cool if somebody sees it. Like, oh, I could add text and create an image with it. Oh, awesome. Somebody would be impressed with it. But it's experimental. Sometimes it's not as perfect. Like, can I put text and create a video out of it? It's cool, but not perfect. Sometimes it hallucinates. It's not that great, right? When it comes to a website, though, you can't fool around. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be good from the ground up. You know, of course, you can add features to it. Of course, you can do, but the elements that I'm talking about here, these are fundamentally critical for every single website builder that will be built with AI today or into the future, right? That's why on day one, you get access to these features, like the ability to ask AI to change an element, ability to change the gradients and the backgrounds of something. Like you see this, ability to change this background image if you want to change it, right? Change the gradient element, change the color theme, ability to add animations if you want. And if at any point you don't like something, you can add the content blocks here. And if you can go here, you see this little plus icon. Let me show you this. One of my favorite parts, right? Go click on this plus icon here, and then you can add things, right? You see this paragraph, headline, image, all these headings and tables, right? You can even go here, and I don't know if we could show it to you in zoomed out, but I want to kind of show this to you. Let me see. But here you see articles section, headlines, right? These are all headlines you can add in, right? And of course, the beauty is you can change it to your desire, right? Buttons, like all these buttons here, you can change them as well. All these are modifiable with AI, by the way, right? Same thing with like these about us elements, like these maps elements. You see, I put a map element like this. I can change this, modify it to my heart's desire, right? Same thing with all these elements. Anytime you want to add something, you can do that. You can modify them, obviously. You can go in and basically have all these selection points here. If you want to do custom code, right? That was a question. Hey, look, I want to add my own opt-in form or like a booking form or whatever. You can paste that code in at any point in time because it shows you all these code elements here, right? You see what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's the other part as well. So just to kind of summarize, because I know there's a lot of questions, we'll go one by one with your questions real quick. But I did a really good summary, I felt in the beginning, so I'm going to walk you through it here real quick, right? So these are something, not all of them, right? Obviously, we can go on and on. But one is the chat with AI, right? So when you're building a website, it'll ask you, what is the category? What is the elements? What type of website are you trying to build? You tell it, right? And it's going to build a website, right? This is like having ChatGPT. You're working with it to build a website, right? Pretty powerful, right? This is step number one, right? When you're doing step number one, this is step number one effectively, right? Secondly, multi-language support. There was a lot of questions on this. Like we support most of the popular languages. If your language is not supported, we'll be giving you a roadmap. Let us know, okay? The way we built the infrastructure, it should support majority of the languages. It just could be that our developers didn't even know that language existed, right? You know what I mean? So if it's something we can add in, we can definitely add that in, not a problem, because we'll be having a full-fledged roadmap that we'll be adding in. Similarly, redesign and rewrite complete sections of your site with AI. Remember we discussed this just now, right? It's like you build something and you want to change that, let's say the layout of it, the images in it or whatever, you can have that AI suggest do that, right? Like if I go back here, let's go back here. See here, like if I like this entire layout, you see this right here. This is like, you see these layouts here. This creates three. I can have AI suggest change this whole layout, right? Like you see here, like you see this whole layout. Like I can not only change the background, text color, dark, black, whatever, responsive, non-responsive, whatever. I can play around with it, but more importantly, I can at any point, while selecting these elements fundamentally, right? I can change it. I can structure these things differently, right? I can click on the AI assistant and you see here, I can basically change stuff like by going here and basically telling, can you change this element a little bit? And then of course you can change the images because we have that AI image designer here, right? You can go in and then basically you can change stuff here and it'll auto resize and all that kind of good stuff, right? And the other thing that I wanted to mention here is because of the layouts, right? Like at any point you don't like anything and then you decide, okay, look, I'm going to add something here because of the fact that we have those built-in layouts, and we're going to keep adding more of them as we get feedback. But let's say something like this, right? You created something like this. You can change this with AI. Like you can change this text to however you desire effectively, right? To the layout to your heart's desire. Actually, let me move this out so it's more zoomed in. You can see it. So not only the text can be changed, right? Like here, this is the thing. This is a perfect example. Actually, it's a good one. Lorem ipsum, blah, blah, blah. Nah, I don't like it. You can click on this little icon. Let me highlight this. You see this little icon right here, which you can rewrite the text effectively, right? So you can basically go in here and AI to rewrite it, and it's gonna basically rewrite that element for you. And you can obviously publish different elements accordingly as well. But in this particular case, AI is literally rewriting the different elements as I desire and as I tell it to do it, right? You see my point? And basically every element can be done this way, right? So there you go. It recreated the entire step-by-step, understanding your needs, tailored solutions, transparent communication. You see that? Before, let's go back here. Step one, lorem ipsum. Step two, lorem ipsum. You see this? And then I go back here. Of course, I'll delete it. I can move this obviously forward, but you see this, understanding your needs, develop a customized plan to address your requirements. You see this? This is an accounting website. You want to do that, right? So it rewrote the entire element. Now what I can do is I can use this, right? And I can save this. That was another question. Can I save selection styles, right? Yeah. You see this where it says more. So at any point in time, you can save the selection style. Go here, save section style, and then you can save it. And then you can redesign with saved style. You can do that too. You can go to settings and you can change certain elements. There's a lot of customization. We can go for days on this stuff, but I'm just trying to tell you that, some things when you're trying to build with AI, you need the fundamentals correct. Like it should not just be like, oh, like let's just rewrite the text. That means nothing. It should rewrite the entire section, right? Keeping the font in mind, keeping the elements in mind, right? That's the key thing that we worked on, and that'll allow you give you some lot more flexibility, right? Now what I can do is this lorem ipsum thing. I don't like it. I can just delete it, right? Because it's kind of sucky. I don't like it anymore, right? I delete these elements completely. You know what I mean? So you can do that. You can move around things and stuff like that, right? So going back, let's summarize because we're talking about summarization here. That's what I mean by rewrite complete sections. Redo the entire section to your heart's desire, right? That's what we mean here. AI content and images, like I told you, right? Images, every image, like at any point, you can click on this little select icon, which is this little icon here, like you see, at any point in time. And then I can just go in and I can do stock images or AI images, whatever. And I can type in whatever I want. I can choose the square, horizontal, whatever, it doesn't really matter. And then I can say, in this case, business meeting, right? Conference meeting. I can type in and it'll change that image, right? And it'll do that circle. It'll add that effect as well around that image, basically, right? And so, for example, I can do it, right? Conference table meeting, right? Office, whatever. I don't. I'm just typing something that comes into my head here, but you get the point, right? So that you can basically do stuff like this, and then there we go, right? And in this particular case, just says conference table with 8 people, let's say, right? Click generate. 8 people are having a conference meeting, right? And then it will generate the image for that as well. There we go. Click use. There we go. You see this? See how it took the element of the circle element. You didn't have to reuse anything. So that's what we mean by AI too, right? You need to not just generate the image. It has to fit in to that structure of that website, right? So that's the other thing that we are kind of doing. Now the other thing that I want to do, let's go back because we're talking about summarization, so to speak. Drag and drop website editor. This is what I've been showing you all this time, right? Which is basically where you can drag and drop elements, right? So for example, any point, like any one of these things, you want to drag and drop these elements, you can do that, right? Like in this particular case, if I want to add a video, I can drag and drop this video element like this. That was another question. Can I put in videos at any point? Yeah, you can do so, of course. And I can go in and I can go to settings and I can change the URL of the video, where I want it. I can move it. I can add the HTML. You see this YouTube link? I can go in the HTML level and I can change it. I can just change the YouTube link if I want. You see the point, right? You get the idea, right? How you can embed videos like this. That was another question with the embedding, right? So that you can do this, right? Now, the question is, how do we implement HumanBot? Very good question. So HumanBot is our chatbot system, right? So all you need to do with HumanBot, there's multiple ways you can do it. The easiest way, I'll just tell you, okay? Easiest way. You just go in, you go into the code here for any page you build, all right? Click on it here, scroll down, and you can just paste it right at the end here, ListerBot here, like at the last page, you can just paste the code that HumanBot generates for you, right? Or any chatbot for that matter, right? Or alternatively, what you could do alternatively is at any point in the page, right? Let's say like this is the thing, right? Any point you press the plus button and you see this HTML JS thing, okay? Like this thing right here. Here, you click on that. This is the element, right? And you see the edit code thing came up here. This, oh, well, let me highlight this thing right here. And you can paste the code there. Does that make sense? You can go in here and paste right here. Anywhere you want, you can paste here, where, whatever, like in this area, right? Let's say this is the hello word, I'll probably paste it here or something, right? Nothing really fancy, right? You can just paste the code in that section. Does that make sense? All right, that's the other thing. So any code, yeah, literally anything that you can desire can be pasted at either the element level or even the whole page level, right? You get the idea, right? Now, another question as well that I wanted to mention here is, which is a pretty good question as well. plans to have it updated, right? This was the other question. Yes. So the way we've been doing, Stephanie, it's a very good question. I appreciate that actually. So we will be updating it. So if a version 2.0, 3.0 comes in, it'll obviously be free, like we've done with our other applications. So you can be rest assured on that front. But more importantly, Stephanie, I wanted to mention here. Let's zoom out 5 years down the line, 8 years down the line, right? Let's say for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason, let's say you decide, hey, look, this platform I don't want to use, right? I like it. It's great. Paul is great, whatever. But I don't want to use this because I want to move this thing to somewhere else. Or your client tells you, look, I like the thing you're doing, but can you move it to my own system or just give me a backup, right? You can export the entire website and download it. That's the thing. Okay. So you see this download button on the top? For every page you build or any website you build, you can download the page here, or you can even download the entire website as well, right? It gives you the images that you used, the code and everything. That is even more important in my opinion than updates we make. I'll tell you why. What happens, right, in life, right? You never know what's going to happen. And the other thing is that you never know when you build something, was that something that you did for the short term or long term kind of thing, right? Let's say, for example, you like the website, but for any reason you decided, hey, look, I don't like that platform or whatever, 5 years down the line, because of the fact that you can download it, even if, right, for some weird reason websites die or like the ability to do AI websites changed or something, you can still have a backup of this thing forever. That's, I think, more important than even any updates we make and stuff, which is obviously guaranteed we're going to do. We have a roadmap and stuff there. And that, I think, is a critical thing that is missing in a lot of website builders. I have to stress this point because we're in a live event. All of you folks are here taking the time to be here, which I appreciate a lot. Whether you buy this thing or not, folks, okay, I just want to mention when you go to ClickSites AI and buy this or not, understand that without the download button, it's this platform or any AI website builder or any website builder platform is useless, because if that company goes out of business, if that company gets bought out by somebody, or that company has, let's say, the person behind it is no longer working for that company, at least you have that website that you can modify later on. You can back it up somewhere, right? And I've had this issue come up with me in the past where I would get this really nice page builder or website builder. I'm using it for my real projects and stuff. Suddenly that they say, well, we went out of business, right? And then what happens? And even in a worst case scenario, that's worst case scenario. In a good scenario, what happened was one of these companies got bought out by another company, right? And they disabled access to that. Maybe you've seen this happen, right? Oh, we no longer can service because we got bought out by somebody else. In another case, let's say, for example, people moved on to others technologies or whatever. So this thing, basically, you're no longer using as much as you were using 5 years ago, let's say. Well, at least you need to have that backup, right, to download. So this is probably the most important feature we can give you, especially for the fact that you're paying one-time payment for access pretty much for as long as possible, right? So you're not paying a recurring fees, any of that stuff. You need the ability to be able to use it for your own purposes. Think of it like almost the ability to save your own data for future use, so to speak, right? If you don't have that, it's almost like we are controlling your destiny, or anybody for that matter. And I think that's something that you should never be doing. You have to actually have the ability to download them and do whatever. And for that, the code has to be clean. What I mean by that is, you see here, at any point in time, you see this, I know, okay, this is the image that is here, right? And this is where like there's the background change. I'm adding like a little about us link here in the top, right? You see this little area? Like, I know I don't want to do go coding today, but you get my point, right? Like this area is where the about us link was there. This is a clean code. Like, we are not obfuscating it. You'll see that with a lot of page builders when you try to export. This whole thing is like a whole jumbled up mess where nobody can do anything with this thing, right? You want to paste something in the future, you want to edit something somewhere else, like some other page builder or something else, right? It becomes a big mess because of the fact that this is such clean system and so flexible. You can, at any point in time, you can download it and update it or edit it yourself. Or even for that matter, let's say our system is great, but you had something specific you wanted to do that a coder has to come in and implement. Well, you can do that. Download it and have it updated. This will also be really, really useful for you because it can be a starting point for you to build some pages. And then you can go in and make, let's say you want to add some other additional stuff, you can do it, right? So let's say, for example, you want to, integrate to a Shopify store, right? You can do that because it built the original HTML for you. Now you can go in and integrate with Shopify or something else in the future if you want to, right? That's the thing. That's the goal here, to give you the flexibility, because otherwise it's going to be really messy for you. And also, similarly, like if you go back here, I was trying to summarize things, right? Drag and drop means just not, oh, it's cool, easy to use. Do you have the ability to export the files you're doing? Is it the ability to change the fonts, the layouts, and stuff like that, right? And AI will allow you to modify the existing layouts as well, which means you can create unlimited layouts, right? You know what I'm saying? So like, see, we have all these layouts like you see here. Well, you can create your own layouts and save them for future. So you could be literally, we could be having unlimited amount of layouts because of that, right? You don't have to wait for us to build them. And similarly, the workspaces and folders, I want to kind of touch upon this, right? So when you go into the application, let's say we go home, let's say I'll just show you, right? So you go workspace on the top. Okay, I'll just show you what I'm doing. See the workspace here? So what happens, right? So let's say this was special workspace. Well, maybe this is your testing workspace. You want to just test and everything. But let's say a client comes in and then this is a dentist, right? Or you're working with, or whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? So ABC Dental or whatever, right? Here you can say dental site, whatever. And then here you see custom domain. This is where you can just type in some dentist website here, right? Like that domain name you want to point to, right? It can be any domain name. You can come back later too, by the way, right? The SSL certificates and all that stuff get installed anyways, no worries there. But anyway, so you can type that in later too. You click OK, right? So this is basically ABC Dental's workspace. In here, you can have unlimited pages. You can change the DNS record so you can point to a domain name. So every time you build a folder or whatever, it's under this, right? Similarly, you can set a home page, right? Click on this home page, right? You can create a page and that becomes the home page, right? And then build multiple pages underneath that home page, like about us, contact us, and stuff like that, right? Extensive tutorials on it. Like this is one of the accounts. I'll actually show you my other account if I can, which had, basically more stuff, right? So actually, let me open this up for you folks. So that I just want to show you how easy it is to build all these dashboards and workspaces and stuff like that. Because sometimes people get like, oh, workspace, whoa, that's really complicated. No, not really. So this is my other account. You see here, right? I have all these workspaces that I built, right? You see this project X, sales pages that I built. This is my sales page that I'm building, right? And these are all workspaces. So that means that underneath this, I can have unlimited pages for each of them. And similarly, each of them becomes one domain name, right? Because custom domains, right? I can add a domain name and under that I can have subdomains or whatever, right? So let's say this one right here, I want to edit this workspace. I can change it. I can add a custom domain at any point for this. I can set a home page. If I want to edit the pages within it, I just go into pages here. And you see here, I have like hundreds of pages here. You see this? And I can link those pages to that workspace. So like say the dentist website has 8 pages. Well, I can build 8 pages here and then I can link those in as well to that main page. We have obviously tutorials here in the tutorials tab that you can go in here and you're good to go, right? And so that's what it is. Folders and workspaces means that you can customize it and have each workspace. And when you're downloading the websites too later on, it'll actually customize it for that workspace. You can download that specific to that particular workspace, right? Organization wise, very important because you're not jumbled up into one account, makes it messy. Same thing with team accounts. So when you go see team accounts, this is where it's located because it's another question you folks were asking. Collaboration, right? So teams, you see this little here, you're going to teams, you click on this teams tab and add a team, right? So let's say I'm adding Ali here, right? This is Ali is going to be part of our team. Well, I can add him in here, right? Well, in this particular case, this is Ali's account. So let me actually go to my other account and do that. So this is going to go to teams here, add team in here, and I'll put, let's say some other person here, right? So let's say, let's add, one of our people here. Let's add Yash, right? Okay, so we say Yash, let's add Yash in here. So we can say Yash from our team, and then we can just give him Yash at, okay, let's add him in here. This is email, let's say, and then let's say some random password we can give in. There we go. So this is Yash's thing. So what happens is Yash can come in and log into this platform, right? And then going forward, he can manage it and collaborate here. So whenever he's logging in, he can check the pages and I know Yash edited it and basically he's collaborating. So we both can work together in our own accounts, right? And then I can add other members here as well. Let's say, for example, right, Sid or whoever, right? Same concept here. So the idea with this one is sometimes, right, what happens, we want to outsource or freelance, like we want to give it away to somebody else to do, or our spouse or our kids or whoever. We want to have them, we want to give this to them in order to work. Maybe you don't want to give your login details, right? Because let's say you want to basically know who's editing it, who's doing what, right? you can add that. That's the team accounts basically. It gives you more flexibility for collaboration. Because when it comes to websites, right? Let's say, for example, you don't know how to add a website, a video link, right? You can then say, hey, I don't know how to add a video link. Can you go watch the tutorial and go add a video, right? So you can go click edit. And then at any point, like you see, this was Ali's page, remember? And then he built it today. So I can go in here and I can collaborate, and he will know who was the person who edited it, and we can basically track and talk with each other and make modifications. Well, he's in his account, I'm in my account. Both of them, and both of us can make changes on the fly live, basically. That's the other cool thing with this. Because see, this is, watch this, okay? This is my screen, and this is Ali's screen. I'm just gonna add it. See, this is his screen. So same website, we're collaborating in two different accounts, right? See what I'm saying? So that's what we mean by team accounts, right? So he makes a change here, I get updated here, right, in his site. That's the basic idea, right? So this is my site now, right? So you see, that's the basic idea of collaboration accounts. Let's go back here real quick. Hosting is included. That's another question. Is hosting included? Yes, 100%. Or you can download the HTML and host it yourself. That's up to you. It gives you flexibility where you have options to do what you want with the page, right? I'll tell you, imagine like when I was in the past, I've had page builders and website builders that I've used. They're out of business now. The only ones, right? Like there was a company which actually closed down. I actually told them I'll buy the company because all my pages were set up there, because it was so frustrating to move it elsewhere. So what they did in the end, this is where I got this idea from, is they said, okay, we're going out of business, Paul, but I appreciate you were a really good customer. What I will do is we'll allow you to export all the pages you already built. Go do whatever you want, right? Then they gave me the export option. But the problem is the code was obfuscated. I couldn't edit it, but at least I felt they gave us a backup to do at least host the pages somewhere else, because whatever, right? In this particular case, the code is so clean because I had it done that way, and that way, because of that fact, you know, you don't have to worry about ever losing the data you spend so much time building, right? You spend, say, maybe even 30 minutes building something. You don't want that 30 minutes to go wasted, right? Similarly, mobile responsiveness, right? It's a standard thing, but imagine, because of the fact that you're doing AI text, AI images, and AI based catalogs and pages and sections, right? Every single thing is natively optimized. So for example, you're going to any of these pages right here, every one of them, right? Every one of these pages are mobile optimized, whether they come natively or not. But even if you use any categories, like you go back, you edit it, and any category you add, right? Like let's say you go in here, you like something, some element here, you go to plus sign here, right? Let's go here actually, and you change the background elements, or you added some other elements or whatever. Every one of them, like, is mobile. Like anything you add here, video, social links, HTML, whatever, right? Lists, quotes, YouTube. You add this YouTube thing. Every one of them is gonna be mobile compatible. That's what we mean by mobile compatible. Every section, every element, everything is automatically mobile compatible, right? And custom domain name, same concept. I want to kind of explain the importance of this, okay? So normally what happens, right, in platforms that are out there, what they all say is, look, you know, let's say you want to build a website, they'll say unlimited pages, but they don't mean unlimited domains, right? That means if you want to have a dentist.com or chiropractor.com or whatever, that's a different business according to them. You got to buy another subscription, right? So here, what we've done, which is even more cooler, you'll like what we did here, is what we've done is, if you go back to home, every workspace will give you the ability to add your own domain name. Okay, so in the DNS settings, right? Under that, you can have any amount of subdomains even, right? You want to add multiple folders or whatever, multiple pages. You want to add 100 pages underneath it, you can do that. So that means each workspace, think of it like a business, right? abcdentist.com or Dr. Michael, whatever.com, right? And so let's say it's a plastic surgeon website. And under that, you could have any amount of pages, any amount of landing pages, any amount of funnel pages, whatever you want to do, you can link them all together because of the fact that you can build unlimited pages underneath that workspace. Because if you go into the pages here, you have unlimited. You can do as many you want. As you can see here, right? There's no limit to the amount of pages you can build, each one as well. And we have the tracking, how many visitors each of them is getting and all that, right? So you can definitely do that, okay? And let's go back here. Analytics and insights, right? As I mentioned before, if you go in here, for every single page you do, like in this case, the construction page, right? You'll see the analytics for it, like it shows you the visitors, but also analytics here. So you can click on it and you can track. You can track, say here, and it'll show you, okay, how many pages of visitors did you get? Where did you get the visitors from? How much time are there? What bounce rates? You see, um, user locations it shows you, page performance, where did they refer the traffic from, what devices, you see. He gives us analytics as well. That's what we mean by analytics. It's more as you don't have to integrate with another analytics platform. You can with the code, you can paste Google Analytics or whatever you want to do, but not required. It comes built in, right? And okay, advanced webhooks and app integrations. This is for like, businesses where they're using Salesforce or HubSpot or whatever. You can just integrate that in with no fuss, no stress, because it automatically will collect leads or integrate, and you get the idea, right? It's a little bit more advanced, but it's there if you need it. And of course, the white label part. So we are giving you right now 50 white label accounts. So this means, in other words, this was another question people are asking, what's the difference in a workspace and white label? So let's talk about that. So if you see here, workspaces is basically, imagine like an organization or a business you're managing, a dentist, chiropractor, plastic surgeon, whoever, right? Doesn't matter. Handyman services, you see construction. These are all like, think of it like a business, right? Organization. So that means you can sell the website as a service and manage it, host, because we are managing the hosting and all that for you. Or you can even do website design services for them or whatever. That is a workspace, right? You can handle 500 of those. Now, white label, if you see here for white label, right? White label account. So if you do that, that is effectively where you can change the entire logo of this, right? It's like as if you're building your own application without any of the headaches of building your own application, right? So that means, in other words, you can basically resell the application as your own with your own branding and stuff like that, right? So that is the other part. We're giving you 50 of these, and we'll give you a discounted one if you want to do later on more of them. The only reason why we were thinking a lot, should we do this, should we not? Because the idea is that when we release this for the same price, we're going to charge $29 a month or more, a monthly fee. But for you, you don't have to pay any monthly fees. You get that included as a part of this bundle. And later on, we'll give you even basically more options to upgrade thereafter if you want to. The idea is that it's as good as you building this application on your own, selling it, and so on. The idea is that with 50 accounts that you're getting as a part of the white label accounts, meaning, in other words, 50 licenses, you could say, of this software that you can put with your own branding and sell, right? So the idea is that you can recoup your investment, and then after that, if you want to scale up, you can talk with us and we'll give you additional options. But the idea is that it gives you the flexibility, you know what I mean? The ability to actually put your own logo and do whatever you want with it, which is something that sometimes is critical if you're trying to showcase your services to a specific client, and they're like, hey, I don't want you to build a website. Give me the software that you're building the website with. That way I can do customizations on my own. You don't want them to link to ClickSites, right? Basically, so then they can use their own, they can buy it from you. They buy the software from you, in other words, right? So does that make sense? So it's there. And that is the other part that I wanted to mention as well. Now we have a couple of bonuses that I mentioned as well, right? And you can get all this stuff for, just as I mentioned, just $167 one-time payment for lifetime access. Or you can try the 7-day test drive account where it's 7 days free trial. You can cancel it anytime, no questions asked, or you get 30 days on top, money back guarantee anyways. So you can try. So the way this works is 7 days later, you get billed one payment of $89, right? And then 30 days later, so 37 days from now, you're going to get the second payment of $89 for a total of $178. Thereafter, you'll never be billed again. It's just there for your convenience, but it's slightly more expensive in the end, because with this, you're going to be paying $178, with this only $167, so you're going to save $11, right? At the end of the day, right? So that's the other thing. So what I'm going to do now is basically I'll go through the bonuses real quick, and then Ali, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it on to you to build websites in some languages. You can try, because some people are asking languages, and also I'll check the questions, folks. You can post all the questions you have, and then I'll try my best to answer as many as I can here, okay? While Ali is creating the multiple language websites and stuff like that, okay? So Ali, you can build upon it. I'll walk through the bonuses real quick for the folks. As well. So first bonus is, you see this training, right? Me and Ali, we're here. So we're going to be doing 4 weeks of training on this. The idea with this is to walk through different aspects, right? Somebody wants to build a digital product sales page, right? Somebody wants to build, let's say, offline business page, right? Chiropractor, dentist, handyman services, whatever. Or let's say somebody wants to build an affiliate page, right? You want to sell an affiliate product that is somebody else's product and make a commission, right? We'll show you how to do all those and more. Where do we find clients? Where do we sell websites to? If you have white label account, where do we sell the application itself to get clients to recoup your investment as soon as possible? Stuff like that. Each will have its own topic, okay? And you'll get the recordings if you cannot show up. The second one, you're gonna get social media bio page creator. It's a very simple application. All it is like in a social media profile, you're trying to generate traffic and stuff. What happens is like you say link in bio, right? Instagram and TikTok and stuff, they don't allow you to put links in your posts. So when that is the case, you can't really send them to a website in many cases because a website may not have everything in that quick way for people to check. This will create that link in bio page, right? So effectively what it'll have is, hey, check out my newsletter, check out my website, check out my other social media platforms, right? And you can edit it as you wish. You're gonna get this application. It's a standalone application. You're gonna get this as a bonus. I'll tell you how to access these bonuses as well. What will happen is the next 48 hours or so, I will personally be sending an email to everybody who got in ClickSites today to your email address, where you're gonna get access to these applications. Okay, there'll be no upsells or anything. It's all for free. Okay, these are all bonuses included. Even if you got the test drive access, I'll give you these bonuses. By the way. All right, so just my way of saying thank you. The third one is the unlimited traffic for ClickSites. This is already integrated into your ClickSite account. Okay, that means in other words, if you go back here, you see how it says 9 visitors, 6 visitors, whatever. Let's assume this one was like 9,000, right? Whatever, right? Handwriting. But like that one 6,000 or 7,000 or whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, regardless of how much traffic you get here, it's irrelevant. We're not going to charge you more money for it, or you got to buy more traffic packages or upgrade to another plan and stuff. That's only limited for the folks who get in today because, it's really risky offering this. What if like somebody's website goes viral and gets 1 million visitors? It does cost us a lot of money to handle that much traffic and bandwidth, right? But we don't care because the idea is that if you're getting in here, it's a limited amount of people, so we can handle it. If we offer everybody in the world this, it wouldn't be possible for us, okay? Just want to be clear on it. And you're going to get bonus number email marketing and lead generation up. I will do a demo of this later on. I'll give you a trial because I don't want to focus on this because it's a bonus. It's to sweeten the pot. The idea is this one is an autoresponder application where you can bring in SMTP like SendGrid, Mailgun, Amazon SCS, and you can just put a key and then it'll send emails, opt-in forms, all that kind of stuff for you. It's been in the business for 5 years now, and it's built by the same team. So, it's been updated for a while. But the idea is that you're going to give you this just to sweeten the deal. I mean, make it fun for you folks. I mean, if you already have an autoresponder service, use it, no problem. If you don't, or for whatever reason, you want to use something to get up to speed with it, well, yeah. Another good thing with this bonus, by the way, is in some cases, let's say you're building a client's website and they're like, I don't know, I don't have money. I don't have money to pay for, let's say, Aweber, GetResponse, any of this other stuff. Just I want to build leads, and if you can generate me leads, I'll pay you, right? Well, in that case, you don't want to buy a subscription, right? To let's say, for example, to any of these email autoresponder, MailChimp and stuff, right? So this will be useful for that, okay? We have entire tutorials and everything for this. I just don't want to mention this because some people paid a lot of money for this technology as well. So to respect that fact and to the bonus, I want to keep it top secret and will not offer this bonus again, right? So that's another reason why I don't want somebody to watch this YouTube link later on and then ask us for it kind of thing once this bonus, limited time bonus goes away, right? Then the other one is our niche dashboard application. We just recently updated it. The key thing with this one is it gives you all the niches, which we've tested, works really, really well to sell websites to, okay? And this is an entire application, comes with the scripts and some other strategies and stuff that we've done. And all you have to do is, okay, I like this niche. I'll go build a website with it. You go with our AI website builder in your language and you can build it. Does that make sense? And that's the basic idea for this bonus. All right, so I'll be checking your questions as well right now. So if I didn't cover your questions or didn't answer them, please post them now, okay? While Ali's doing some demos, I'll come back and keep answering your questions because that's the beauty of a live stream like this. I want to keep this transparent. I want to answer as many questions as possible, right? So again, a last point I'm going to make here is go to this page. Now, the question was, how long will you keep this $167 up? Okay, we're going to be raising this prices, both of them, pretty much every day. We have no choice. Unfortunately, it's just because of the fact that at the end of the day, we want to reward people who take action right now, right? And it's only going to get expensive down the line. But more importantly, what I want to mention here is some of the things, I get blamed by my team for getting too excited and trying to give as much value as possible. Like this white label account, right? This one right here, I guarantee you, It's not even like an option. I guarantee you, it's going to be $29 a month to use this. Why? It's because we're allowing you to compete with us. You know what I mean? Like it took 2 years to build this application, have a full-fledged development team. Ali is working on it. I'm working on it. Sid is working. We have a whole team, right? And imagine, right? Imagine for this, right? And I didn't even cover the other aspect of this one because I get too excited sometimes I forget. Is with this, as part of the bonuses, we're also gonna give you a done for you website, and uh, we're also gonna give you the entire marketing materials for this one. Okay, so you're also gonna get the marketing materials, right? Along with the training, obviously, right? So marketing materials, okay? I'm sorry for my handwriting here, but the point I'm making is you're gonna get it done for your website and the whole package on how to sell it to clients around the world, right? Because you want to have landing page, you want to have sales materials, right? When you send somebody, they're gonna buy it from you. So this will also be a bonus where we're gonna be giving you. I didn't get a chance to go through it, but hey, might as well cover it now because I want to go above and beyond to give you as much value as possible. Because see, this should be a no-brainer, right? Like the price point, like I was trying to tell you, right? Like this one. $67 should be like a no-brainer. Like if you put like just do simple math, right? 167. Like if you do 500 workspaces, you're getting 500 clients. You can sell websites. So even the white label accounts you can sell, right? Sell like maybe even one account or two accounts, right? You'll more than make up for it. My goal is that. Then you can be stress-free and then use this application forever, right? And keep, growing your brand or business. That's the goal here, right? And that's what I want you to understand and implement. So it's the lowest possible price we'll ever do. I mean, literally, this is like less than break even. But the idea is, think of it this way: how we run our company, and I want you folks know, is this right here, this payment will help us pay for the developers, the team. The services, the infrastructure, and all that, we're not going to make much profit or if any, right? It's not a problem. But when we scale it up and we reach new audiences and people who don't know us, right, our community, then what happens is those people will end up spending $200 to acquire them as a customer because now you're competing with Wix.com, Shopify, or we're competing with these AI website builders out there, other ones like Durable and some other ones out there. Now what happens is we're spending money to acquire the customers. We cannot afford this. How can we spend $200 to acquire a $167 customer? We're losing money, right? Not including infrastructure, support costs, and all that. So that's why it's going to go up in price for them. They will have to pay more for white label. They're going to have to pay more for additional websites. They're going to have to pay more for every element you see. You don't have to. Okay, because we didn't spend any money on advertising to acquire you as a customer because you're all part of our community. You see what I'm saying? And again, as I said, if this is not for you, leave, get every single penny back, no questions asked, no hard feelings. That's why I'm giving you a 7-day free trial to try it out, right? The last thing I want, is, hey, it's not for you, it's not for you, no problems. At least you got to try it out and see for yourself the value. Oftentimes what happens, people get the free trial, they get panicked, they cancel it, and then they come back and buy again, and then they end up paying more money here because by that the price goes up because there's nothing comparable in the marketplace to what we offer. Like I showed you the example, right? The only other application which does something like what this platform does is this company called Durable. And I just want to show you because sometimes people are like, why do you show other platforms? Just to kind of compare and contrast so you folks can understand like what's out there, right? And so there we go. I showed you this earlier, but those who missed it, I just want to recap. So this is out there. This is the AI website builder. It also does similar to what I showed you earlier. Same stuff. Nothing. Maybe we have a little bit more marketing focused features because we are all marketers and agencies and stuff. You're more agency focused. Well, this one might be just somebody doing it for their own business or for fun, let's say, right? So in this particular case, $15 per month. Okay. Here's one custom domain. You'll see unlimited pages, unlimited traffic, all that stuff. Okay. One user. So that's one team account, one user. Here, the problem is this is only one. This one is just one domain name. We're giving you 500, okay, 500x, right? And here, same thing, right? They'll say 5 websites and businesses. What that means is 5 workspaces, right? We're giving you 500. Does that make sense? They don't even have a white label account, by the way. We're giving you 500, right? So that's the idea. And you can always upgrade more if you scale it up and it'll give you a very discounted price. The goal is not to make that much profit off of you anyways. The point is $95 a month, right? So this is what we're dealing with, right? And we know we can compete with them and we can beat them down the line. That's okay. But the point I'm making is just compare, okay? You have to understand that it's like this price that you're getting is ridiculous, but we still will make it work because there's a reputation here, right? Like I'm putting, like you see here, I'm here live, not going anywhere. Like, somebody to say, Paul, like when is the version 2.0 coming up? Let's assume, or let's say, in the roadmap there was this feature. When is that coming up? You have somebody to at least talk to, not some buddy hiding behind a company, so to speak, that you never know, and that sort of thing, or they disappear kind of thing, right? So that is the thing. And that is the reason why when we are building on this one in particular, ClickSites, the main thing was the foundation and the infrastructure has to be set up properly, right? Then we can add new features because you guys and gals who are like all asking, like, I want this feature, I want that feature. The point is, I'll let you guys vote, right? Gals and gals. We'll have a roadmap. You guys can, gals can vote. And then basically, we will based on your feedback implement those, right? Because we have limited time, right? I mean, we can't develop 100 features at once, but we can do one at a time. Whatever you folks vote will be the priority, okay? So that said, if you still haven't gotten it and you have some questions or any for that matter, let us know in the chat box. I'll answer them as many as possible, however long it takes, doesn't matter. I don't want you to leave without any questions answered. But in the meantime, Ali's going to do some multilingual websites, right? Because one of the features, the questions was, can I build a website in French, Spanish, German, whatever? Yeah. So Ali, you can go ahead. I'll mute myself here for a sec.
One key question that's popped up, how do I edit an image, or how do I do this, how do I do that? When we do the training, everything's going to be covered extensively, like even creating blogs and so on and so forth. Because if we were to do that now, then I think we'll be in for a couple of days. So that will get covered. And when those live sessions do happen, obviously do come on those live sessions, but there will be recordings of that you can keep watching. Also, there is full training tutorials on the components within the platform, so you don't need to worry about that. So what I'll do, create a website here. I believe it was in Spanish. Let's go ahead and select theme. Just to give you an idea. Let's go for this one here. And straight away, we'll see Spanish, okay? Hopefully Spanish, I can't remember. But yes, just to give you an idea. So again, with the text, the images, the layout, the design, the sections are created, the specific blocks are already done for me, pre-designed. So I don't need to do anything else whatsoever. So if I want, I can jump straight into the editor while that's getting built out. And as you would expect, I can come in now and I can actually edit that. I could change things and whatever it may be. So somebody did ask a question in terms of the forms, is there an inbuilt ability to add, data, emails, so on and so forth? Yes, you can use the inbuilt, or if you're using third party, once you've selected it, you can actually add your own autoresponder. And then once you have your own autoresponder integrated, you can actually then use the list. Alternatively, you can use the inbuilt one and it will save that information within ClickSites AI within the tab on the home dashboard. You can use webhooks, URLs, and configurations via here. Also, if, say, for example, your autoresponder is not here, you can actually have that flexibility of adding your own code. So you're not restricted in any way, shape, or form because you've still got HMTL capability that you can do. So I'll look at some other questions. But as I come back to it, so that's one language.
Just one quick thing, Ali, on this.
Sure.
I'll show something cool for folks here. So I'll share my screen here real quick because it's really cool, okay? So let's say this is the website we're trying to build. So let's say this is the Spanish website, right? Ali showed, right? Just for a real quick reference point. So if you're opening this up in Chrome browser, or in this particular case, I have like, Microsoft Edge browser, which is also based off of Chrome, Google Chrome. You can right click, right? And you see it says translate to English, and you can now translate it to Spanish. Let's say you speak Spanish, right? Or whatever language you desire, right? Because it's a web-based application. So you can click translate. So you see right now, let's ignore this for the time being, because this was the Spanish page that Ali built. But you see here, like elements, you see this? Every element is in Spanish too. You see animar una vez, claro, right? Whatever. And then you see this? This is habilitar animación, right? Whatever. Like those who speak Spanish, you understand what I'm saying, right? So you see página, sección, todo, right? Whatever. So my point is, if you speak the language natively, you can translate this page, and every element, you see secciones, right? And you see this básico, right? Artículo, fotos, todo, la categoría, right? Whatever. Like, so the point is that every element is in Spanish as well. Okay, so that will allow you, can, if you're not that familiar with English or you're demonstrating it to clients in Spain or in Latin America, they want to see this. Well, you can show them that, especially for the white label too. This matters, right? If you're trying to sell this to clients as your own application, you can show this without us having to build a Spanish version or Italian version or whatever, right? And if you don't like it, you can go back here on the top, right? And then you can go back to English, translate back. You see, there we go. We're going back here. Oh, let's say you want to do Japanese, right? Let's say, well, let's see here, Japanese. You can do the same thing here. This has been the case for all our applications. Sometimes people get blown away that we can do this, but you see, this is Japanese. The whole thing is in Japanese. Yeah, the categories are in English, but at the end of the day, because you can build websites in any language, realistically, right? Most of the popular languages. See this right here? Everything is in Japanese, right? You see what I'm saying? All the links. You see, like, stuff like this here, right? This stuff here, like, even on the left, like, you go back to these tabs here, the icons, right? They'll all be in Japanese here, you see, right? Let me show you. See this one right here? See this? This chat is in Japanese as well, right? So that's the other cool thing here, right? Like, you can add, like, this is in Japanese as well, you see? So that's the other cool thing. So that helps you, like, be more native in that language or demonstrate it to users that they can see and understand, right? That's the beauty here compared to a desktop application or anything like that, which you cannot do, right? We can do with this web-based application. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You can go ahead, Ali. Yeah.
Yeah, just want to mention to everyone, just see how casually Paul was just speaking Spanish. So, all right, going back.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Let's answer some questions here, folks. Okay. Will other languages be added? So the AI can work in any language. We just, our developers some kind of don't speak the languages, right? So that's the reason why we may not have added in. So if you have a request, let us know. We'll have a roadmap as well. We'll be happy to add. I cannot promise we'll have on all language, every language in the world. But if it is one of the popular languages and it's not there, I'll be shocked why we wouldn't be able to add it, right? So that's the other one, right? So now the other question was about this payment portal function. So the way we've done it, actually, to simplify it, make it flexible, you can take Stripe code and paste it here. Go to Razorpay, right? If you're in India or whatever. If you're in other parts of the world, right? Let's say it's Mercado Libre if you're in Latin America. You can paste those embed codes into the thing and you're good to go, right? That's the reason why we made it flexible, because if we do payment module internally, it'll never be compatible across the world, right? It'll only be US only or whatever, right? You see what I'm saying? So we made it where you can copy and paste the embed codes that Stripe will give, PayPal will give. You can even integrate with Zapier, right? Because of the integration with Pabbly and Zapier that we have, right? So that there. Now, Kat, no worries. Okay, I got you. Our team, I'll get that. So there's an issue you're facing, no problem. Don't worry. That's why we're here. No, so I'll get my team to get in touch with you. Okay. If it charged wrong, whatever, don't worry. It could be a currency issue or not, whatever. Okay. No worries. Don't worry about it. Now the other point, like same thing with this, the Swahili field, right? If it's not in the language, let us know. We should be able to add that if it's something that is already in our AI system, right? Now, another question was, can data capture from pop-ups be made? Ali, maybe you can cover this, right? Remember, there's a lightbox pop-up we can add. There's also modals that we can do based upon like the code, like that they want to have it show up as a pop-up or something, like opt-in code and stuff. I think you can unmute yourself, yeah. Oh, I can't hear you, Ali. I think there's some issue with your voice.
Oh, there we go. Go back.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear you now. Yeah.
Just a quick question. Somebody did mention, if I create a website and I come back to it maybe a week, month later, can I always come back and update it? Yes, you can, because it's always going to be in your account unless you've deleted it. But there's always your account there, so you can come in. So let's go to this. Let's go to property management. Okay. So some of them are already going to have links. Some of them get in touch. Let's go into edit. And let's go to we've got in terms of forms. Once you've set this up, you do have the ability, if you want, you could just do the HTML and insert them specifically from your autoresponder. So let's have a look. So I don't think we've actually looked at this, but yeah, you got some of them, they're buttons or headlines. So if you want to have meeting links and things like that, but all of this is going to be more or less drag and drop. So let's have a look. Put that there. And then these buttons, if you wanted to, you just simply come in. We can go ahead and edit that button. And there'll be different styles of templates. Okay, let's go for get started. Okay, yeah, okay, audio is back. Okay, that's fine. So you just have to scroll through and then you'll find which one you're looking for. Okay. So do you have a link to Yeah, so Mark saying, is the software yours and will it remain online for a long time? Yes, I think if anyone knows when it comes to Paul and Sid that these are continuous long-term supported products, so it's not going to be a case that with sometimes people have it for a short period and then they just completely disappear. Okay. Another key thing is that yes, when you actually log in and there's the AI key which Paul mentioned, there's a tutorial on there, and it'll walk you through exactly how to add it and you set up straight away from the get go. And if there are any issues, anything pops up, please don't hesitate to contact the support desk. Okay, and they'll
Yeah,
be
just a
more than happy.
quick thing I wanted to add in here. So, there were two questions on this. Can you talk about the white label licenses? And the other question is, do you offer a reseller option? So, both are the same question, which is the white label option. So, how it works, I'll show you folks. Okay, guys
Yeah.
and gals. All right. So, let me actually show my screen here. Okay. So, in the dashboard, you will see an option that looks something like this. On my screen, you see this white label option. Okay, this one right here. So when you click on it, it's going to come to a page that looks like this, and it's going to say here, branding, SMTP settings, users, and white label tutorial, right? So in this particular case, if I go to the white label, okay, I'll show you. Here is the support URL. SalesLetter Pro is my domain. App.salesletterpro is the domain name. So you can basically link to us through the CNAME record. Pretty easy to do. And then SMTP, meaning this is basically you can do your own email system. So it'll always send with your name, login details, password reset. You get the point, right? And then there's a white label tutorial, of course. But you see how it says upload your brand logo here. So you can put any logo here, okay? So let's say, for example, let me actually, this particular, I just put some random thing here, as you can see. But if I do that, like say this is something, I click save, right? Okay, one second. Upload your brand favicon, so you can add your own favicon as well that you want to add. So this is basically the logo here. So what happens is next time around when you update it, you see how it says app.salesletterpro.com. This right here will get updated to your own logo. The forgot password and stuff will go through your own system, so it never links back to us, right? So, and the favicon is basically like that icon that shows up in the top here, right? And then basically every element will be suddenly thereafter people can log in with yourdomain.com like what you see here, right? So that's the basic idea. So this logo can be updated. The URL will be yours here. And that's what we mean by reseller, and what's what we mean by white label. All of this stuff is updatable, right? You see a preview here. This can be the name, or you can even, for that matter, use any name, right, as well, right? So for example, let's say I have one I just have here, right? So for example, if I upload this from my page, let me show you. Let me see here. Okay, so let me share my screen one more time. This one. Let's say this was your logo. you can do this right now. And you upload your favicon. So this will be showing up here. Instead of click sites, it'll say your site or whatever logo you decide to put, right? And your domain name. That's what we mean by white label. So that's located here, basically, right? Now, the thing that I want to mention here is there's two focus points you got to understand, okay? So white label is more like a reseller of the application itself. Does that make sense? That means you can rebrand ClickSites as your own application, sell it to your heart's desire, right? And basically generate revenue through that. And somebody can log in to the application, build pages, do all the stuff we taught you today, right? The other is as an agency, you build websites that you sell, the websites, okay, that you sell. So for example, basically, when you like say, for example, you go in here, I'll show you this. So for example, if you click on workspace, right? So these are all the workspaces that I have, right? So if I add a new one, this right here, think of it like its own organization. So if I'm working with a client that I sell website design services or funnel design services, page design services, right? Each workspace will be an ecosystem for that client. And next time around, they will not have any clue which application you used to build it because you're selling the services, correct? You're gonna get 500 workspaces, and under each workspace, you can build unlimited pages, right? That means, in other words, you can have unlimited subdomains, unlimited, pages like about us, contact, blah, 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 right? Any amount. So the difference is one is you're selling as an agency, one is you're selling as a software vendor without building your own software. That's the difference. That's why you got 500 workspaces you can build here, right? And with the selling of the software, it's 50 accounts that you can sell to, like 50 customers you can sell to with your branding. Very different, right? Because for agencies and freelancers and stuff, you don't need white label, right? You don't need it. Because you're selling a service, you're designing a website. Does the client care? You're using Wix.com to design it, you're using ClickSites.com, you're using some other platform out there. They don't care. They just want the website, right? It took you 30 seconds, 60 seconds, they don't care. But on here, it's an application, so it's a different clientele you're trying to sell to here, right? So that's the difference. And we'll train you on both sides of things, okay? Is that clear? On how to do both, because we are one of the top software sellers in the world, and we're also the top agencies, right? So we kind of know both. We can help you with that. And then the other question is, how many pages does the white label get? Unlimited pages. That's not the point. And we'll also allow them to export the HTML pages. So that's also important, because in many cases they may not want to use their own hosting or whatever. That's another thing, right? And is white label included? Yes. So if you go into it's all clearly laid out. So if you go into the website URL that you see here, the clicksites.com/go, which we can go right now actually. So you can go here, you can type it in, clicksites.com, well, clicksites.ai/go, sorry, clicksites.ai/go. All right, so if you go in here and you just click on this button, you'll go down to this pricing table. Let's show you here. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Yeah, here. All right, so you see this right here, it says right here, see, 50 white label accounts. That means you can put your own logo and sell the software as your own, so to speak. That means, in other words, even if you sold 3 or 2 accounts, you'll more than make up for it, right? Because you didn't develop the software, you don't support the software, you don't deal with the updates of the software, you don't deal with the infrastructure, nothing, right? In the other sense, the workspaces effectively means that you can build 500 different businesses you can work with at any given time. And if a client doesn't pay you, right? Delete that and use another client, add them in, right? Because 500 clients means, let's say we generally suggest for every website to charge $500 to $800 per page. Let's even assume you build $800 for the entire website with 8 pages or 10 pages, right? Well, that means you can build 500 of them. You do the math, right? So there's enough out there for you to charge and make money from, especially because it takes you a few minutes. Maybe I would say 60 seconds for me to build, but for you, maybe it takes you 10 minutes. Doesn't matter, right? Speed is speed, right? You're not having to learn code and all this stuff to be able to do so, right? So that's the other part, okay? Now, the other point that I mentioned here is that we integrate with both OpenAI key, which you have full control over. You can put your own key and manage it. And there's also, we integrate with Google Gemini, as I mentioned. The reason why we do both is OpenAI sometimes doesn't work well with some countries. Gemini works really well with some other countries, and both have free tiers. Gemini is a little bit, in fact, a lot more generous, where you don't even have to put your credit card details in and start using them. As you can see here, it's free of charge and stuff like that. And for now it's free tier you can use. The reason why we did this is you should not be limited to only so many text image or image generations you can do. We want you to be having the ability to do as many as you desire, right? And the other thing also is that if you're doing multilingual pages, we want you to have the ability to generate them in as many languages as possible, and both OpenAI and Google will allow you to do that in as many as possible. And also tomorrow you sell the website to a business, let they can put their own key in and handle it in the future. You don't have to rely on us or us relying on us. Let's say tomorrow OpenAI goes out of business, Google will be alive, and we can integrate with some other services as well out there, right? So you don't have to be reliant on it. It gives you more control. And that's the key thing here, right? It's not so much about like, oh, okay, we're gonna give you 10,000 credits, and then you're selling the website, and then what happens after that, right? It just becomes messy. So we just wanted to give you full control, and this is a very generous free tier. You don't have to put credit card details in, you're good to go. Same thing with OpenAI as well. They have a pretty good free tier. But in case you want to use Google, it's a new thing that they introduced recently, this Gemini thing. You can use that. We integrate that out of the box today, okay? So you don't have to worry about limits and all that mumbo jumbo stuff, okay? Which is the case with AI stuff these days, right? So when we sell it as a white label, what does my client get? So the client will get the application basically. They will have the ability to effectively build pages. They'll have the ability to build basically websites, right? They'll have the ability to do the CNAME. They can change the workspace and stuff like that effectively, right? And they can export the websites that they built basically, and they can download it, host it themselves and stuff like that. So that's the basic idea. And effectively they get the application as well, right? And all the updates we make to it. Now, the other question as well is how many pages is unlimited pages the client can build pages wise, right? So that's not a problem at all. Now, the other question is who does the support? Generally, we recommend you to do the support, but if it's any infrastructure related, you can let us know, like something is broken or something, obviously we'll fix it, right? The idea is it's web-based, so whether it's yours or the clients you sell it to, it's the same application. So if it's not working there for them, it's not working for you either, right? So when we update it, it'll across the board fix it for everybody, okay? Can I charge a monthly fee to someone? It's 100%. In fact, the way I would structure this, okay, and we'll train you on it, no worries, don't worry. We have experience on this. The way you would do this, right, is many times, the bigger the client, the more they will ask for flexibility and customization elements, right? So for example, imagine you went into somebody who is, let's say, your local library, let's say, right? You're trying to create a website for a not-for-profit organization, right? They might say, hey, for reasons of privacy and reasons of whatever, or healthcare and stuff, we need to host the website in our own platform, right? And also, what we need is once you export the HTML, give us the flexibility to edit it in case the business goes away or you retired, let's say, right? You retired from your line of work, then what? Who's going to update the website for us, right? So that HTML will give you that flexibility. That's number one. Second thing is that when you build a website, right, a lot of times, a lot of these companies have employees. They want to extend upon it. That is where you charge the monthly fee for the software. You can say, look, I use this page builder, this website builder. I can give you access to it. Here's how much it is. It's included if your staff wants to update it. This is quite common actually in the real world, especially these days actually. Okay, Emerald, you were asking this question, right? So the way I want you to think of it these days, especially of how this applies is, let's say a client will pay you $800 to build a website, right? Before in the past, you would charge them maintenance fee on top. Like let's say I will maintain it for $400 a month or $500 a month. These days, it's becoming harder to do that because people have become sophisticated and people are not like the old days where they say, okay, I'll keep paying $400 a month. They want to save some costs, right? So instead they will say, okay, I'll pay $49 a month. That's fine for the software. In case you retire or whatever happens, I can update it and do it with my staff or myself, right? So that is how you charge a monthly fee, generally speaking, okay? Now, the other question is the same thing, right? If it's billing related and some stuff like that, we would suggest you to do it, obviously, in terms of the support questions. But if it's something technically, something is broken, as I mentioned, if it breaks for the user, it breaks for everybody, right? Something is not working, right? Like say the AI image designer is not working or the AI suggestions thing is not working. Well, that means it's not working for all users, not just the white label users, right? Or like your reselling users or whatever. So we can fix that, not a problem. New domains, right? Do we still so the thing with new domains, you're asking like, if I buy new domains, can I integrate it with it? Do you have a domain purchase thing, right? The reason why we don't offer it internally is there's a lot of deals out there where there's like $1 you can pay to get a domain name. Like GoDaddy offers discounts, Namecheap, and all these platforms out there. I mean, a lot of people tell us like, can you offer it for that same price as GoDaddy? I mean, we can't, because GoDaddy is a big organization. The way they make their money is they sell it to a million users, and then next year they'll charge more on the renewal and stuff. So generally, you can use any platform which offers like domain names. Really, I mean, there's a lot of deals out there, right? .com domain. Out there. I mean, like literally pretty cheap out there, right? Like I'll give you an example, right? Like, I mean, that's the reason why we cannot match. Like you see here, right? Like check this out. This is GoDaddy, right? For example, they charge for the first year like 1 cent, for the first year. Then I think it's like $12 a month or $12 a year or something for a domain. I mean, how can we compete with this, right? It's impossible. They're a publicly traded company. They make money after the second or third year, right? So that's why you use any domain. You can point to us. We don't want to get into the domain business. It's not our. There's no way we can give you the best price. That's the basic idea. Okay. Now the other question, basically, let's see here. Ali, are you seeing any comment question that's coming quite a bit? Maybe we can tag that in and talk about that.
Yeah, it's just is ClickSites hosting secure?
Okay, that's a good question. So there's two ways we do this. Okay, so one is we have a scaled infrastructure where you can send any amount of traffic and can handle it. And second, which is in a data center in the United States, which has its own security safety requirements, right? The other one is we use basically a system where, regardless of which part of the world people are entering, we have the data center will link to those. It'll load it faster. Okay, it's called CDN. So that's the other one. The thing though that I want you to understand is it's almost like a moot point, because when you build a website, right, with ClickSites, automatically they're optimized regardless. So like any page that you see here, they're designed to load like in laser fast. Like you see how fast it loaded this website in like a 1 second or something. So because of that, really, this is more important than where the servers are located. Does that make sense? Like to answer this question, let's say you're located in Chile, Argentina, or like Argentina, or Buenos Aires, Chile, you're located, or wherever, right? Like you're located in Africa, South Africa, let's say. What's more important is, does the website load fast or not? Okay, I would be more concerned about that, because sometimes you've seen it, right? Shopify stores, for example, even though they have the best infrastructure and all that, because of the fact that they have to load so many things at once, they'll take longer to load, even though they might have 1,000 servers around the world that they load, because the sites are not optimized to load fast. Okay, so just the way it is. I mean, it's the nature of the thing. So that's why I would be more concerned about that. Like you might get milliseconds of benefit by having 1,000 servers, but rather if you optimize it to load faster, you'll get many seconds of benefit. Okay. Um,
I've got another question. Someone
yeah.
did ask. Can I sell the websites I create, like upload them to Flipper and other places like that?
Yes. So every website you have, you can download them. You can download all the pages. You can download all the HTML code. So effectively, you can sell them to whatever. Like if I go into this fish and chips thing, I click edit. As you can see here, there's that download button here. It gives you the zip file of everything, right? Images you generated and all that. Even if you used our AI image generation, even if you use our AI text generation, whatever, you can download it and you can move it wherever you want. In fact, the advantage here, because of that, is this alone you can offer as a privacy upgrade, right? A lot of businesses and not-for-profits, healthcare, government, these kind of folks, they will force you to use their hosting, even if you offer them a better deal, whatever. It's just their policy, right? So because of that, it allows you to be more flexible. And also another advantage is because of the code being so simple, right? Like look at this, it's such a clean code. There's no like what do you call encryption or some stupid thing some people do. Because of that, because of this fact, you can edit it with any platform if later on. Like let's say there's a government client, or let's say a healthcare client, or let's say education, right? Client or university client, whatever. They can, this page will work with any editor that they use, basically, because of the HTML being so simple. Like it's not really like obfuscated and made like too hard, right? That's the thing. That's the biggest advantage, right? To answer your question. And this is the other thing. Can I download a WordPress version? No. Like we moved away from WordPress simply because of security reasons. WordPress has all these security problems and stuff. you can export the HTML and use any plugin with WordPress which would allow HTML code to be pasted in. That's not a problem. But we don't work with WordPress version for you to use. It's simply because WordPress has the biggest issue of security, and those who know, right? Where if you don't update your WordPress within that hour that an update comes in, some malware or spyware will come and then start sending spam emails with it and stuff like that. So that's why we want to have security in mind. So the security is embedded, similar to Wix.com, ClickFunnels, Go High Level. It's the same type of a system. This platform will do security and ability to load as soon as possible. Okay. The other question as well is that I wanted to mention here is the winners. We have 5 winners we'll be picking today. So I'll announce those winners in just a second, just for attending here. Okay. This means that these people who I announce will be a mix of $100 winners for just showing up, and also will be winning a free copy. So I'll announce them in just a second. And also, while I'm doing that, we'll answer some questions as well. And then this is your chance. So if the price increases thereafter, like meaning you see this price that you see here, if that goes up, I mean, you missed out, right? And I just want to mention this right here. See, sometimes, right, when the product is very valuable, right, you don't have to really even do much selling, right? Like if you go in right now and you search the internet and you're like, where can I get white label account access? Where can I get hundreds of workspaces, 500 to be exact? Where can I get unlimited pages? And now since you're getting unlimited traffic as well that you can handle, I mean, you'll not find anything out there. Even if you do, it'll be like an enterprise account, like $500 a month or something with limitations and stuff. We thought through all that, right? So it's one of those things where, like, even if you don't get it right now, you'll end up getting it later if AI websites is something you want to get into, and you must, because every business has a website, right? Have you seen like situations where like a restaurant business, right? Like when you go to Google Maps, right, and you search for reviews, you want to go to their website, right, and see their menu and stuff like that. Have you seen lawyers, accountants, or any service providers? They all have a website. They need to, right? People have contact page to book something, right? It's almost like a mobile phone, right? Like every person has a mobile phone. Every business has a website, regardless, small, big, tiny, doesn't matter, right? So because of that, and because of the fact that websites are so easy to create with AI these days, it's going to be a very good proposition for any new business as well, right? There are right now, I think, 30 million businesses in the United States alone. Every day, there's tens of thousands of businesses being created. So there's enough of a ramp for you to keep scaling it up, right? And this is another good question. How does the versions work, right? If there's updates made, it's all automatic, so you don't have to download the updated version or something like that. Okay, does that make sense? Everything is automatic. So if anything changes or something, you can do that, right? Another question is, has the winners been announced? Now I'll be announcing that actually. So basically, because it's even if somebody came in for 5 minutes and left, I want to include them in just to be fair. Okay. So that it's very clear. Okay. Let me see a couple of last questions, and then I'll announce the winners, and then I'll answer some other questions. So don't hesitate if you have any questions or stuff like that. Okay. It's not a big deal. Now. The other question as well that is quite common is, which is I think like this one, tutorials should have example sites, right? Yeah, that's what we have focused on. All the tutorials will be based upon the sites, right? And this is the key point I want to mention. Selling you one site to cover the entire purchase, 100%. But with our training, it'll be even simplified because easier said than done, right? Like it's easy for somebody to say it because those who know, but those who don't understand it, they might need some training. We're going to be focusing our training on that front, okay? So that will be the next big thing that obviously you'll get an idea from, right? Now, this is another thing here, right? We have tons of examples. We're gonna have our training showing that specifically. Right now, I mean, the idea is it's an AI website builder. I mean, you can build any website you desire off of any category. It's almost like a moot point. We don't have templates that we're focused on. You can build any website in any language, literally in any industry, right? If you think about it. This is a good question. How does the site SEO friendly, the tags, meta tags? So that's already in the code. And also we have SEO option within the website. Maybe Ali, you can show the SEO side of things in your tab.
So just come to this section here where the little cog is, and it'll give you the SEO section here, both SEO data and robot settings. So you can change obviously the title, description, as you would expect to appear, you know, in the search engines with the Google, Firefox, so on and so forth. And then you got robot settings, so you can actually have that indexed and have it crawling, following. and just an extra favicon. But they're the main aspects that you would expect. But like Paul mentioned, there's things that are bled into the code that are working in the background to make sure it's optimized. So hopefully that answers your question there, Alan.
Cool. Okay, let me announce the winners now. I'll make a note of it as well here. While you're at it, I'll put this link up
Sure.
right now. As for those who join in later, whatever missed it, this is your chance. We'll be increasing the price every day, by the way, every few hours too, in some cases, depending on what the plan is, depending on which time zone, right? Because somebody's like, Paul, you said the price increase every day. It's 12 a.m. in where I am. It didn't go up yet, or it went up already. I'm just trying to say every few hours, depending on which part of the world it'll go up. Like meaning tonight at midnight, my our time zone will go up maybe a few hours from now, right? For you folks, and you'll miss out, right? You'll buy it either way, even with the price increase, it's so high value. But either way, it's better to save some cost, right? And skip all the hype and hoopla and all that mess, right? Because later on, if we get affiliates or somebody else to suggest, it'll be double the price, obviously. No question about it, and with limitations and upsells and all that. This is the lowest it'll ever be. That's a guarantee, especially with all the stuff included. Like light bill alone will be $29 a month because you got to sustain those accounts for good, right, for a
Mm.
long period of time. All right, so let me note down the names here. Let me see. All right, let's see here. All right, I'll kind of write down the names here in my notepad and I'll do it. Okay, so the first, let's announce the $100 winners and then I'll announce the free copy winners, okay? Just to be clear here. That's gonna be 8 winners in total, okay? 3 winners will be $100 winners and 5 winners will be free copy, meaning even if you invested in this, you'll get it for free effectively, okay? That's to reward you for showing up here. And why are we announcing now? Well, I wanted to announce now to be fair because some people came in 5 minutes and left because of technical issues. Some people came in our Facebook group instead of YouTube, right? For many, many different reasons, right? So anyway, let's announce the $100 winners first. The first $100 winner is, I'll note down your names and I'll announce in our Facebook group as well later on, okay? Last time you gave away $10,000 in prizes alone in the last time we did an event like this one. All right, so the first $100 winner is Doug Newsom, okay? Doug, Newsom. Congrats to you, Doug. So this is our first winner. I'll write down just to be here for my reference as well because I gotta, make note of it. All right, the second $100 winner is congrats to, here we go, it's Joe Cardellino. Cardellino. All right. So my team is sending me the random winner, so I just have to make sure I write that. Again, I'll announce it in our Facebook group as well, folks. Okay. If you, Doug and Joe, you guys left, no worries. Okay. I'll got you here. And the third winner is congrats to Anand Gadam. Congrats to you. You are our third $100 winner. Okay, so this is 3 winners. So I'll announce this in the Facebook group as well. I will get in touch with you folks. You don't have to get in touch with me, no problem. So I'm getting my team to send me the as well the free copy winner. So that you got the free trial, you got this full pay, whatever, 167 bucks one time payment. Regardless, effectively it'll become free for you, okay, for you folks. But either way, if you're not the winners, please don't be disheartened. In our Facebook group, we're all picking winners almost every day, and obviously you got the deal of a lifetime here with our training and assistance. It's only a matter of time you'll recoup this and more, right? That's the goal, so that you can focus on using this. And the goal here is that we have a lot of cool things planned. It's all based on you. Once the roadmap is up, you suggest us what you want, right? And we'll focus on those because I don't know what you folks want. I'd rather do that than what I want, right? Because we already put in as much as what I wanted in the application and what our team felt was the best to put it in when we go live. But maybe you all want something you can vote for in our roadmap, okay? That's coming up next week or so. You can do that. All right, so the next free copy winners, right? So again, this is all transparent, folks, okay? These are all people in our group, our community. So it's transparent that they're there. My team is just sending me random winners here. All right, so I'm announcing them based on that. All right, so let's see here who the free copy winners are. And again, this is all random, okay? So just for showing up. So we did our best to, if you're not, then don't worry, okay? It's like, sometimes we do our best to announce as many as possible. We'll have other opportunities to win, okay? So my team is just sending me that winners list right now. I'll note it down. All right, so the first free copy winner is, it is So that's basically worth almost 200 bucks. Congrats. All right. So Clint Trisdale. So Clint Trisdale. So congrats to you. You win a free copy. So even if you got in, didn't get in, doesn't really matter. We'll get in touch with you. Congrats to you, Clint. Now the second free copy winner is here we go. It is Mark Jungheim. Okay, let me type that in for my reference because I gotta get in touch with you folks. You don't have to get in touch with me, I'll get in touch with you, okay? Mark Jungheim. So that's our second free copy winner. Congrats to you, Mark. And then let's see here. My team is sending me the third winner. Let's see here. And we have two more. What I'll do is from the comment section, I'll pick one winner too as well, just to keep things fun today as well, okay? So let's see here. So you can please post in comments if you want to be one of the free copy winners, because one of the winners will be picked from the comment section right now in our Facebook group or YouTube or wherever, okay? Okay, so let's see here. All right. All right, so the next free copy winner is, congrats to, here we go. My team has just sent that over to me here. All right, yeah, here we go. It is, congrats to, here we go. All right, it is Alkenny Fillmore. You are a free copy winner as well. So this is it, Alkenny, and the last name is Fillmore. I'll get in touch with you as well, Kenny. Congrats. We have two more. I'll announce one from our team and then one from the chat box, okay? Just to keep things fun. You can just post if you want to be one of the winners, just so that you know it's live, it's real, and that sort of thing. All right. So the next winner is, next free copy winner is, here we go. Congrats to, here we go. Yeah, it is Julius Eka Agung. I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name. You win as well, Julius, as well our next winner. All right, one more winner from the chat box. Okay, let's see. Let's see comments. I'll randomly just have the team pick a number and then I'll announce it. So let's see here the comments. Who wants to be the winner? Let's see. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay, here we go. The winner is, okay, I'm seeing it. I'll give you another 5 seconds. Just post anything you want. Doesn't matter. And then it'll pick it. All right. Okay, congrats to the next free copy winner. And that is, all right, I got so many comments. All right, so here we go. It is Emerald Ignacio. You are our winner. I mean, the icon too, it looks fitting, eh? All right, so let me write down the name here. Congrats to Emerald, just so I don't forget the name here. I'll write it down for my reference. Emerald Ignacio. Congrats to you. All right. I'll get in touch with all you folks. Don't worry. We have your email. We have your details. So congrats to you, Emerald. You are our free copy winner as well. And folks, we have other events coming up. Even if you got in and get it, we'll be announcing more in our training events and stuff, more winners in our Facebook group. If you haven't already joined that, we're announcing more as well there as well. So, so that we can keep, just the idea is to keep things fun, obviously, but also you're all winners for getting it for the lowest possible price, obviously. And similarly, right, what my goal is that even after this event in YouTube and as well as Facebook, please post the comments after the event is done too. What that means is that even after the event, we can check comments. I check it on my phone all the time. I check it on my computer. I will be happy to answer them, because sometimes what we're noticing is sometimes you guys send an email to our support team and maybe we didn't receive the email, or we sent a response, you didn't get it. So we're happy to answer in Facebook group or on our YouTube account and stuff like that. Okay, we're happy to do so. That's not not at all a problem. Okay, so the other point that I wanted to mention as well here is that you had all really good questions. Go through our tutorials. Okay, we have really detailed tutorials that we've built for you. So you go back to home. This is the tutorials. You see the tab here. So this is it, the quick start tutorials. This is where we have all the stuff, and we have them up on YouTube as well, so you can put like closed captions and translate into your language, like Spanish, Indonesian, whatever, whatever, and you can check all the tutorials. Super easy. And if anything is missing, let us know. We'll be happy to do the tutorials for those as well. Okay. The goal is like you should not be left behind. But an application like this, I know there's so many features. Sometimes you'll feel like, okay, there should have been a tutorial. Let us know. And also, sometimes maybe you may need to email our support team, and we'll be happy to assist you there. So the support email for that, you will see it here, okay? Support at ClickSites.ai. So we'll be happy to assist you there. And also, similarly, what I wanted to mention here is Ali and I will be doing a lot of training focused on some of the points going into detail. Like for example, you ask me a question like, the white label, how do I sell it? How do I do it? Well, we have a tutorial here on how to, like, you see this white label, how to set it up, right? But how do you sell it? That's a different ball game. You got to do a training on that. Like, where do we find the clients? What price point would be good? How do you package the service so that you don't sell it once but you keep selling it again and again? Thirdly, okay, how do we, like, what's the benefit of this SMTP thing, right? You see this? Like, if you get an error like this, how do you deal with it? But more importantly, like this default SMTP, right? Like, if you are doing, how do you come up with this thing, right? Like the branding, what do we suggest to do here? Like, more so than the training of the technical aspects, more so how do you sell it, where do you sell it, who do you sell it, what price do you sell it for example. One whole training only on that is important, right? It takes time to go Q&A and stuff. It'll all be on YouTube and our Facebook group, so it'll be very interactive. The goal is not to do it in a platform where you don't know when you can show up, like Zoom or something, where like you don't know when it is, you come in and it's like very claustrophobic, because it's not like YouTube where it's fun, very interactive. Like here, like I can check any of your comments here, right? And I can basically answer them, right? Like, which is very difficult in like Zoom environments too, right? So that's another reason why I kind of wanted to mention this. And the other aspect as well that I wanted to mention as well is, similarly, you guys have all really good questions. And here, like this one was a question: the accessibility logo and features included. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So I would probably talk with you in a customer training event and then check what did you mean. And if it's not available, we'll talk to our developers and integrate into our roadmap and stuff, right? You know what I mean? So that could be probably another thing I would do. Similarly, right, like there's some questions regarding some technical stuff that maybe right now we couldn't cover. We'll do that in our live trainings more so. If our support team maybe is answering in a technical sense, but not in more marketing sense, right? You know what I mean? That's the basic way we're trying to look at it. Hope that is clear, right? And the other part as well that I wanted to kind of talk about as well is that it's almost, you have to understand, every tool is powerful, but the training that comes with it is even more important, right? It's like this, like you buy like one of these big Caterpillar equipments, right, for building buildings or whatever, or to basically remove, for example, heavy duty items or lift them with the cranes. Like, if you don't know how to do it, you could buy that equipment for $1 million and it just sits there, right? Similarly, for software tools, it's the same thing. You could have all the coolest features, but if you don't use it, then what's the point? And our goal with the training is going to be, every training will be unique to a specific topic. So that way, when you watch the replay, it'll be relevant to you. Like, some of you want to build affiliate websites, right? Where you promote even ClickSites or whatever you want as an affiliate or any product. We'll focus on that. Then every element of the training will be focused on an affiliate site, right? Similarly, if you want to build a digital product site, like an ebook or something, every training will be focused on that. Similarly, if you want to build, let's say, some other platform like that, it'll be completely focused on that front. Does that make sense? So that's where we are kind of focused on. That's where we are really positioning ourselves, because that way what happens is later on, a month from now, you're like, oh, I remember I want to build an affiliate site today. I got free time. You'll watch that training, and then you'll basically have a replay all the time, and you can collaborate and ask questions and stuff and be good to go there, right? And you should be good to go, okay? Does that make sense? Hope that is clear. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention as well, right, is this is another good point that I'm seeing quite a few folks asking. They were asking like questions which are relevant to feature requests and stuff. We'll have a roadmap, and in that training, we'll immediately put them into the roadmap as well for you. Does that make sense? So Ali, if you're seeing any questions, you can answer them as well along the way.
Another question is about ADA compliance, Paul.
Yeah, so that one, we are basically have that in our roadmap of features to add in, because there's different ways you go about that, right? Like one is you do it with like voice, one you do it basically, like integrated into the application. There's different ways we implement it. It's definitely in our roadmap list of things to do. What we need is your feedback once it's in roadmap. What you want exactly? You want it where somebody can come in and press one button and it'll speak and have accessibility that way, or you wanted mobile compatibility being more priority. You wanted basically where you make the website black and white so it's more visible for people who are colorblind, for example. What is the top priority to work on? So you let us know and we'll work on it. It's very easy to implement. It's not that. What's more important is what you want us to do priority wise. Okay, is that clear? Now, another similar question that came in is, okay, I have this feature idea. What do I do, right? So and by the way, the other reason why we want your feedback is when you create websites, right, for clients. Let's say you have 100 clients and you did it for 100 or 500 clients, right? Each client will have a different requirement, right? So what I'm saying, like they might have a specific type of site in a specific industry which has specific regulations and requirements. So that's why we want to make sure we know what are the key priorities and what are the key things you need in there. And if it's just a checkbox thing, just to say, okay, we're compliant, then that's easy. But it's like specific to industries, we want to know that as well. So we prioritize because there's limited time and resources we can implement. It's not like we just implement it and we're done, right? We want to get your feedback to make it as good as possible, okay? Now, similarly, as well, there's two ways it comes, right? Like this is another question. Can I upload my blog page? So the way we are gonna do this is to make it more flexible. So instead of uploading a blog page, if you have HTML code, you can paste it obviously. And similarly, when you export this page, you can also work with other platforms out there, right? Like you can edit this stuff in Dreamweaver, Adobe Dreamweaver, because it's HTML code, can edit it if you want to. You can edit it with any page builder out there and stuff like that. That's the goal. That's what we thought a lot about, right? Now, the other question is like, again, technical questions, you can email our support team. Like this was another question, like where do I get the API key? Well, you have tutorials, you can check the tutorials. And also similarly, as I mentioned, you can email our support team. We're happy to assist you. As I said, Google Gemini has a free tier, very generous one. OpenAI too. You pick whatever you like. It doesn't. There's no specific requirement of what we prefer or we don't prefer. Okay, and how many websites can we? I answered this question before, but in case I didn't, or you were not here. So basically, you can create as many unlimited pages. Pages means that in a workspace, in an organization, let's say you create a dentist website. In that, you can build unlimited pages, subdomains, and stuff like that, right? You can do as many subdomains as you want. You want custom domains, right? Like say .com, .net, whatever. And each will have its own organization. There'll be 500 of them you can do. That's a workspace. What that means is, let's say you're working in an industry, you want to build a whole website with like, let's say 50 pages for it, right? Well, that can be unlimited pages and one domain name for that. You can do 500 of those. Does that make sense? You'll see all of that in the page, actually. If you go to clicksites.ai/go, you'll see that. And that's not at all a problem at all. And the other question as well, like which was there, is that when is the roadmap coming up? That's going to be next week, along with our training sessions. We want to finish this up so we can focus on that. We want to also see from you if you're seeing any major issues right now, any bugs that you want us to fix. That'll be first priority, obviously, right? Shouldn't be because it's ready working out of the box, but in case if there are, right? And also, one final point I want to mention is the bonuses. How do you get access to bonuses? I will get in touch with you with the access details for the next 48 hours or so. You don't have to email us or anything. Just watch out for an email address. But in any event, if you don't receive it in 48 hours, let our support team know. Maybe my email didn't go through to your inbox or something, right? But that bonus is where stuff like this. Let's click sites for week success training. That's going to be on YouTube and Facebook group. They'll invite you every time we go live. The social media bio page creator is actually an application of its own. You'll get access to this, login access to this application. Unlimited traffic, this is already integrated into your accounts. What we're going to do is in the next 24 hours, implement it into your accounts after you've purchased, such that any limitations that were there are just marked as unlimited for you instead of like any back-end limits. The third one was the email marketing lead gen app. Again, as I mentioned, This has been in the market for a long time. A lot of people have spent a lot of money to get access to this application. The way this works is you just get any SMTP from SendGrid or Mailgun or Amazon SCS. Amazon SCS also has a free tier. Integrate this in, and then you can start sending emails, capturing leads and stuff. If you have MailChimp or Aweber, no problem, integrates with it. But if you are looking for something where your client doesn't have one or you need one because you don't have one, definitely use this. It's free. It's a bonus. We'll give you access to it. Only thing is you got to integrate your SMTP key into this thing to work because it's a free bonus, right? And then niche dashboard is the other bonus, which was our own application where it gives you an access list of all the niches and also the key pain points in that, right? We wrote a script for each of them and stuff where you get the key pain points in that industry. Let's say it's asbestos removal. What would be somebody who's interested in asbestos removal? What are the key objections and problems they're facing, right? That is basically you're going to get that so that you can build a website around that objections and you can have our system build it, right? Because we're using AI to build everything, right? So that's the other thing as well. All these, by the way, as I mentioned, you'll get it in the next 48 hours automatically from me. You're going to see an email. In the event, for any reason, you didn't get it in 48 hours, or whatever reason, sometimes happens, then email our support team. You see that support at ClickSites AI. My team will manually send it over to you. No problems, okay? That should be pretty good. Now, are the websites mobile compatible? Complete 100% natively out of the box. So what that means is, like you see this, right? This is Fish and Chips website, right? You see this right here. It's natively mobile compatible. Any website, you can go in, you can edit it. This is a mobile phones thing. You edit it, right? This one, it's like you see here, right? Like if you click on it, the devices, you see this, right? It's mobile compatible natively, right? See this? So it stretches and shrinks automatically like you see here, right? So yeah, it is definitely out of the box. So the client management, where is it located? So every workspace will have its own setup, basically. That's how it works. So if you want to manage the clients, each will be its own organization, right? So it's a good question, Robert, by the way. So we go to workspace, right? Let's say I'm doing it for a dentist. You see the name, the company name. This is how the client's name would be. Company name is client's name, in other words. Does that make sense? So I would do that, and then I would create a quick subdomain, and the custom domain would be whatever domain I wanted for them. So it'll be based on that approach, okay? So that's the other point. Now, this is a good point. Can you do it? Copying, pasting terms and condition disclaimer. Very good point. I will definitely note it down actually right now in my notes to put it in the roadmap, and you guys can vote if this is something you want. Okay, basically like TOS pages and stuff automatically being created. That's a good point. Now another question. Basically, there's a lot of questions I'm seeing, but so if you see any API key kind of questions like this, just let our support team know. No problems. We'll happy to assist you. You'll see that in the AI settings. You can use, as I mentioned before, OpenAI or Google Gemini. Both have free tiers. If OpenAI for some reason doesn't work in your country or location, just use Gemini. It's located here. And then, like I said, they are pretty generous free tier. You can use it. You can get up and running right away. Like as you see, even if they charge in the future, it'll be cheaper than OpenAI. At least I think that's what they're told. At least we'll see. Not sure. But at least, I mean, it's for you to implement right away. So it could be that maybe one or two things are missing from your end. Let us know. We'll be happy to assist you support-wise. That's another point. And also, by the way, if I didn't answer any questions, as I said, in the YouTube comments, let us know after this event is done, or in the Facebook group comments, let us know. We'll be answering it after the fact as well, okay? And we're announcing more winners almost every day in our group as well, by the way, folks. So in case we missed it, like you didn't get a chance to win today, you're all winners ultimately, right? So there, and yeah, that's a good point. Thank you so much for getting in, by the way, right? Please show us how appointment booking can be added. So we showed that earlier in the event. The way this works is very simple. I mean, you can create a separate page for appointment booking, like contact us or something, and then you can embed anything you want, your Calendly link or whatever, or you want to make it a contact us page or a booking page, you can do that too. Up to you. Just make it as a separate page within the application. Okay, does that make sense? That's what we do. We have training on this too as well, but in case, let our support team, we'll be happy to assist you on that, right? Now, other question is, can I import an existing website? No, at this time. The reason why we don't allow that is we don't know where you built it from, what platform, what was used behind the scenes. And oftentimes, a lot of page builders, the code is obfuscated and encrypted, okay? So that means even if we allow you to, for some reason, to make it work, they might have some dependencies, like to link it back to their platform that, let's say, a perfect example will be some of these platforms like Wix.com, right? Like if you cancel their subscription, you can't export their sites easily, right? It becomes very difficult because it's so tagged into their ecosystem. Same thing with Shopify, you know, like if you had a Shopify store, I mean, you cancel the subscription, you're done. Like, can't really export it easily out there because it's so reliant on their internal platform. So that's not the goal. But if you have the HTML components, you can copy paste it into our system. That we have the capability, right? So like any website you go in, let's say like this one right here, right? Like let's say you go in here, you edit it, you see this little area called HTML, like what I highlighted right now, that HTML, click on this, you can paste it and you can work around the codes of those pages, right? We're happy to help you with that, right? But otherwise, yeah, that's the major thing. We don't want it to be like a situation where, you know, you upload some website from a platform with like all encrypted code and all messy stuff. It'll be hard. Not something that I do. Okay, and the other point that I wanted to mention here real quick, I've seen so many questions as well, is basically we will be having a roadmap, so you can suggest features in the roadmap to us. That's not a problem. And then similarly, the other thing is like all these bonuses, as I mentioned before, will be given to help you, assist you, but the application itself is very valuable, right? You can use it as you desire. What I would suggest, okay, to get started really quickly is watch the tutorials fully, understand the whole flow of everything, and then get started. Then second thing that I wanted you to do, as I mentioned before, is that because of the fact that we have multiple ways for you to generate revenue streams with this, understand that what works for you is what works for you, right? And we'll give you all the suggestions. You go with what works best. This is one of those few times where there's no like step by step, like do this, do this. It's more like, do you want to build an affiliate site? Then go straight to do that and do that. You don't need to watch all the tutorials on how to do other stuff, right? If you want to sell, you know, the software as your own with your own branding, just go to the white label and do that right away, right? If you want to manage websites for clients, then just build workspaces. You don't need to sit and design affiliate sites or something like that, right? So this is one of those few times where you can use the tutorials to do what you feel is the best way for you to get the best results from this application, okay? There's no right or wrong answer. And that's the reason why I was saying just walk through the tutorials, browse through them quickly, you'll understand the flow, and then go right ahead and start using the application. You'll get a lot more ideas. And as I mentioned before, just make sure that, as always, right, when you are actually trying to use these applications, there will be the initial little bit of, oh, okay, a little bit, oh, I didn't think it was a little bit easier than I thought it is, but you got to do that first to understand that, right? The first time, oh, this feature, I didn't know it existed. Oh, this is really interesting. Stuff like that. Similarly, I want you to do the same thing here as well, okay? So that you can get the best output for what you're trying to do. Now, another question is no password received. It could be in the spam folder or whatever. Sometimes it happens. If this is the case, just email our support team. You see that email, right, Leonid? And then you can get it from there, right? And we'll be happy to assist you as well. Now, the other question as well is that, which I'm seeing quite a bit as well, is in the question of like, what's the best way to get started? Tutorials, jump in, okay? Go in here. Let me actually go to the home here. Let's see, close. All right, go to home, click sites, tutorials tab. It opens up this thing, getting started, and I'll just watch this, glance through it. It'll give you an idea, and you can get moving. You only need to learn it once, right? The tutorials is like that, where once you know how to do it, it's so easy thereafter. You don't have to do much at all. Now, this will walk you through every single step very easily. And as I mentioned before, you know, at the end of the day, we've given you complete flexibility and customization, so you don't even have to rely on us for a lot of factors. Like you can export the HTML, you can always use your own OpenAI key or Google Gemini key to generate the text. You can use the AI images, generate unlimited amount of them with our system. So there's not like where we are saying, oh, 10,000 credits, 5,000, nothing. It's fully flexible because tomorrow you sell it for a client, we want to give you the flexibility here across the board, right? Not rely on us, where what happens if, let's say tomorrow you want to export it off to some other thing and charge the client more money for other customizations, right? You don't have to rely on just us, right? That's why we've done that, right? Another point is, this is a perfect question. We'll have a training on this, Sonia, okay? So specifically on platforms like this author website with lots of books, can it work? Yes. So the best way to answer it, think of it this way. If you are trying to sell books, right? What do you need to do? You need to have a website explaining what your expertise is. First of all, you have to be the thought leader in that thing, right? So you'll create a homepage. So, and you're going to, I'll show you actually. You see, when you go to ClickSites and you click on workspace, right? Every workspace has something called a home page. You see this right here? So this will be your main page where you're going to talk about you, your expertise, what are you good at, what you're not good at, stuff like that, right? And then basically from there, right? You will basically be able to effectively from there be able to generate your books specifically with add to cart buttons and stuff, right? Let's say you're selling them on Amazon, link it to your Amazon page. Let's say you're selling it somewhere else, link it there. Let's say, for example, you want to add your own Stripe link or PayPal link or embed it, you can do that, right? So the way I want you to think of it, like first you build a thought leader page, your expertise, and then link it to the books as another page. So you'll have books tab on the top, and then from there in that books tab you would have other books for sale, right? So that's the basic idea that I would suggest you to do. Okay, now similarly, the other thing that I want to mention here as well is that make sure that when you're thinking about it, right, a website is no different than, let's say, a video. You see in our video applications, every business requires to create videos because video is 80% of the content consumed online. Similarly, every business needs a website. The only question is what type of website, right? And you can create any type of website you want here. Landing pages, call to actions and stuff like that. What you do want to focus on though is how fast you can get it out, because time is money, right? And that's what we focused on here. And of course, as I mentioned, our team will be happy to do any updates and stuff like that yeah, as along the way based upon your feedback and stuff like that, obviously, right? Now, another thing as well is which is very important, is that, which is another question that was being asked, is if I want to do OpenAI or like the Gemini, because I got to do how, like if I'm having issues, what do it? So make sure you enter your billing details. When if it's OpenAI, they require that. If you're using OpenAI, if you're using Gemini, just get it started like quickly. That's why we gave you the Gemini, Google Gemini AI option, right? So if you go into settings here, you see this here. I put Google Gemini as the default here. So you can definitely do that. In the case of Google Gemini, you just have to put some details of yours. That's it, like your Google account or Gmail account. They may ask some details of you. That's it, but you don't even have to insert your credit card details or anything here. OpenAI depends. If you already had an OpenAI account in the past, they make it a little bit difficult to use the free tier. But if you're creating a brand new account, that also works fine. In the case of Google Gemini, as I mentioned before, if OpenAI is an issue, use Google Gemini. And because they're competing in a landscape with so much competition, this is the reason why we are not building our own Google Gemini. We're not a billion-dollar company, right? So Google, what they're doing is they have a very, very enticing free tier. I'll show you this one. So basically, you're going, we'll give you the link, obviously, right? So all you got to do, like, actually, I'll show you right now if I can. Try it now. This is what you do, right? So it's gonna say Google AI Studio, develop in your environment, get API key. You click on it. It's gonna say, do you agree, blah, blah, blah. And then click continue and boom. You see this create key, right? Create key, boom. That's it. It's gonna say click create API key for a new project, and then it generates the key. That's all it really is. I mean, you take this key and you put it into your thing. It does, you logged in and then in your account, and then boom, this is my key, right? So you see this, it says free of charge. So it has a very generous free tier account, as I mentioned before. So if OpenAI is having issues, just use Google. Super easy, super free, free tier as well. And at the end of the day, folks, like it's like this, right? The point is, tomorrow you sell a website to a client. The last thing you want to do, right? Like I'm trying to explain, is you should not be in a situation where like you're dealing with okay, my dear client, right? That other thing has some credit system, OpenAI went out of business, or they changed their system, they're asking you to update everything. Let the client just put their key, right? And then you can sell it for whatever, right? And at the end of the day, as I mentioned before, it gives you more flexibility when you're trying to do, because we build this whole system keeping in mind that you may have to resell these websites, you may have to offer it as a service, as an agency, you may have to even resell the application with a white label in this case. We designed it with that in mind. We did not design it just to create a cool website just for fun and giggles, right? So how do you generate revenue with it? So there's different ways. Workspaces means you build a client's website. Well, you build it for a dentist, and now the dentist like, look, I'm done with you. Please, I paid you already, whatever, $2,000 or whatever for the service. Now just give me the website. I'll host it on my own, and then I want control because my employees will handle it. Please. In that case, just tell them to change the API key themselves. They're good. That's why we introduced it, right? Because you're dealing 500 clients. How do you know 20 of them will not ask for it, right? And then once you don't have the infrastructure, it becomes very difficult, right? So simple. You just log into Gmail and use it if you're having issues with OpenAI. That's why we integrated it. And we'll have more of them integrated as well in the future, depending on your requests and stuff. But these are the two best ones that we've seen, obviously, right? So you have that. Is that clear? All right. Now, and the other question as well, right? And is this is a good point, right? So some of builders are notorious for heavy code on the backend, click side, lightweight, and minified. Yes, from the ground up. Like if you see every, I'll actually go and show you the pages, right? Like this one, like as an example, right? Very simple, like fast. Like most of the stuff has been minified to work. Like if you go, you can even check the code. That's how transparent we are. And it's important because I want to see the code, because if I'm giving it to like a web designer in the future, I want to have the capability that they can work towards it, right? Without anything. So you see this, how simple it is? That's all it is, the code. Every element I know where what is, right? It's not like, if you see other page builders, this initial section is huge. They'll have like some relic integration and this database, that database, and all that stuff. This is very lightweight. You know, that's the key thing, and that's the reason why we are able to give you the download access. You see this at any point, any website, you can download right out of the gate, and you should be good to go. Okay, and that's why we give you the download access as well. Then you know it's a very lightweight system, right? Obviously. Now, and the other question as well, where is the contest? We announced the winners already. You came in late, maybe. These were all the winners. Okay, these were 8 winners. I'll announce them in the Facebook group as well to keep it transparent. So we announced them as well. So so you will, all these winners, I'll be getting in touch with you. Hey, but you'll have other opportunities to win in our Facebook group and other training events we have. We'll constantly keep announcing more winners. Okay, don't worry, not a big deal. All right. So similarly, what I kind of wanted to mention as well is which is another question is, technology is rapidly changing. Will you continue updating it? Yes, of course. As you know, with our other applications, right, all the time. And the other more important thing, as mentioned, Derek, is let's assume 5 years from now, technology changes, right? Either way, I mean, if you have clients, having the ability to download the website, like you have this download button on the top right, is more important than even any update we make. Because what happens is, let's say you have some clients who want to live in the past. They don't want to update their website. They don't want to change anything. They want to live in the past, right? They will at least want you to maintain those websites, right? And that's the most important feature that should be in every single page builder or any website builder. And there isn't, unfortunately, because the way they do it is, hey, look, you buy the subscription, you cancel it, we'll delete all your websites. Take it or leave it, right? And you get stuck in the ecosystem, right? And it's very difficult to migrate. What I wanted you to think about is, like, imagine right now, right? There are websites like, I'll show you this one, okay? And this is an example, but please understand, like, I'm showing this to you because it's important. So, like, a lot of you folks know Berkshire Hathaway, right? Warren Buffett, its website. I'll show you, okay? It's important because one of the richest guys in the world, right? This is their website. They're one of the richest guys in the world. Their company, it's $1 trillion company with a T. This is their website. Look at it. It's like made in 1999, right? There are clients like this. Okay, they will say you built this website. Maybe the new website has parallax animations and they have like blah 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 animations, video, and all that. Well, what if you have a client like this? They're like, look, I don't want to change my website. I don't want to change the platform. I don't want to change any HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or these new technologies that came in, Minify, CSS. I don't care. I just want whatever is there, right? What are you going to do then? The only way is the ability for you to download and then maintain it thereafter, right? Because even if we update the software, or even if the whole system of a website changes, right? Now everybody's only using mobile phones, no desktop computers. And this client says, I still want desktop, right? That's the reason why we gave you the download ability, right? So that if you have a client like this, right, wants to build websites like this and not update it for 10 years, you still can, because you can download the website and do it. Okay, does that make sense? That's the reason why we have to do. Okay. Now, the other point as well is, if any technical questions are there, just email our support team at support@clicksites.ai. Be happy to assist you as well. Okay. And the other point is this fully flexible, right? And we'll be happy to integrate whatever it is that you guys want based upon your requests in our roadmap along the way. Okay. Now, The other thing is, what other host support HTML? Everybody. HostGator supports it, GoDaddy, Namecheap, whoever, like whatever base hosting platform out there, right? They all allow it. It's a simple thing, right? Like you can move and upload it anywhere else. And The other thing as well is that yeah, it's vendor lock-in. It's a good question. This is the point I was trying to make in early vision. Good point, right? Which is, if you get a Wix.com or a Shopify.com, now you want to cancel the subscription because you don't have any clients anymore, or you want to change the business, or you're retiring from the business. Well, like, if you cancel the subscription, we'll delete all your websites. Take it or leave it, right? And the problem is that even if you say, okay, I want to migrate it, it only works with those platforms, right? The other person has to buy a subscription in order for you to migrate it over, right? And that becomes messy when, what if the person doesn't want to, but just wants their data? Well, that's the problem, right? That's where the major issue comes in. And that's what we want to avoid. And again, as I mentioned before, right? This is an all-inclusive account, right? No upsells, downsells, all that. Everything promised here, the website, you get it included. Nothing additional to buy. You go in, you log in right away, okay? Nothing extra to buy it thereafter, okay? And now the other point as well, right? This is the point. Good question here, right? And oh, thank you so much, Tony, by the way. And this is another question. Is like, I wrote my first website in HTML. I have been missing the e's. So understand that HTML is just a language, right? Like, there's JavaScript and CSS and all that stuff. In simple terms, right? Under the hood, right? Every website is pretty much HTML, CSS, or some JavaScript or whatever, right? Whether it's this kind of website, whether it is like even Microsoft.com or whatever, right? At the end of the day, that's what it is, right? The thing though is how easy it is it to modify things, change things, like I mentioned, right? How easy is it to build one, edit one, stuff like that? That's more important actually at the end of the day, right? As you can imagine. And so that's what we focused on. Because if you think about it, it's like, let's say you're building like the foundation for something, right? The foundation will all be the same always, right? If you're building a house, you're gonna have let's say the like the foundation, you're gonna have like the basement, let's say you wanna have the ground floor or whatever, you're gonna have some part being wood, some part being concrete, some part being fireproofing. Basics are the same, right? Same thing for a website, the building blocks are the same. It just, the question is which platform does what differently, right? So yeah, the ease of use is what matters for that reason, right? So yeah, definitely. Now, do we need an API key to make it work? Yes, but it's OpenAI and Gemini have free tiers. You can use those. The Gemini one is actually even more like, it's free. It doesn't even ask for any credit card fees and all that stuff, and it's very, very reasonable. Like I'll show you. I created it right now, right? You go into here. The Gemini Flash, for example, is basically here, as you can see. The Gemini Flash is free of charge. Yeah, free everything, and you can input your key, your client's key, and client's website and stuff, and you don't have to ever worry about credits and stuff like that. And this is important, okay? I want to be very clear. If we offered it, right, that's going to be, say, 5,000 credits or some stupid credit system, which will only limit you further, even if it's for free tiers and stuff. Secondly, if tomorrow you sell the website, right, who is going to handle the key then, right? That becomes messy. So rather, you just, if you sell the website to a client, have them use their Gemini key or OpenAI key or whatever. Gemini being the free tier, they have generous, yeah. So that's the reason why we recommend you do it this way, because if you're handling 500 clients, right, in the workspaces, maybe even more, right? Or white label, like in this case, you sold the application itself and the person can build unlimited pages. The last thing you want to do is be stuck with a very limited system. You know what I mean? I'd rather use one where you can do as many of these as possible, right? You just link it to your Gmail account and be good to go. In the case of OpenAI, you might put some billing details, but they still have a free tier. In this particular case, as you can see here, right? Input pricing and all that, it's free. And all you have to do literally is just go in here, try it now thing, and we give you the link and the training to set it up, and you're good to go. Nothing much there, right? And the beauty is that if you have 500 clients, let all 500 clients have their own key. That way, in the future, let's say they say, I'm not going to pay you any monthly maintenance fees. I'm not going to pay you any extra fees. You're not stuck where you are dealing with the issues that would arise because of that. That's why we did this. That's very flexible, gives you unlimited flexibility, right? So that's the key thing. Because if we just did it for giggles, for fun, you just build some pages for fun or for your own business, then we can offer you something and it's okay. But if you're trying to resell the business, they will ask you for flexibility. We've dealt with not-for-profits, healthcare, education. The first question they ask is, let's say tomorrow we, you know, have our own personal data and stuff. How will privacy work? We don't want to use some other AI of yours or whatever. Give us everything that is there behind the scenes, because we want to have control over what we have, right? And that's the reason why we built it, because these are very regulated industries. You don't want to deal with issues that would arise if you're selling for those businesses, right? So that's why we made it simple, straightforward. No matter how many workspaces, you will simplify this across the board for them, right? And that's why we've done this way, especially for white label in particular, because if you're trying to sell the business for the white label, the last thing you want is you're selling the application. The last thing you want is run into like issues where like you have to maintain it 5 years down the line. Let them use their key, right? And you should be good. And the free tiers are very generous anyways here, as you can see here, right? 1 million tokens per minute or whatever it is right now. Even if it charges in the future, I mean, it's a drop in the bucket, right? Just a few dollars here and there at the end of the day. And the price you're getting it for right now, I mean, to build the amount of sites, you're going to make it back more than enough very quickly either way, right? So I just want to be transparent on that front, because the last thing we want is like, I've seen it, right? Other platforms out there, they'll say 5,000 credits, 10,000 credits, and then you press one button and it'll expire. And then now they'll say, oh, upgrade your plan to this enterprise plan or something. And you don't want it because you're not made any revenue to do so. Why would you do that when you can literally use these generous free tier plans, right? You should be pretty good to go. All right, yeah, absolutely. Pretty smooth, right? Connect to Gemini within 4 minutes. Yep. And the good thing is, right, you get the best model out there that you can utilize, and you don't have to worry about limits and stuff, right? So what is an API key? Don't worry, watch the tutorial, Sherry. All it really is you tell Google, okay, hey Google, I want to use your service. Google will say, oh, you want to use your service? Log into your account, Gmail account, let's say. Then they're going to give you a small key. You copy and paste in the application. That's what it is. It's just unique to you. That's what it is. Okay. Hope that is clear, right? Now, I believe everybody's a winner. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming in and doing that. Uh, so just because we've been here for so long, and for the benefit of the people who come in late, let me just summarize real quick and we'll call it a day. We have other training sessions coming up soon, specifically on the features within the application. And of course, a roadmap coming up next week. So definitely the features, one of them I've noted down as well, was the basically terms of service pages and some standard pages to be built natively. 100%, I'm going to make sure that's implemented. I don't know the priority yet. We'll put it in the roadmap. If all of you guys want that as number one, well, that'll be number one, right? Should be easy to do and no problems. But any other suggestions like that, we'll be happy to check in the roadmap. Now, the other part as well is, if there's like any technical issues and stuff you have, email us at support@clicksites.ai. I'll be happy to assist you with those technical questions, our team. And also, similarly, what I wanted to kind of also mention here is this just the start, right? Sometimes what happens, right, is that you are excited about the application, you watch tutorials and stuff, but you don't know how to use it. Where do you start first? So we have training on that coming up next week, specifically on the use cases, right? And as I mentioned, we built this from the ground up to have multiple use cases. Use it for your own business. Use it to manage client websites, right? Meaning other people, like as a freelancer, agency, consultant, stuff like that, right? Third, build it for affiliate sites or funnel pages or like landing pages, like lead pages where you capture opt-ins and stuff, whatever. Or fourth, use the white label account, right? To be able to sell the application as your own with your own branding and stuff. All of them are included right now in this. And at any point you get success in everything, right? Whether it's workspaces where you have managed clients accounts, white label or whatever, we will train you not only on how to recoup the investment here and more, but also we'll train you on more than that and how to scale up beyond that, because we have the scalability thing as well built in into the system. Regardless, whatever works, we'll be assisting you across the board. And right now, as I mentioned before, we've done what features we wanted. We've tested for the last year and a half, 2 years or so, but some things might be something everybody wants, right? We're not sure yet. So we want your feedback, okay? So definitely let our support team know for suggestions, and we'll put them up in roadmap ourselves, or you can also suggest them in the roadmap when we have it ready. That said, Ali, if you see any last pressing questions, you can let us know. Then we'll call it a day here. And I'll also pay all the winners and stuff as well, folks, in the next 24 to 48 hours. Bonuses 48 hours, okay? Watch out for my email. Next 48 hours, we'll get in touch with you there. I'll unmute you there.
Yeah, just I guess API related. Just once you log in, just go to tutorials, and there will be a walkthrough for the API key. The other gentleman here took him less than 4 minutes, so it's a very streamlined, very quick, easy process. I know it sounds a bit complicated, alien when you hear API, but it's just all it is just a couple of a line of digits. That's it, and you can get just follow the tutorials. But let's just say you do get stuck, please don't hesitate to reach out to the support desk. We'll be, there's an amazing team there that are ready and for you to get going. Another thing I'll mention, obviously in the chat boxes and stuff, I I would love to know. Just put a comment, even now or for later. Just put a comment what you love most about ClickSites AI. What feature did you really love about it? Because a lot of you obviously purchased. So just it'll be nice to know your feedback as well. Some good stuff. What you really liked about the application itself. But yeah, training will be covering things like how to look at the blog aspect of it, navigation menu, how to put an image in there and edit it, all of these aspects. And even when we're talking about how do you sell it, what's the best way, what would you recommend, Paul? What's the best ideal solution of selling, which was going to make the most money? We'll cover that in the training, the live personal training. Not only will it be live, but there will be recordings that can be accessed at any point, and you can watch that over and over again. That's not a problem. So, yeah, definitely do let us know what you've enjoyed, especially with the app. What's your most favorite feature that you're excited and looking forward to using? So we've got some comments here. We've got let's have a look. Let's have a look. Anthony saying, "I love the depth and the wide of the software. It has it all. Fantastic." Emerald, I believe she was a winner as well, so she might be a little bit biased now. But yeah, she goes, "Thanks again, Paul and the team. Looking forward to using the training. It looks easy enough to get in there." So that's another good thing that somebody did ask: is it really easy to use? And the honest answer, as biased as I may sound, if I look at it from an impartial point of view, honestly, it is really really easy to use. And I think after you just even if you go through the training and look at it, when you use a chat AI bot, it streamlines the entire process. Essentially three main inputs that you put in, and that's it. All you're then doing is selecting a template. And once you get to the process, yeah, you can tidy up your website, and that's it. You are good to go. So it was designed to be as easy as possible. It doesn't need to be clunky and all this coding and all this stuff, as you've seen and demonstrated. So yeah, there's Crappy saying there's almost too much to mention, but the ability to download the HTML was the first reason I brought. And remember, with the HTML, I mean, this is another question: can you use it in WordPress and do this and all of that stuff? WordPress is outdated. Yes, I know many of you may be using it, which is fine. But remember, this is an HTML editor, so it's got a lot more security than with when it comes to WordPress. Because if you remember, WordPress has a lot of security issues. I've had sites that have been hacked before. Someone's taken it over. I just don't want that headache anymore. So the good thing with this is, yes, it is a HTML page builder. Yes, it has an inbuilt editor, but alongside that, you can take the HTML file and you can put it into third-party providers like Dreamweaver and so on and so forth, and edit it elsewhere. Once you have that file, give it to a client or upload it to your own server or whatever it may be. Or if you want to have a headache, no headache, then we can obviously host it on our side. So you're covered from all angles. And like Paul mentioned, that sometimes what's safer is that you have the file. So even if it's 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, you always have that backup. Essentially, yes, we are secure the hosting. And one thing I want to ask Paul, because he's mentioned, I'm pretty sure he mentioned this years ago, but the price of it being, let's just say, is a full payment of $167. Fantastic. That compared to competitors, if you ever looked, you'd be shocked to yourself, right? And though we had some people, is the price going to change? Yes, the price will be subject to change. So if you get it today, you're going to be locked in for the very low price. And yes, you do have the option of a 7-day free trial, because I know some people mentioned I don't get paid to the end of the month. However, if you've got friends, family, hey, split the amount. But one thing I want to mention, just bearing in mind the front end cost of this, let's just say you get it. Now, Paul, how much do you spend just on servers alone? Forget everything else, just the servers.
Right now, 50,000 a month US. Yeah, $50,000. Yeah,
Okay. So more than 500,000, right? About
more than
600,000
yeah, easily
per
per year.
year,
Yeah.
right? So you've got to understand, even if you pay this, this one-off cost, money's still coming out of Paul's pocket every single month. He's still looking after the site, and he's still maintaining those expenses. So yeah, someone could say, yeah, you're a bit crazy for not charging a recurring amount because you're gonna be out of pocket, right? Does that make sense, everyone? Is everyone following? Because he's still paying regardless. It doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, he's actually gonna be out of pocket. However, I'm pretty sure many of you have been purchasing products from Paul for a very long time, and he does crazy stuff like that. He just gives money away. I don't know, right? So you have to bear in mind this is going to be a heavily invested product long term, like the suite of other products that Paul and Sid have, and they maintain. So you can be rest assured that you're not only investing in the product, but you're obviously investing into individuals that do maintain and look after their products. I mean, the hosting itself, if it's more than $500,000, we're not even talking about the other expenses of team. I mean, there's so many running costs and expenses. I mean, it's a joke, right? So just to bear in mind, you're paying nothing, a fraction, probably 0.0001% of what it takes just to maintain something like this. But you've got real product owners that are looking after the product, not just for a month or 2 months. They take their money, they take your money, and then 6 months down the line, that product is useless, doesn't even work anymore. So you're going to have something that's maintained, updated frequently, and that actually gives you that value. Even bonuses and this training, nobody does stuff like this for one-off cost. You pay. Unfortunately, nowadays, yes, you pay. So you just remember that value that you get. It's something long term, and I don't want to overhype it, but that is just the reality of it. So I can see a lot of comments that people do appreciate. They've got many of Paul's other products, like Paul Rocks. So let me know. Do you guys, are you excited? Have you jumped in? I think we've been here for quite a while now, so just let me know. Are you awake? That's the main thing. So many thanks for the presentation. Very true. Many products I've got, they're no longer available from other vendors. Paul, when I make it, I'll be donating to charity. There is nothing out there this generous. Thank you very much. And remember that the training that's yet to come will actually then dive into other ability, using the ability of selling the sites. How can you make money from, whether it's white label, what's the best strategy, what's the best. This is the other thing that popped up, especially when it comes to client. How much do I actually charge them? What's the best price to charge them? Where would I find them? So all of this stuff we will cover. Don't think you're just going to pick this up and then be left. Okay, I'm pretty sure if you're existing customers as well, that you have that training, no one left behind will take you by the hand and walk you through the best strategies in place, and then you can choose which one best fits your circumstances, your needs. And it's essentially for you just to pull the trigger and just make progress. You make your first dollar. And another thing I would say, especially Paul mentioned this, if you sell this and you just sold one white label license for, let's just say, I don't know, $97. If it was me, obviously you can do what you want, but I would highly suggest you look at doing a recurring component where you're charging a certain amount every single month from that one individual white label license. So just imagine if you did sell this at $97 a month to, I don't know, was it 100 people? That's 10K a month in your pocket. Now you don't need to be that crazy. Let's just say even if it's $27 a month, right? Is everyone following? So this way you put that effort in, you can get paid every single month. But we'll cover all of this in the training. Okay, that will be coming. Bonuses, Paul will be sending you the link within that 48-hour limit. So don't hesitate. Don't worry why that link might be blank right now. Any issues whatsoever, if you get stuck on anything, you need a bit of guidance, a bit of help, something, if you're quite unsure with something, please don't hesitate to reach out to support. You see the link on there. And alternatively, within the interface as well, you'll have that support link. So you've got two options, whether you pay the full amount of $167, you're going to save $11. However, bearing in mind for this launch period of this becoming available, that's going to be the lowest it's going to be, and over time that will increase and it will be subject to change. So you're getting in at the lowest amount possible. Now, those that want to kind of kick the tires and maybe they can't afford the full amount, fine. You have a 7-day trial, okay, that you can actually try, and then you can got a split payment, and the total will be $178. Now, I think many people mentioned there's some competitors that if you generally they're charging in the hundreds of pounds where I'm in the UK. So you're looking at hundreds and hundreds of dollars, but you're limited by the amount of domains that you can get. So I'm pretty sure you're probably aware of this anyway. So you're getting that 500 custom domain names, 500 workspaces, and unlimited pages. Now, a good problem to have is, let's just say, a lot of people say, what happens if I hit 500? Hey, that's a fantastic problem. You're making a serious amount of money if you're hitting 500, right? Then yeah, you can contact support, and I'm pretty sure we can increase that limit. We can make those adjustments even if you have to invest in it. So that's a good problem to have. People, I always got taught, hey, look, we always think of the worst case scenarios. What happens if this? What happens if that? These are really good problems that you're having. You're making money. Okay, you're seeing success. So don't focus on these things that haven't happened yet. First, do your first site, your 10 sites, 50 sites, and then we'll take it from there. But anyway, a lot of this stuff will be covered. Feels like you lot are giving this away. TTA says a no-brainer. If we do sell a site, do they get the URL? If you're selling a site, then I would assume that you would be selling the domain name with it. That would increase the value of it. Especially if you're flipping, or if in terms of the client, if it's their site, then they will essentially give you the domain to use. So any of these questions, please, I know I do apologize, any questions that we might miss, because I know we've gone on for some time, a lot of people are going, but if you have any questions, don't hesitate to put a question in. Even if we don't answer it now, I'm pretty sure we'll answer it later. Alongside that, you can reach out to support if you have any more questions, and we'll try to cover as many as we can. Are the sites self-hosted? Yes, the sites are self-hosted securely within ClickSites AI. Okay. However, if you want to have your own hosting, you can take the file itself, or if you have your own domain, you can actually have your own domain name, but you have a subdomain anyway, and you can actually have the pages hosted upon ClickSites AI. However, if you want to do your own hosting, which many people do, you have multiple options to choose from. So hopefully that answers your question, James. Affiliates Corner saying, I cannot wait to get away from WordPress. Many people stay with WordPress because I think that's what that's all they know, because anytime you start online, especially get domain and stuff, the general thing is people just sell you that WordPress package, and then you have to get these little plugins and things like that, and it is a little bit outdated. Many people do use it because they're familiar with it. They've just used it for so long. So this is something that gives you that ease and that flexibility. Very simple, very easy to use. Especially if you've seen the demonstration today, how quick it is. So. And next, let's see. Any other questions? Ron saying, way to go. We purchased it. Right line saying we purchased it. We're looking forward to using it. And remember, questions like about the domain name, how to set that up. We've covered that training within tutorials. However, if they because there's so many features. I mean, I'll be honest with you. There's so many features. If there's anything specific that you want a bit more information on, just make sure whether it's in the group or whether it's support. Just reach out, let us know, and then we can make sure we can get those things covered also.
Yeah, so let me answer this question.
Sure.
Is it friendly with Cloudflare? It's friendly with any system which requires DNS, right? So if you were to use Cloudflare to manage your domain system, then you just put that as your system within ClickSites and enable it. Because at the end of the day, we host it. What the domain system is, it is irrelevant, right? It could be Amazon, which is doing it for all we know, right? Because we have done that in the past. It's irrelevant of that. What I wanted to kind of also kind of point out is effectively the other point as well is like stuff like this, right? I mean, only if you didn't get the login details and you wait 30 minutes, it means it's either went to spam or for some reason didn't go through to you. Sometimes it happens. Some emails get blocked for whatever reason, especially when you use the word password or login, sometimes more so. So just email our support team will manually create your account for you, not an issue. Worst case scenario. Or we'll reset it for you and you can do it from there. So no worries there. Our team is on the line right now. You have 10 people waiting for your email. So email is there, support at ClickSites. I will be happy to assist you. Now, this is also a good question, right? If we do sell a site, do they get the URL too? Domain name, right? Yeah, I mean, either they can use their own domain too, by the way, very important. So it's sometimes what happens, right? Like if a client is like, look, I want to buy the site, but it's my domain, not yours. Okay, fine. Connect it to their domain. It's super easy. It takes a few minutes. Within 1 hour, the SSL will be set up. We pay for all the SSL stuff. It's not a big deal. We have an automated system, and then the domain will connect to them, right? It's irrelevant of that. And similarly, oftentimes when you sell a website, they might ask for a backup too, in case you're gone. What if like you're like, oh, I built a website, but I'm retiring or I'm not going to be available ever? Then they might want to back up, right? So that's another good thing. We offer you the ability to download. A lot of you folks appreciated that, and I'm glad, for once we're all on the same page, because in order to download the website is, in my opinion, the most important feature any website or AI platform needs to have going forward when it comes to web design and stuff, because we don't know if OpenAI will exist 10 years down the line, right? Well, then if that is the case, you should have the ability to download and have it. We don't know if websites as it stands will exist 10 years down the line. Maybe everybody will only use mobile friendly sites, right? Well, at least having it ability to download and backup is worth it, right? We don't know if the client themselves are in healthcare, education, government, or not for profit, where they have specific regulations, compliance they need to have. Well, they might just say, give me the HTML, downloaded files. We will host it ourselves. We have our own security analysis, right? Like recently, I was working with a corporate client for some of our projects, and can't name the company right now, but they said in order for us to sell to them, their IT department has to enable our project, let's say from this case, to every employee who will use it. Does that make sense? So like their IT division has to say, look, every employee needs to have a special access, and every employee has to be basically get that access to use that either software or project, or in this case website, or whatever it means. So that means if, let's say, there are 500 employees, every person has to be enabled in order to use it. And in many cases like that, they'll say, well, we'll not allow it, right? So you will have to export and give them that file so they can go and do whatever they want with it, right? And that becomes critical as well, especially if you're dealing with clients in, with many employees or regulated industries and stuff like that. Okay, privacy is a very big deal these days, right? And privacy means data, ability to download the data that they built, whether it's websites or whatever it might be, leads or whatever, right? And that's the reason why we have focused on that, and I'm glad a lot of you understand it, right? Now, this is a good question. If enough people want Artistly integration, we'll be happy to do that into this, of course, if enough people want it. We are making a new update to Artistly, by the way, in about 7 to 10 days. It should be available, maybe sooner. So after that major update comes, yeah, we'll definitely look at integrating it, because that one is going to be awesome. Version 4.0, right? Which is good, because we always update our applications. So Artistly will be version 4.0, Video Express will be version 2.0 coming up next. And then after that, I mean, ClickSites too, if next version comes. Talking Photos, the other application you guys have, version 2.0 is coming up as well in a couple of weeks. So why I'm telling you this stuff, folks, is when people see like, oh, one-time payment for lifetime access, the number one question is, how can you maintain it long-term? Well, we do it because we have separate teams working on them all the time. And let's say because of that, we have multiple teams working. They're always constantly updating, right? And the reason why is that we have such a big community. Our Facebook group is 50,000 plus now, right? That means 50,000 potential customers who will end up buying this tool. So not today, maybe a year from now or whatever. That's only in our Facebook group alone. And that's not including other people from around the world, right? We're reaching. So because of such a grand scale we're doing, somebody might buy version 4.0 still, right? And end up paying more money for it, while you folks will always keep getting the updates forever, right? And as long as we are here and keep doing it, because we have a full-time machine learning team, by the way, full-time. So that's many machine learning AI engineers, right? These are people who could have worked for Google or OpenAI or whoever, one of these companies, but they decided to work for us because we pay them a lot of money. Same thing, we have a full-time developer team. For ClickSites, it's a dedicated team, right? So customer support full-time, everybody's there. And the way it works is that, because of the fact that we're dealing with such a grand scale and different enterprises and stuff, like you folks, right? I'll give you a perfect example. I keep mentioning this again and again. Sometimes people don't understand it. Like go back here. You see this Teams account, right? Remember I added Yash into the team and stuff earlier on. Like just this one feature, the ability to add team members, a lot of people will pay huge amount of money for this because collaboration, right? Like a business has 50 employees, They want to know if Bob and James and Melissa and Paul or whoever, they're all working on stuff, right? Like maybe Bob's job is to do the lead integration, right? Leads, right? Maybe Melissa's job is to do integration with the CRM system or whatever, using Zapier or Pabbly or whatever, right? Maybe, for example, Paul's job is to actually do CSS or design elements or whatever in a website. There's so many components, right? Somebody's doing about us page, booking page, whatever. So collaboration. There are companies who pay more money. For you, it might be, oh, it's a cool feature. But for a lot of companies out there, it is a critical feature, right? And we can charge more money just for that's why we built it, right? So for somebody who has 500 employees, they're willing to pay a premium for those 500 employees to be added into one team account to collaborate, right? Not much for a lot of people, but like for agencies and freelancers and people who sell websites, workspaces is critical. It's like do or die. Like you need to have as many as possible. That's why we give them 500. More like 500 is like unheard of in our industry, right? People do 10, 25, 50 maybe, right? 500 is more than enough for the price, especially. But of course, if you get 500 clients, you're managing 500 organizations. You want to do more, we'll give you to our break-even cost anyway to upgrade further. It's a piece of cake, not a big deal. That's not our goal to make profit off of you. Our goal is to get you guys and girls the best value so that we can update it and get feedback as well. Because I'll give you a perfect example. When we released Artistly, right, our AI image generation platform, we had so much great feedback. Like I'll show you our roadmap. I'm just giving it to you as an example, folks. But that's the bigger value you folks provide us, and really, because the feedback you guys have given us has been amazing, right? Like I'll give you an example here. Like this is the roadmap for Artistry. So this is for our image generation. This was last year, 1 year ago. We've already released 3 versions of it. 4th one is coming up. Like you see this one, right? Like we've completed so many of these right now. Text and images, 74 people wanted. We did that. Multiple aspects. A lot of this stuff is already duplicated, but it's completed, right? Like right now, what we're doing is bulk download, right? Like it's such a small thing. But if you see bulk download and images, right? The point I'm making is, right, we do all this stuff, we completed all this stuff, right? Is because of the fact that your feedback made the application, the version 3.0, one of the best. And the 4.0 coming up will cover every single feature here that we've added. It'll cover everything. So it'll make it the best, like level of Midjourney or whatever platform out there. Even better, I would say, but that's my opinion. But it'll be the best, right? Among the best. So what I mean is because of your feedback, right? That was more valuable than the money we've charged for it, like the break-even cost. Because later on, when we're competing in the open marketplace against all these big companies, we can win because of your feedback, right? Because sometimes we might not know what all people want, right? Similarly with Video Express, this version 2.0 coming up will make it one of the best image to video or text to video platform, right? Runway ML, whatever you might have seen. So that's the other focus point, right? So same thing here. The goal here, the price point we're selling it here is not so much to make a profit, but more so to get feedback so that when we release the version 2.0, it'll become the best AI website builder, right? It's already pretty good. I'd say among the best, but then it'll be the very best, right? Because we want to cater this specifically from the ground up, focused on agencies and freelancers and people who will manage client accounts and stuff, right? That's the goal of this, and that's why we built it, the infrastructure, keeping that in mind. Like we didn't say team accounts coming up 3 months from now. We didn't say workspaces coming up 5 months from now, right? Or we didn't say white label buy an upsell for like $299 a year or something, right? We integrated all that because infrastructure demanded it. And now with your feedback, as you're using it and you give us suggestions, it'll become even better, right? And then what happens is when version 2.0 releases, this right here, we can jack it up by a recurring subscription, upsells, downsells, all that for the new customers. And they'll be happily pay because they're comparing the version 2.0 with what's available there, and nobody will have all the features because you folks, thousands of you have suggested all these and we've looked at your feedback and implemented it, right? That's the goal, right? That's where we're headed. That's been our focus point. And, it's only going to mean that today what it is actually the worst the application will be. A few months from now, it'll get a better, obviously, right? Now, so what I'm going to do now is, Ali, you can basically answer any questions that are in the chat box. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to check the comments and answer some questions I've missed as well. Okay. So Ali, if you see any questions in the chat box for people who are just joining in late or whatever, you can answer them. I'll leave the screen over to you. I will get the screen out and I'm going to answer via chat to all the questions in our Facebook group, YouTube group, and stuff like that. All right. And then after that, you can finish the call, Ali, if all the questions are done.
Okay, so what I'll do, I've got some questions that popped up. Let's have a look. Dara. Okay, Dara saying, what's the best way to keep the pages consistent? Choose the same theme, but do we have a brand color section? So this is an interesting one. So there's a couple of ways you can do this because I guess branding is important. So let's just say you created a page and you want to create additional pages. So remember when you do get when you do purchase it today, you'll have unlimited pages you can create. So you can make that one page, one website. You can create that one website, and within that one website, you can create unlimited pages. So there's a couple of ways you could do this. Say, for example, if I created a page like so, I can essentially keep the same color themes. I can just come in and I can edit, background colors, keep the same kind of whether it's the color, the grading, or the theme, or maybe you have the logo at the top. Or if you create the page from scratch, you can create one individual page from scratch. And instead of you going and making the page again and again, you just create that one branded page that's themed, and then you just duplicate. You just clone that one page into multiple pages, as many pages as you want, and then you've got all these multiple themed pages that you can add that specific content without you doing all the headaches. So you just create that one page and duplicate it, or you could just come in to the page that you want and just change the background color, the gradient, whatever it may be. So we'll probably cover more of this training as well as we get into the 4-week sessions. So hopefully that answers your question there, Dara. Okay, so Roy says I've had to miss a lot of the party, but I'm in now. As usual, you and the team are also always over deliver. Fantastic. So Christine saying, I have to go now. Thank you, Paul and Ali. Great presentation. I'm grateful I purchased and I'm excited to use it and become successful doing it. So very, very important. So let's have a look. So just kind of a recap. Let's go in this again. Let's see if we can cover some stuff, because I know one thing that wasn't covered is, say, for example, if you do want to come once you've linked up your responder, you've got two ways of doing it. If you do want to go through and add your own code, you can do so. Or if you just came to, there's two sections there. If you came to the sections, so these are full length sections you can add. You've got contact section here, and you'll see a number of different sections of terms of sending us messages or contact pages, essentially. Okay, that's one way of doing it. Or if you came back here to the drop down, you can see we've got contact here, select, and that will give you some options here. So, name, email, and even they can send a message. So that will be collected as well. That's completely up to you. So let's have a look. So once I've set everything up, if I got my autoresponder set up, I can just put this here, and you can add all of that stuff in there. And obviously, if you want to go into settings, you want to kind of change it, adjust the color of it, you can do so. Okay, so you can heavily customize every aspect of it. And here's the settings for that. If you want to go specifically into this box here for your opt-in, you can do, especially when it comes to HTML. So that's another cool way of looking at it. You can lock it, you can move up and down as you would expect. Put a nice gradient maybe in there. Let's have a look. Nice little gradient. If I want to put an image in there, if I don't have my own image, I can go upload an AI image. So it's designed. It has been designed to be as easy as possible. Okay, so remember some of the key things. Okay, let me just have a look. Send a request. Okay, so remember, if there's any requests in terms of certain integrations you want or any kind of feature request, like Paul mentioned, don't hesitate to reach out to support and submit those requests. And I'm pretty sure that's something the development team can look at and they can put it on that roadmap as Paul described. So is there a way to make login protected websites? I guess that's a great question. So actually, there can be a way of doing that. So say, for example, if you want to create a login protected website, so someone wants to enter, I'm pretty sure there's third-party codes you can create that will enable you to put a username and password when you first enter a website. And I'm pretty sure once you get that HTML code, you can actually copy that code and embed it into ClickSites AI. You could just simply come to any part of this page, wherever you wanted to do it, whether it's in the HTML editor, and you'll just edit in the header or the section or anywhere on the page. Okay, so they are out there. You just have to add it. So Vimala, he's saying he's awake at 10 past 3 in the morning. Good night. So you can see people are tuning from all around the world. Fantastic. So when we do go through the live training sessions, we'll go through a lot of the stuff in terms of, landing pages, blog pages, making menus. So menus with multiple pages, how to link them all. Otherwise, we've been on this call probably more than 4 hours now. So let's do a few more and then we'll probably wrap this up. So Dara saying, Ali, how do we demo the site to a client before it's published? Now, this is a great question. Now, you've got a couple of options. Ideally, sometimes you do have your own previewing section here, okay? But this is for you, essentially. Now, what you can do if you wanted to, so let's close this. If I come back to home, you'll see there is a link here now. So every time you create a website, can you see there's a link here? So the one we were dealing with, let's say property management here, we can copy this link and we can send that across. Okay, there's nothing stopping us from sending that across to them. Because we're in control of that website. If it has the domain, we control that domain and obviously the hosting and the files for that. Okay, so that's a great way of doing it. Or you could send them a video review of the website itself. So if I go back into this now, let's go to edit. So drop down menus, yes, when you go into, let's say, sections, see navigation bar, you can have those drop downs there. Just like, for example, like this, you'll see just like the social media aspect, you can have those also, and you can even edit and change around those settings, especially with the color, like the sub menu background color. So menu, let's have a look. So say for example, if I got the about page, I can just come here and put it inside there. Can you see that now? It's a drop down, right? If I then take Twitter, let's put that in there. It's really, really, really simple the way it's been designed. So it's not complicated. Press OK. If I go now, can you see that? Simple drop down. If I want to come back, I can change that sub color here. Let's just go for that background color, and that's it. And alongside that, let's have a look. What else can we do? I could go back to this. And I could do light text. Okay, let's go for that. Come back, have a look. I could just make as many adjustments as I want. Let's try a nice black. Okay, and that's it. So when we're in the training, I'll show you how you create that menu there, and you can create those various different links to different pages. Okay. So Doris, but do they see the ClickSites branding? That's a very good question. So what you can do is, if you have your own domain name, can you see here? I've got my own domain name set up. Okay. So you can, if you set up your own domain name here, I think you can set up domain names. I guess this is an important one. I thought, let me get a quick domain name. I think this was like $1 because it was like XYZ. You could just get anything. I just called it My Website Builder. Okay, so you could get your own domain name, a really simple, cheap and cheerful one for like $1, or if GoDaddy, like Paul said, and just set up a domain name, and you can have that specific URL will change. Can you see that? So that way they're not seeing it whatsoever. So when I take that, let's just go to, let's have a quick look. Let's open that up. You can see here that's all they're seeing. They're seeing My Website Builder. They're not going to see any level of branding from ClickSites AI. And you can see, look, it looks nice and clean. That's how it would look. And yeah, really clean, really bright, vibrant colors, nice images. Okay. And even if they, let's just say, for example, let's say, for example, they see this little widget here. You can't tell what it is. However, if you wanted to, if you've got the white label, you can go in and change your own favicon. You can have it hosted yourself, so they won't see any of it. And plus, on top of that, you could have your own branding if that's what you want to desire. So that's something you can definitely do. So in terms of lead, if you are going to collect that information, it'll come here and then you'll export as CSV. Integrations, very simple. It'll ask just for your name and the API key. Simple stuff. There's a tutorial on there. You just go into your autoresponder if you want to do direct integrations, and that's it. That will link up. So yes, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it? So yeah, during the training, definitely we'll take these, this feedback seriously in terms of even more videos to cover even more of the functions and features and exactly how you would do it. Okay. Can everyone see my page? Because I think some people are not seeing it. Oh yes, you're right. Okay, I understand what's going on. Okay, so let me show you this again because of the tool that I'm using for the share screen. All right, yeah, that's okay. So everyone can see this screen now. So if I take this URL here, let's just say, let me open up a new tab actually. Let's paste that and go. And what I'll do, I'll share this tab instead. So can everyone see this tab now? Right. So this is what the website will look like. And there will be no mention of ClickSites AI on it whatsoever. Okay. So nice and clean, unbranded. So if I go back to share this tab instead. Okay. So what you could do is that if you do have your own domain name, you can see I've added them. Very simple process, nice and easy. And you can see if I go to the workspaces, let's have a look at one that's got a private one. You can see if I go to view DNS records, let's see, you can see I've just created the names here. Really very straightforward, very simple. And I'll probably try to expand and we'll make more about different hosting providers. Now, if you're using something else when it comes to your domain name, don't be hesitant. I'll tell you a secret, or it's a key to make things a lot easier. If you ever get stuck on something, always reach out to your domain provider's live chat. The amount of times I've done it and I've used them, and they will actually, generally, they do a lot of the work for you if you really wanted to. Okay, so they are in-depth, comprehensive tutorials on this. However, when we get into even the live training, the 4 weeks, I mean, you can see even this call itself is about 4 hours. So you can imagine those calls will be hours long, where we really do drill into all the aspects, strategies, components, the tools, how to essentially getting the most out of this. Otherwise, it just becomes just an app. You want to basically optimize the usage and efficiency of the app. So the training, you'll be updated via email, and that will come shortly. All the updates when it comes to training and the schedule and things like that you will get via email. And bearing in mind with the bonuses, they will come or you'll be updated about 48 hours time. So don't worry, don't get hesitant about the bonuses. You haven't got them yet. You will be updated with those. And there's some really great congruent bonuses, especially, when it comes to the autoresponder as well. That's going to be added as a bonus. So bonuses, let's have a quick look. I think there were some good bonuses. I won't go through them all, but some of the key things were obviously AI Generate was there, the marketing kit, niche dashboard, unlimited traffic for your site. So that was another thing that Paul pressed on, that a lot of the sites, and I think you're probably aware of this, that when you go to a lot of the sites, that they actually cap the amount of traffic that can come to your website. And in order for you to increase the amount of traffic or the clicks you get to your website, you have to pay to play. Fortunately for you, if you've got ClickSites AI, is that you won't have that issue because there's no cap. It's unlimited. So that's something really important or to bear in mind. However, that will be subject to change. Not just for this period right now as it's rolling out. Okay, that will be unlocked for you. However, that at some point, in the very near future, that is going to, once this period of launch goes over, then it is going to highly likely be removed. So bonuses, you will see there's a section within the platform called bonuses. That link is not going to be activated right now, but you'll be updated about those bonuses and they'll come across. So Doris, thank you. You're welcome. So yeah, bonuses will be emailed within 24 to 48 hours. However, in the meantime, go and jump into the app and start using it. especially before the calls. So then you can come on and say, you know what, I've used it. It's amazing. It's really that simple to use, because honestly, it is. I mean, I could just go right now. Let's just go into pages, and let's go to create with AI. Remember, because I'm on the call, it's not going to be working amazingly fast if I wasn't on the call. I've got so many things that are running in the background. Let's just go to special projects. Let's go to submit. And remember, please, about things, there's some great questions. Where would I sell these websites? Let's just say when it comes to it, this will all be covered on the live training session. Let's look at, the business type. Okay, website selling. Okay, let's just create a business that creates website selling. I don't know, because someone asked a question. Let's just create anything. I mean, I've tested this in terms of I tried to make crazy websites like takeaway, not takeaway, but like Donomy. I don't know if you know what Donomy is. Maybe if you've got children, or what Roblox is for games and gaming for children, or Roblox site, or maybe you're somebody that cares for babies, or maybe some baby related website. You can really do some really niche, micro niche websites. Okay, and if you really wanted to, you could actually create website based around affiliate products, and then you can monetize those products, and then you can sell the website. So let's just call it Website Selling LLC. Let's just create something simple. Let's just call it Website Topic, Website Selling for Beginners. Okay. And that's it. I'm not going to change the language. Let's try to keep this as simple as possible. It's create a nice outline, and it'll take probably maybe a minute or so for it just to start cooking that sauce up in the background. So in the meantime, we've got thank you. Let's see, TTA. Thank you. Great job to Paul and entire ClickSites team. We appreciate the walkthrough. Looking forward to the training. So yeah, don't hesitate to reach out to support. Put comments in the chat box. Whether it's now or later, we'll accumulate that. That's something that, yes, we can't look at we can't answer everybody's question. However, these are things we will have to revisit, and we will look at it, and we will make a note of it, so then we can answer it, especially when it comes to the session. So, yes, 4.5 hours is pretty long for a webinar, but it's not really a webinar in a sense that we just want to cover it also. Yes, generally you could probably end after an hour or two, but it's just not about that. We want to make sure that we cover as many Q&As as possible, because it is a live interactive session. So a question is, should I use Gemini or should I use OpenAI for the key? Which one's the best one? Now, if I'm honest, both are very powerful platforms, and both will essentially do the same job. But with the Google Gemini option, it is a much quicker process, and obviously it's got that free tier element in there. Both do the same thing, but I found Gemini was a much faster process just to go in there, especially if you've got a Google account. It's so quick just to get in there and go. So just remember, if you go to ClickSites AI /go, you will see you've got two options. You can actually try this out. Hey, if you want to try this out for 7 days, go for it. Try for 7 days, then it's a 2-part payment plan. But if you want to save some extra money, you can get this as a one-off as $167, and you will get 500 custom domain names you can link. You've got 500 workspaces, and then you've got unlimited pages you can create within those websites. Now, if you hit that quota of over 500 custom domain names and you need more, hey, just get in touch, and I'm sure we can assist you with that. So here we go. Let's go ahead and select the theme, and let's see. Let's go for a new one. Okay, let's go for this one. So this one was about website selling, wasn't it? So you can see it's now creating the website for me. So remember, different templates, different layouts. You can come and you can edit and you can change. Let's go ahead and edit. And there we go. So it's a really beautiful website there. Straight away, nice header image with the text here. Everything can be customized. We can change this font here. If we go to font settings, I can come here if I want. I can just change different stuff around. Oh, that looks very good straight away out the gate. And again, with this sub headline here, can I change that? Yes, I can. I can come here. I can change the font, the color. Anything can be changed. I'll keep this as white. With this, I can change the font size if I want. But obviously, that's going to be a little bit smaller because subheading, like so. I can change the weight of the font as well, depending on the style of it. The gradient, there you go, nice little gradient. Maybe I want to do a little bit of a highlight. So there's some really good tools that you can add. And even with the paragraph settings, you can do line spacing, letter spacing, indentation, bullet points, and so much more. So I don't want to get too much into it, otherwise then it become another training. Now, get started button, I can have this linked. If I wanted to put a link in there or edit this button, I can have it. Let's see, what it does on hover. Let's go back to the link. I can put this link in there. So if I wanted to link this, for example, I could link this to a particular section. If I went down here, I can see this is section number 2. If I go here, I can go to more. I can add a section ID. Let's just say, let's just do test 1. Okay. Do test 1. And that's it. Close it up. Let's double. Responsiveness. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Come back. And this is another key thing. If I make a mistake, see, I've just deleted this by mistake. Guess what? Undo. Okay. I know it sounds like it's not a big deal, but it's a very big deal. Come back to settings. I can see test 1's there. If I come back now to the get started button, go to link, I just simply come here, put test 1, okay. And then if I went to the view mode, come get started. Can you see that? Okay, press it again. So imagine if I want to link it to a checkout page or the checkout section at the bottom of the page or a particular section that has the information about getting started now, wherever I want it to go. But here, for these purposes, I've selected it. So it's coded that it's now gone down the screen to a specific. Oh, actually, sorry. Let me share this tab instead because you can't see this. I've completely forgot. So now you can see this. This has now been set up. So it's code now. If I select get started now, select it. Can you see how it jumped to the section that I selected? So imagine I can actually I can customize it so it can jump to any part on the website, anywhere on the website, or it can change to another website or the checkout page, maybe information page, wherever I want it to go. I can code it like such that it can do whatever I want. So I can do that throughout the page. I can also repeat that process for the menu tabs. Okay. So yes, Unique saying, do I understand correct that you can create multi-page websites? Yes. So you could create this. This is the, just imagine this is the heart now. This is the main website. Now we can go back to the home page and we can create additional single unlimited pages now. We can take those pages. So let's just have a look. Okay. So say, for example, that's the main website as an example. And all I would do, I could create more pages separately. I could go create from scratch. Okay. Create these pages from scratch. You can see I can add a name to it, homepage, and the slug, the URL extension, and assign it to a particular workspace. And then once I created it, then I can create that page out, okay, individually. And I'll just take the URL. That's all I would do. Copy the URL. Let's say I come back here now. That's another page, just to really quickly cover. Okay, I come back to edit. And let's say if I had the menu, let's see if I can do this really quickly. Let's see. Okay, put a nice little color. Let's put background color here. Let's do something vibrant. Oh, let's do a bit of red. Okay, great. Let's do a bit of light text. Let's do light text there. Okay, you can see that now. Come back here to the menu builder. And what I would do, let's just say the about page, I just come here. I can open it in a new window, or I can have it scroll like so. Okay. Oh, okay. So not here. I will put it here because that's a link. So I can actually code this to go to specifically the about page. Paste it. Update. Okay. Okay. And that's it. But we'll cover this in the training. So you could create as many as you want, add as many as you want, and even that will also apply. Social media builder here, the Twitter page. That's where you would put the link. And it would go to, you can actually open it, or you refresh it in the same window. You can open it in a new window, have a highlight or whatever it may be, or even change the text. So very simple process. You could create unlimited pages and connect it to your website. I mean, we could go down, for example, get started could be download the ebook, download the video trainer, or you could actually come here, go to the content block, for example. Let's just go to, let's have a quick look. Let's just say we get the video. I put the video here. Here's the video. This one you can upload directly into the platform, but let's just say I remove it. I want to keep this a little bit more easier for myself. If I scroll down now here, you can see there's another version of videos that I can add, and this will be a YouTube video. So I can actually have, hey, look, there's a piece of content. If I wanted to create a separate page, so you have a downloadable video that someone could watch. You can have the checkout page. You can create delivery pages, essentially, if you wanted to, a booking page, appointment page. You could essentially create a checkout page, unlimited pages. It's completely up to you how you want to use this, especially with checkout pages or any other third-party apps you're using. Scheduling meetings, maybe a Zoom call, anything you can think of that you need now. A lot of these applications will give you that third-party HTML embed code that you can use. I mean, even a survey, you could create a survey within your site. So you get that survey that you create elsewhere. Even Google Forms, they'll give you an embed code. You come along here, simply come to any section on your page, and then you can just simply select the HTML code that you want to enter. Okay, so we've got HTML section there. Let's just say, let's have a look. If I just come anywhere on the page, let's have a quick look. So say, for example, not that, the wrong part. So say I wanted to do it here. I can just come here. I've got a selection here. We've got two aspects, HTML, JS, CSS. Okay, you got two versions. One just code, one with a bit of text there. And I just come here and I can come here, select and embed that code in there directly. Okay, so it's covered a variety, multiple different methods of actually adding code. I think this is one of the most important parts, is that, hey, look, it doesn't need to be messy. It doesn't have to be a headache. I go get that code. Whether I want to do online meetings, whether I want to do applications, maybe I've got a scheduling tool, maybe I will have appointment setting, maybe I want to embed videos from third-party sites like YouTube, Vimeo, any kind of third-party app, type of code. Maybe I want to do tracking pixels, maybe split testing, create multiple pages, add those tracking pixels, those videos, whatever it may be. You can come and you can insert into those pages. Okay, make as many pages as you want for different stuff. Maybe sometimes you're an affiliate. Maybe you want to create a bonus page, a checkout page, a bonus page or review page. You can do that. Create as many pages as you want, or you could create one affiliate bonus page as an example, and you can clone that. So it saves you the headache. You create that structure of that one bonus page once, and all you're now doing is cloning that page. And every time, all you're doing is updating what that product is, what is being sold, that review video. That's it. Does that make sense? So you're not going through this process of creating page again and again and again. We've got to be smart. We've got to save our time. Create that one page under one workspace that is just solely dedicated maybe to affiliates. Okay, maybe you're doing affiliate promotions. Maybe you just want to do ads. You're creating pages just dedicated to ads, so you can do your split testing. Maybe you want to do, e-commerce style products that, yes, there are products out there. Let's say Etsy or Shopify, whatever it is. Go get your embed codes, your product link, direct product links. Come and create those pages specifically from there. Again, they could be review, whatever it may be, your own products. Maybe you want to create something that you've got old stuff that you're trying to sell indoors, in your house, I mean, right? You create a sense, you're creating like a product page that you go, Facebook Marketplace. You can create one page that has a structure, a template, and you can clone that page so you don't have to keep creating the same page again and again. All you're doing is you're going in and you're making a few edits, you're uploading that particular image for the new product, wherever it may be. Okay, so please explain a workplace and a subdomain. So let's go back to the beginning. So I want you to imagine, once you're inside ClickSites AI, ClickSites AI has the domain, okay? Let's just imagine. Now you are coming and you're creating, or you're now going to be using ClickSites AI hosting. So we will give you a name to use for ClickSites AI. That's it. That's all it is. So say, for example, if I'm not using my own domain name, it's going to look something like this. So let me see one that I've done. Here you go. So all it's going to say, you're going to have this. This is going to be your domain name. You're going to be using ClickSites AI domain name. And the only difference is it's just going to have a different subdomain name. That's a subdomain name just to identify, so market identify your particular page or account that's been made on this application. Okay, that's it. However, if you want to be a little bit more advanced and you want to use your own domain name, like you want to have your own URL, so you go www.google.com or www.yourname.com, you can have that. You can have your own custom web address and link that within ClickSites. So when you build websites now within ClickSites, it can now point to your own shop front, your own name, anywhere you want. So here I've got some example. I've got Sales Letter Pro here. I've got another one at the top. Let's have a look. My website builder. It doesn't matter. You can actually dictate and you can specify what do you want to do. So maybe you're somebody who doesn't want to use your domain name. That's fine. You can actually allow ClickSites to use it for you. So in terms of workspaces, okay, this is something that, just imagine 500 different projects or 500 different projects essentially that you're going to be creating. So a workspace, if I select add workspace, it's going to ask you what is the name of it. So maybe it's for your marketing team, maybe for an individual, maybe for yourself, personal reason, client reason, whatever it may be. You specify so you can. It's easy for you to identify the reason you're creating this project. Next, the company name. This might be your company, or it could be your client company, and this will again make it easier for you to identify this particular workspace. Just imagine it as a meeting room. Okay. Now, next, you got your subdomain name, so you can put this as anything. So it could be the company name with just some identifier, just to make sure that's specific to this workspace that you're creating. And then next, if you want, you can just connect your domain name here, and there will be a few steps you follow, but it's really straightforward and simple. But in order to create a workspace, you don't need to add a custom domain name. That's completely optional. Anything highlighted with the red is something that you need to do. And then simply, once you've set it, once you've set your workspace, then you're ready to go and you can start creating your websites. Okay. Let's check. So bonuses, another question. Bonuses, again, will be available in 48 hours, up to 48 hours. So can we use the slug like WordPress? That's a great question. And the answer is yes, you can. So in order to do that, say, for example, when you do create a name, when you create the website name, you can see that typically that URL extension, that slug is already created, which you can use. I mean, if you want to go to third-party link shorteners, you can use that if you want to shorten your link. Or alternatively, if you want to kind of clean up that, if we go publish, can you see that now? The pathway we can actually change around. Okay, let's just see. Oh, okay. So that's a great question. I mean, I can go in there and I can change that around. I can tidy it up. If I want to, I can specify exactly what I want that essentially URL extension, that slug, to look just like similar to WordPress. But remember, this is not WordPress. It's a far more advanced than WordPress. So if you haven't jumped on right now, before there's any jumps in prices, you can go secure this now on clicksites.ai/go. And remember, there's going to be two methods of making payment. Whether you make a saving and save money by buying this as a one-time price. Okay, the one-time price is going to be $167. And remember, you're making over a $10 worth of saving. However, you do have an option if you to meet your financial needs. You can indeed pay a reduced amount after getting 7 days for free. So you can use this for 7 days for free, but you won't get that saving, okay, of about $11. However, if you get 7 days, then it will be two payments of $89, and you'll end up paying $178. So you got two options. It depends on your needs and your circumstances. However, $167, you can't go wrong. Either way, whether you get a 7-day free trial, you've got a 30-day protection to try this out, and you're protected. Really, really simple. You are protected either way you try. And I'm pretty sure I'm confident in saying this. You're not going to find an offer like this anywhere else. Okay. You're more than free. Have a look and you'll be shocked. Because a lot of companies out there that you may think, what's so different? Yeah, there's so many other companies and etc. etc. What does make this different than any other app out there? And the thing is, number one, you're only going to pay once. You're not going to pay hidden fees, hidden traffic, any upgrades. You need to pay X, Y, and Z. You're not going to have to pay for, additional hosting packaging, because that's something a lot of companies do, and it's very smart. So you're not limited by amount of websites you can create. You're not limited by the pages you can create. You're not limited by amount of footfall comes through to your websites. And some of the other aspects is that ClickSites, it's got a lot of these next-gen AI features that are not going to be seen in other apps, especially in the amount of the amount of tech or the AI feature that added into this. We're talking about, the AI content writer, the image generator, the AI personal assistant, the section redesigner, for the redesign of the page, even the content, and even things like the ready design block, the pro design blocks, and the sections, even with the advanced HTML editor. All of this stuff you're not really going to get for one-time price, especially unlimited. Nobody's silly enough to do unlimited, because these companies lose money by doing that. However, Paul and Sid, if you're if you've been there for a long time, they generally do stuff that's a little bit crazy, all right, where they generally do save you a lot of money. And I'm pretty sure this will be subject to a change, especially with price increase. The longer you leave it, this will be going up incrementally anyway, and then it will probably go to a recurring model. Okay, so right now, as you would expect, because it's a special launch period, it's going to be as a one-time price. So either way, it's a fantastic purchase that you can use. You can try it for 7 days, or even 30 days, because you are protected either way. So let's say let's have a look. So means I use some credits. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question. So let me know if you have any other questions, but let me know in the chat box right now. Are you still here? Are you awake? Are you excited? What is anything you're really excited about? And no, actually, you know what? Forget I said that. If I could ask you one genuine question, it would be, if you haven't purchased yet, are you sitting on the fence, and why? What's that one thing that's holding you from taking action right now and making a purchase? Are you sitting on fence? But what is it? What's holding you back? I'm just curious. I would love to know. So maybe it might be that one pressing question that you got that you need an answer to. And maybe I can answer that question, or maybe I can't. I don't know. We're going to find out either way. Okay. What AI does ClickSite ask us to generate the website? So I don't quite understand, but I'm going to assume there's certain integration. We've got APIs such as it works alongside like OpenAI or Google Gemini, and with this advanced capability of AI, it helps to build that content, and even there's other aspects of the AI generator that will create and curate those images for us. So it's an advanced level of copywriting involved, and especially when it comes to the images as well. So I'm going to purchase. I don't want to miss the training as soon as over purchase. Okay, so woohoo, Jim saying woohoo. Okay, so yes, deal purchase. Fantastic. So I just signed up. So yeah, fantastic stuff. Now, bearing in mind, I understand right now, please, I do appreciate your patience, because this is not really an in-depth training session, if that makes sense. Those will be coming, and those will be broken down in terms of the schedule around that. We will explain that when that is going to happen. Okay, so you expect an email, and within 48 hours you'll also get those additional bonuses, which are some fantastic bonuses. So some of the other questions, can you collect leads and email integration? Yes, you can. Hopefully I cover that. You can do that. We've got a number of integrations you can do internally, or you can use the HTML aspect. So that covers literally everything. Many languages are supported. There's a whole list to go through, so I think I would probably need a bucket of water if I listed them all. Can you sell the websites that you've created? Yes, you can. You can sell them. You will have the commercial rights that will allow you to create and sell those sites. So you can choose to host with us your own domain name, or you can sell the HTML files. Okay, so there's a number of ways you can sell those, which will be covered in the training. So remember, this is not connected or it's not supported, with things like WordPress. This is an independent HTML editor, very advanced. However, you can take these HTML files and you can use third-party editor apps, or you can upload to your own servers and use as you see fit. Or you could create, the pages here and link to your own WordPress, you using the URL. So Sam was saying, yes. Pick the fool that does not purchase ClickSite AI. So another great question is Nimrod saying, what if I know nothing? Is it hard to learn? Honestly, it is not hard whatsoever. And why do I say this? If you are apprehensive, go use this for 7 days. You have a 7-day free trial. There's no reason, there's absolutely no barrier to entry for anyone using this, especially when you've got 7 days to use this, right? With no financial commitment. Try it for the first day. If you're not happy, hey, say, look, it's not for me. But tell us, what is it? if there's anything particular that we can make this better, please let us know. We're this is something that's important that we're looking to build long term, like so many other applications. However, Nimrod, I would say go try this. Go sign up to the 7-day free trial, and then I'm pretty sure you'll become an ambassador and you'll be pushing other people that, you know what, I weren't quite sure when it comes to websites. A lot of people say, yeah, it's so easy to use, but when you get in there's so many, this it's just too complicated and you give up. No, I think 7 days you'll really be something that you'll be shocked, especially with the training as well that will be covered. So are there standard privacy and terms pages? No, there will be links set up though. There will be those general, bottom of the pages aspects that you can add. So you can add those yourself because when it comes to terms and conditions, there's so many different pages to add. However, what you could do if you really wanted to, you could ask a question to the AI assistant. Hey, can you create a privacy page for a website? Okay, you could use, if you wanted to, OpenAI itself and create those pages. Okay, you could easily do that and it will take you no time. You can find those templates. You could use AI assistant to do that for you, and then you create the page and then you insert it. So yeah, definitely some good mentions, and those are definitely things that these features can be added. Okay, so if you have any issues, please let us know. If there's anything that you come across any support related, please don't hesitate to let us know, because you will have priority support. Okay, so please be patient with us. Remember, as the launch period, you've got so many influx coming through. So yes, like PA, please do reach out and let us know, so we can investigate also, and we can actually rectify that and update you immediately, because we want to make sure you have an amazing streamlined experience with us with this by the Apple support. So Sandra's asking a great question. Can we change the name of the ClickSites website after it's created? Can we use our own domain? Yes, you can. You can change it anytime, whenever you want. So say, for example, if I come now, let's find an existing one that I haven't changed yet. So in order to change it, there are some ones that I haven't changed. If I go to Workspace, so what I would do, let's just go to this one. I haven't changed this one. I'll just simply come to Edit Workspace, and I would just come here and put my custom domain name, like so. I can change anything whenever I want, and then I would go back to the DNS record. So then I would know exactly what I would need to update. And then I'll go to my domain service provider, and vice versa. Okay, so you can always revert back as well. Okay. I think there's a requirement. Okay, so let's see. So yep, you can make edits. That's fine. Is there name on the bottom of the website that will show our name once we whitelist it? If it's, I don't believe there is, but you can always add your name. You can add your branding. You can add anything into the website. I mean, even adding your own logo, the graphics. Okay. How do you make it mobile friendly? Making sure you can see the words. Okay, so this is the pages automatically come mobile responsive anyway. Okay, I just want to make that clear. So everything is mobile optimized for you. Not only that, it is also optimized for multiple different devices for you to see. So, and in order, what you can do as well, if you come here, if you go to the live preview, we've got two methods of doing this. We've got here, look, desktop, laptop. We've got even iPad, different dimensions, and you can see here's mobile that you're stating. You can see. Okay, and we can actually then come in certain things. We can change the placement of it, how we want it, where we want it to place, even the font, anything that we want, we can do. We can come to settings now. If I revert back to here, if I come to the settings, if I go to live preview, I have a tab here. You can see this little device tab. I can change it how it's going to look on different devices. Okay, so here we have mobile device like so. Okay, so hopefully that answers your questions, because I've been on many applications. I'm not going to name their names, and I'll be honest with you. One thing that was very frustrating to me is that I spent days building out a website. Okay, only now that I've got to go back into the same settings and I have to keep going back to the mobile responsiveness, and then I've got edit the font, and I've got to keep adjusting the font and even the placement and moving things up and down, and changing the spacing, and then coming back and revisiting how it's going to look on the mobile. So it can get very frustrating. But this, hey, it's already done for you. So yes, you can change. You can actually change how it'll appear. Okay, so let me show you this. Okay, so say for example, if I go to this image here, can you see where it says responsiveness? Okay, you can actually change stuff. You can stack the background on a mobile, and the image itself. Let's say, yeah, we've gone through that one already. Let's go content. You can add more content if you want. Let's go here. So you can do, auto fit content. So you can experiment. You can definitely go through. If I go here, let's go section settings, responsiveness, and this is another key thing. I think this is important because many people don't realize now, especially if you're testing, if you're split testing, maybe you want to show certain things on a mobile and not show them on a desktop, and vice versa. So you could take certain elements and you can make them visible, or you can hide them on certain devices. Does that make sense? So you can look at the different aspects of the devices, and you can actually change around, alter, and designate if it's going to be visible or hidden to a particular device. So say for example, if you want certain things only to be shown on a mobile because maybe you're running ads, or maybe your customers are more mobile responsive than on desktop, right? Or if you want to change how something appears, or via split testing, hey, build two versions of the pages, duplicate clone the pages, and then check which ones convert better depending on what images are being shown. You have that ability to do that. Okay. So hopefully that kind of went a bit more in depth, but answered your question. So please go to the link clicksitesai.go, and you will see the ability right there to see. Let's have a look. Actually, let me jump straight into this. Actually, let's go back here. Share this one. So you can see in terms of the pricing, it's just $167, or you can pay $89 for 2 months. 2 payments, but it's a period of 2 months. Okay, because somebody asked, hey, are they going to be weekly payments, monthly payments? No, they're going to be over a period of a month payment. However, the first payment wouldn't be taken after a 7-day free trial, where you can cancel anytime, so you're protected. And on top of that, you are protected regardless of that 30-day money back guarantee. Okay, so there's nothing hidden. You're not going to pay some extortionate fee, whatever. What you're paying for, exactly what's stated on there. However, for some reason, let's just say you go away from this page and you come back tomorrow or the day after, or maybe next week, I cannot promise you. I know many people say, but the price will be subject to change and it will increase. Okay, that's all I can say. So right now is the best time just to lock it in and get everything for that one low price. Now, on top of that, let me see if I can find something. Let's have a look. So let me grab something. Actually, let me see if I can find it. Okay, so let me get this now. Okay, so let's share this one instead. So I went and done a little bit of research. Okay, yeah, I did some research, and I want to show you some, because people, you may say, there's a lot of other competitors out there, etc., and they might be better. Well, let's look at pricing. Okay, can everyone see? Can everyone see this right now? So I've done some comparisons, right? So here we've got one website at $39 a month. I've got another one here, just one project, but again, you're limited. You're very limited, but then it starts off about $40 a month. Okay, these are monthly plans now. Got another one, build annually. Okay, 200. That's just one domain name. Got another one here, 25. Okay, got another one that's 15. But these are yearly. Okay, another one, 37. Got another one here, and the list goes on. But these are limited. They're heavily limited. Now, I don't know if my calculator won't come out. However, kindly get the calculator out. Okay. If you get the calculator out, you can check this yourself and see how much it is. Let's just say $39 a month. Okay, it's a fraction of what you're going to pay here compared to that. And plus, it's just limited either one website or 5 websites. Hey, remember, you've got 500 domain names you can set up if you want. You've got the aspect of 500 workspace, and then within those 500 domain names and workspace, unlimited pages that you can create. You got those 10 collab accounts, white label accounts. There's so much there. So the link is there. I mean, I can't poke you now, but it's a complete no-brainer. So let's see. Is there a geolocation tool? No, Carl, that's a very good question, and I'm pretty sure we can definitely add that as a feature request. So please don't hesitate to forward that. And Anthony, I have to go now. Fantastic. Yeah, it's been a very long time. So I think, yeah, we are going to conclude as well. So let's see. Check some of the questions. Okay. Yes, William, I'm pretty sure this was mentioned before, and we'll probably send an update regarding this. So yes, it has. Okay, fantastic. It has. Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice the time. So here I'm in the UK. Is about it is very, very late. So I guess we're going to be concluding now because yeah, I think the time's gone quite over. But has everyone gone and jumped on board, and have you secured your access to ClickSites.ai/go? Just let me know in the chat box. Let me know if you're excited and if you're on board. Are you now part of the program essentially? So let me know in the chat box. Don't be shy. If you're still here, I know you've been here. If you've been part of this marathon, let me know. So go, yes, you got. So I know we're nearly there. We're going to conclude. I know you've been here to the end. So I appreciate every single one of you. Hopefully, we try to answer as many questions as possible in the time for. I know there's so many questions. So on board. So the question is, where is Paul? That's the question I've been asking. No, I'm joking. He's I think you've got to remember he's quietly working in the background as well, because there's so much going on, especially with the with everyone joining. Just we have to make sure everything's working perfectly for every single one. And I you know what? I know where Paul's gone. He's gone to make sure those bonuses are going to be fixed. Not fixed, but sorted out. He's probably getting those emails ready to make sure that he sends those bonuses out to every single one of you. So yeah, thank you. Ready to go. Make those websites. Yep. John saved over £80. Yes, still here. Thanks for sharing insights. Well, lone business owner, I'm trying to create a website for eye surgery. Yeah, perfect. You can do all of that stuff. Should I use a clinic name or subdomain or health industry? Why not create one for all of them and test them out? Chris, if you have any issues, please just reach out to support@clicksites.ai and we'll personally help you. If you haven't, try the Gemini key. Okay. Okay. So, Milan, so you have 500 domain names. So if you want to use your own personal domain names, you can use 500 of your own domain names. Otherwise, we'll host for you and we'll give you this subdomain name. Now, within those 500 domain names, just imagine they're branches of trees. You can create unlimited branches from those individuals' custom domain names, if that makes sense. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. I've tested this. Yes, it does. So you can use the AI assistant to create articles also. And one great thing you can do with the articles is you can ask the AI assistant within ClickSites AI, okay, in the editor, and say, can you take this content and make 5 tweets or make, social media posts based on this content? Fascinating stuff. Remember, it's an introductory offer. Unlimited sites for $116. The price goes up daily. Okay. Thanks. Off to tutorial. Fantastic. I have been on board. Thank you so much. Okay, on board. Yes. Okay. So before I go, then I guess we've hit the 5-hour mark. Please let me know in the chat box, or just look for those that have got access to ClickSites AI. What's one thing you would say to someone else that would be sitting on the fence? Generally speaking, if you've seen all the features, seen all the amazing possibilities with ClickSites AI, what's the one thing you would say to somebody else that would maybe sit on the fence? What would you say to encourage that person? Say, hey, you know what? It's risk-free, 7-day free trial, money-back guarantee. That it's a no-brainer. What words of encouragement would you say? Okay, because we want as many people to use this and get the most reward out of using this and make as many. I know it sounds cliche, but success stories and really help people in their businesses and grow. I mean, the price itself it kind of reflects that, because if we wanted to, it could have been a lot more for what it is. Okay, it's just, with the expenses of $50,000 a month, it's ludicrous. Okay. So, okay, some lovely stuff coming. You and Paul have going to be on the mark, and we're doing both product and sport. Thank you so much. So after the training, the 4-week training will happen after this launch period, and they'll be in depth. They'll be much more in depth, and they will be also available to watch. Okay, and the plus you have that interactive Q&A session, and all that exciting stuff that you can go through. When does okay? There are no monthly fees. Yeah, one-time pay for. Okay, when does the offer end? That's a great question. I'll have to double check with the team, because it's going to be subject to change, and make sure we have, is it going to last, a few days or whatever it may be. But that's definitely something. Either way, let's just put it as this: you got 7 days free trial. The best thing is just to lock in now. Okay, that's the best way I can explain it, just to secure any of those changing. Okay. So there we go. The full price plan increases daily. So this is the lowest price that you can come in. So the trainings are also on YouTube. And I remember Paul mentioned you can go to YouTube and you can get it transcribed into different languages. Okay. Full-time agency is easy and simple to get started. Yes, it is. It is very easy and very simple to get started straight away out the gate. Yes, with the training, there is training available right now. If you go into the members area, you'll see tutorials, and that will jump you straight into it. Alongside that, as the launch period does end, we're going to in-depth 4-week training. Okay, so those trainings are also on YouTube, so you can add the subtitles in your language. Okay, so the 2 payments, okay, of $89. There will be 2 of them, and they will be 2 consecutive months. So you won't pay the first amount of $89 until the 7-day free trial elapses. So essentially, you've got probably 70 days, so 67 days in total there. Okay, and remember, you're backed by 30-day money back guarantee, so you're protected either way. However, I genuinely believe this is a no-brainer, and it's a steal. Okay. Okay. So apart from that, everybody, hopefully you've enjoyed today. It's been a very, very short session, should we say? We've got Samuel. Hopefully you're fine. If you do need a website builder, is another way to go at a great price, and you'll be glad you did so. So got it hours ago, and I'm still excited. So Beverly, thank you very much. Congratulations. Hopefully we see you in the group also, and you start building those sites and start sharing all you've done. So Catherine, yes, it's been it's been a short day. What's 5 hours? 5 hours is the new 1 hour, isn't it? So we got thanks a gazillion to you, Paul, and the whole amazing team. So yeah, we're going to be wrapping this up now. So this is now the official end of the stream before we cancel. Okay, thank you so much. So please, if you have any questions, just make sure you do log questions. We'll see them later. Alternatively, just send support any questions, and we'll get them answered as possible for you. So thank you all for attending. Please get all the details from clicksites.ai/go, please. Awesome webinar. Please let us know in the chat box, even if we do, and just put a comment in there. Hopefully you've really enjoyed it. Give us feedback. Tell us how much you enjoyed Paul's session today, how much you enjoyed this session, how much you've enjoyed learning about ClickSites AI, what you're most excited about, because it's nice to also get that feedback from every single one of you, so then we can do even more training and more sessions for you. Okay, so the more feedback you give us, the more energy you give us, we also buy off that, in the sense of we would love to do much more back. So A new streaming record. Well, no, it's not 4 hours. It's 5 hours and 5 minutes. So great seminar. Okay, so any questions? Make sure you email us at support@ClickSites AI. Okay, so thank you. Take care. And live life on purpose. Okay, so 2 payments in the UK done by John. Fantastic. So apart from that, everybody, it's been emotional. Please, let us know in the chat box and comment later. But I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the sites that you start building. Show everybody how easy it was to do. Thanks again, and best luck to everyone. So every single one of you, I really appreciate that time that you've spent to come and join us today, and that we can offer you something of value. And I'm pretty sure, I'm confident in saying, even in this session that we've done today, that we achieved that with nearly 2 years in the making, putting everything together, making sure that we've got everything there. And we're always looking with the roadmap to improve and make it better, to make sure you have a much more powerful app, and we can grow together, okay, as a team. So ClickSites.ai go /go. You've got 2 options of making a payment. Either you try 7-day free trial, 2 payments of $89 over 2 months. However, you won't get any savings if you did pay this as a one-off. It's $167, and you'll save money by doing so, and you won't need to split. So sometimes it's just better to just pay it off and get it out of the way. Now, if you hesitate, in the sense of if you wait a couple of days or maybe next week, then the price will be subject to change. Okay, so I can't promise you it's going to be locked in. For the price you're seeing now is the price you'll get it at. Okay, with everything mentioned. So we just want to cover all the questions from a user. Hopefully we did a good job. Please email us if we've missed anything. So anything that we might have missed, please let us know at support@clickscience.ai. Or maybe you have some payment issue that your payment didn't go through, or you had some issue, whatever it may be. If you have trouble and you're worried about, hey, look, I don't get paid till tomorrow, or maybe my payment processor isn't working, that, hey, my card's blocked or something, contact support so we know. And if we can lock you in for that price, because we know that you've been trying to get in. So please do let us know, okay? So yes, jumped on it. Yeah, sure, you've done a great job. Thanks a lot. So, Paul's done a fantastic job. Fantastic. Thanks for the comments. Honestly, keep them coming. We appreciate every single one of you. The main thing is that you've taken value, you've really enjoyed today. And then moving on from today, even the comments, that it gives us energy. And another thing, especially with the feedback that you give us, we can make sure our training will be even better, because we can cover the questions that you have, but we can cover them more in depth when it comes to the more interactive sessions. Okay, so we've got Beverly. It's an absolute no-brainer. Even if you're just going to use it to make a website for other business owners, it's a great opportunity for affiliate marketers. What's not to love? So yes, there will be more interactive webinars this week to answer all your questions. Please feel free to join us again at the next one. So thanks. So apart from that, I don't know what you're waiting for. ClickSites.ai/go. Go there right now. You've got 2 methods that have made stupidly simple and affordable and easy for you to jump in without sitting on the fence. There's no, I can't stress this enough. There is no excuse for any one of you to getting on access to ClickSites AI, especially for 7-day free trial. There's nothing stopping you from speaking to maybe your sibling, your loved one, your spouse, and say, hey, look, there's a great opportunity. We've got, account teams here. We can actually get our family, maybe our kids involved, our partner involved, your cousin, your relatives. Hey, let's split the payment. Split it between 3 people or 5 people, whatever it is. Okay, there's no excuse for not everybody to get involved with ClickSites AI, especially with the 7-day free trial. So it is a no-brainer. Get in there, try it. Maybe some of you within 7 days could actually make that sale if you're maybe already doing this, creating websites. Go make a sale and you've paid it off already. You can't say fairer than that. So any issues, please contact support, because we're going now. And yeah, so we've got Clint. Let's have a look. Clifton saying, I am paying the 167. Brilliant choice, because you're just getting it out of the way, and you're saving money as well, on top of saving money anyway for the price it is. So please, if you have any issues, especially if you're having issues with your payment, that you've got some issues on your side that you experience, please reach out to support, and our team will make sure we assist you on making sure you get access to it, because the payment is working on our end, especially with the payment. So it may be an issue on your side. If not, let us know. and we'll try to help and walk you through getting this. But the main key thing is to locking you in that low one-time price for today, as the price will be changing as we go on. So apart from that, everybody, clicksite.ai/go. Go there now and secure your access to the amazing platform. On the page as you go, you'll see all the amazing functions and features and the functionality and the breakdown. You'll see the sales material, the video, and a quick demo there, and you'll see exactly what you're going to get, and how, straight away when you you'll get instant access. You'll get emailed the user key, and you are ready to go. So again, any issues, please don't hesitate to contact support at clicksite.ai. And apart from that, thank you very much, every single one of you, and I guess we'll see you very, very soon, probably in the group, okay? Because we'll see. We'll do some training, and then we can relay from there. So apart from that, everyone, take care. Bye bye.